Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Mandela Effect Helpline. I am your operator, Sandy Diva, and joining me tonight is Boston Ray and
Hey,
Splatter
hey.
420.
Hello,
How are you
hello.
guys?
Great.
Doing well?
Very well.
Very well. I want everyone
Extremely well.
extremely well. So
Ooh.
Ray came out of retirement out of nowhere at 9:30 p.m. He calls me, so I had to quickly add him to the possible guest appearances intro. And
Yes.
you probably noticed that your picture just popped in because I forgot to put the transition there. I'll fix it.
I'm going to be completely honest because this is the truth community. I wasn't even paying attention to the intro. I was making coffee.
That's okay. Mandana. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Sean Dent says, all rise. And Mandana says, Her Majesty is fashionably late. Guys, so as you can see, I'm no longer Her Majesty.
Just a cat.
I am myself again, but Princess Lula is Princess Lula. In here, I'll put her on screen.
Yep.
Everyone, Princess Lula, she is present.
Aw,
But
that's cute.
for the community panels, for the helpline, okay, we have a new background. This is
Yes.
one of my new backgrounds, okay, but this isn't the background. The new background for community panels, so that Princess Lula can oversee what is happening, will be this one. So Princess Lula is overseeing us. I couldn't not, it took me a lot of work to make these, animated. So they're going to be in the picture frame, overseeing it, both me as the queen and Princess Lula. I couldn't just waste them, so they're being used.
No, that's hilarious. I love it.
Yes. All right, so before we drop the, welcome. I don't know. We're gonna say J. Welcome J, which is JLDI bias. Biazzi? Bias or Biazzi? Or Biazze?
Is that an
Just
L?
say 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's JLD.
JLD.
I'm just gonna say J.
Oh, wow. Is that
Dia
even
Bias.
pronounced?
Biazzi? Is it
Biazzi?
Italian? Is it Italian? I don't know. Whatever.
What do you mean there's no link? Look, Morgan, you're in the Messenger group. It's in Messenger.
Relax, Morgan.
No, it's always, I have to keep telling him it's a Messenger. He keeps forgetting.
Oh, he ever since we went to high school, he's been like Johnny Firecracker. He's like ready to just jump down someone's throat in a split second. Like, boom. He's like, they used to call him the Flash. They used to call him the Flash in high school, Morgan, because he was.
Do you know how much I appreciate that? He literally wrote D-bias, but JLD is fine. I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, that's great.
Joe King. My man.
Wait. I gotta go. No.
What's up?
Record. I have to go to because JLD. Oh, JLD's on your channel.
What's up?
Okay. I was going to give him a wrench, but he's not on my channel. So I was going to welcome him to the 1500 Club.
Yeah. Well, you got to come over here if you want to be in the 1500 Club.
Yep. Hey, Joe King. I'm writing. I have a lot to... Guys...
We still giving them a shout-out? How are we doing?
You can give them a shout-out if you'd like.
Oh, Ryan S. What up, man? Mojo Shop. How we doing? Preliminal. Did I already say them? Did we already say them? Amelius.
Where's Amelius?
So... the show tonight, Sandy. I love the idea. I mean, so what are we doing? We're gonna have people like call in. Do you have a phone line set up? Like how do you do this?
No. We do it where that we invite them in on StreamYard, but here's the thing: we do have to show
Jessica
them something
Kirk.
First.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. See, I like this. You're doing the shout out in the beginning. At the end, as you're saying the names, I'm writing all the names down. And at the end, I do a huge shout out. Everyone who was here gets shouted out.
Wow, you're doing that now? Oh, hold on, I just clipped.
I am.
I heard myself clip. Hold on. What up, Red Storm? Yeah, so.
I was looking for Amelia.
So tonight you're having the Mandela Effect people, call in? People who are Mandela Effect.
No, they join us on StreamYard.
Well, Amelia
Join
said
us.
she
Join.
gave a time stamp. It's at 7:34, Sandy.
So do
Yep,
they
I got it. I got it. I got it.
feel safe to identify themselves? No, they can come on anonymous, right? If they, because you know, some people might not be comfortable about talking about it, and they don't want to like put themselves out there, but they still want to talk about
You're muffled, Ray.
it. Am I muffled now?
You're
Yep.
getting a little bit muffled.
What about now? What about now?
That's
Better?
better. Whoa, whoa, better, better, better.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah,
All right.
that's wonderful.
It sounds like I'm in the room. I love this mic.
Oh, you got a new
Exactly,
one.
Amelia. Amelia says it's how Sandy pays her respects to all her viewers who have stayed the long hours with her. Exactly.
Well, what I'm saying is
Exactly.
like we should have them come on and because like you can be comfortable talking to us because we understand this is a safe place. This is a safe place.
And you don't have to be on camera.
That's exactly what we were saying the last show. We're all friends here, right? Yeah.
Morgan, I am dropping the link for you in email since you're not getting the hang of Messenger. I sent it to you.
You guys actually went to school together?
Who?
Who?
You.
Who?
Yeah, we used to play in the sandbox together. Me and Morgan. You serious?
Oh,
Back at Canadian High, Canada High. You don't remember
Yeah.
that?
Oh, yeah.
Canadian High. Morgan remembers. Yeah. So
You're digging for a piece of cat poo in the sandbox.
yeah, we were best friends. Me and Morgan growing up. Yeah. So like I was saying, so
Your nickname was the cat poo digger.
no, because like I understand, you know, like let me just give a little bit about my story. All right, so the Berenstain Bears was like, you know, the first one that anybody really we started noticing, right? Like some people, the new people, they're like, huh? This was like back in what 2017, 2016, 2018, something like that. People started noticing the Berenstain Bears change. I mean, I noticed that the books were different. Like when I was a kid, I remember it being Berenstain, and then I seen a book like I don't know years later on a desk in the class, and it was like Berenstain, and I'm like with an A, and I'm like thinking to myself like I just brushed it off like they must have changed it or it was a knockoff of the Berenstain Bears or it wasn't real or I don't know. I couldn't figure it out, but I thought it was like a cheap knockoff of the Berenstain Bears. I didn't really look at the book like but I noticed it on my own when I was young, and then you know they came out with it, and then like people were saying, "Oh, reality shifts and all this, like videos coming out," and I'm kind of like, at first I wasn't buying it. Right, at first I wasn't buying. I'm like, yeah, it could just be a print. You know, making excuses, man, excuses, right? And then like the Ford logo changed,
Yeah.
and I'm like, yeah, that little curly Q that's on the Ford logo that was never there on the
Yeah.
F,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm like, you know, they must have changed it. They must have changed it. You know, somehow maybe they didn't announce that they were changing it, but they must have changed it, right? So surely there must be like a Ford logo, like somewhere else, like the old way, anywhere, like an old car. Like you might be able to find like a classic Ford, right, that has it on it, like Jay Leno's garage type shit. Like, you know, like
Yeah.
maybe he has one. Maybe someone that collects cars has one. You know, and then you go outside in real life. Now this is where it switches over from YouTube or like social media, something you see in a video, to real life.
Yeah.
Because like I go out in public and I'm looking around at Fords looking for this logo, and I realize you can't find it nowhere, and you're never gonna see it. It's just a memory that kind of just slipped away, right? And then like then my dad, his birthday changed. His whole life he was celebrating it on December 18th, right? Until like 53 years old. And then he had to get his birth certificate for something, and he looked it up, and he was born on like the 16th. So it was like 2 days off, but like, how would you get your birthday wrong for 53 years of your life?
That's
So,
weird.
you know,
That's
and then like once you start seeing these things, right? And you start noticing it on your own, you want to show other people, right? You want other people to see it. You're like, wait I'm going to start showing my family. I'm going to start showing my loved ones. Everyone's going to think this is the best thing in the world, right? You're like, and then people just think you're crazy. Like, people just think you lost your mind. They don't see it. They don't see it. and then you lose your family. They push you away, and then you end up alone. Is that it happens? I understand.
Yes.
I was there, but you know what though?
What's that? Ray?
Eventually, it takes a lot of time. But if you keep trying, your family will see it. It takes some people forever. I think it's like a natural thing that happens to everybody at a certain age. Morgan, you're muted. You're muted. All right, I'll let Morgan talk.
No, he's not
No,
muted.
I just wasn't interrupting you. I was doing hand symbols so well that it spoke volumes.
Oh yeah, you do it great, Morgan. Is this something new that you're working on with a therapist, or?
Speak American Sign Language. I actually speak American Sign Language really poorly while I'm talking.
He's speaking Italian.
Like, really poorly.
That is really poorly, yes. I do have to show some things before we actually start the open panel. Well, actually, one thing. So we have a few ground rules that I do ask people to look at the description before they join, but I have updated them. So I do want to show them. I just need Splatter to put them up on screen.
Okay, I'm doing it now.
Yep. And I do want to say hello to a few people who have popped in. We have John Thomas, Richard Minnick.
Right.
Stop in Traffic in my Rasta hat. And Daniel Wiley. Good to see you guys.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, yeah.
So basically, we're going to put the link out at some point, right? And let all these people come on and tell us their stories.
Yes. Now, I do have a limit. Anything more than 8 people, my internet... Guys, I have an internet technician coming out Friday to address the spinning that's happening on my screen. Like so Morgan and Ray, while he was talking, in the middle of talking, he will disappear.
6 is difficult.
And so will his voice.
6 is difficult to hang on to.
Yeah, well, but what I'm saying is when there's a video feed, including slides and things I have up on the screen, in the middle of showing them, they will disappear and I'll just see a spinny thing. And when you guys are talking in video form, you will disappear, including your voice. So I get like a little cutout, and then I may have to ask you to repeat yourself. And it's the internet. We have gigabit internet, right? And it's coming in at 20 to 30 megabits. So there's a technician coming on Friday.
You can't run a YouTube career on 20, 30 megabits. We need to accelerate this internet, expedite the process.
Especially when you're paying for a gigabit, we're paying for gigabit and getting 20 to 30 megabits.
Yeah, you should get the money back after that.
Yikes.
Mm-hmm. So, and that's been happening about a month. They claim they fixed it. They didn't. Hey, Schneider.
I'm curious. I guess Morgan isn't echoing tonight. That's good news.
That's great news. Morgan is not echoing tonight.
Yeah.
No, I unplugged it. Like Sandy, I all the time last night when I'm like, oh no. Like I knew I just needed to get sober, take my medication one time, and whatever the problem is, I knew I would figure it out, but I wasn't even able to figure it last night, right? So then today I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna go. I'm like, oh my god, and I went unplug. Like, okay, now it won't do that. But you know what I'm saying, right? It's the simplest thing, though, right, Sandy? It's always a thing where it's like, if I just do that one simple thing, but because it's too simple that we can't figure it out. I'm a huge believer in that. That it's like, oh, I can't figure it out because it's too simple.
What was it?
And then you sit down and then you realize, oh, goodness, like I didn't put my keys on the thing. They're actually still sitting in the car, And then that's why you couldn't find your keys. They're actually in the ignition of the car. Anyway.
I've never done that, but I have left house keys in the door.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's not good. But
the door. You're right. Oh, I've done the door thing. I've done the door thing more than once. Found it in the door. Oh, there they are in the door.
Yeah. All right. So I am going to put on the screen the thing.
The rule.
Here. So I think it says 6 in the description, but we're going to say 8. I can handle 8 people, especially since, Splatter is a permanent fixture. He's not going anywhere. And Boston Ray and Morgan, they're regulars as well. So
Yeah.
We'll say up to 4 more additional guests can be added. I don't want to do 10 because that's too many voices. If there was a way for me to, well, I can just mute people, but that's rude. I don't want to do that.
It could get sad sometimes when like you realize the world that's in your head that you know that you're familiar with is gone. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what happens with the Mandela effect. It's like
Yes, right.
it's like
Yeah,
a complete.
sometimes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Some things I just don't want to accept. Like the JFK video. I'm in my mind, it's a black and white video with 4 people, and that's it for me. I'm not going to switch over to 6 people. No. I can't do it.
Okay, so I'm going to read what's on the screen, guys. All right. By joining the stream, you are agreeing to the following rules, okay? To follow these rules. But listen,
Rules.
They're kind of rules, but the rules are there so that, there's no, like, echo. There's no getting me taken down. Things like that. Those are these are more YouTube rules than anything else.
Yeah.
Please use earbuds or headphones if possible, because sometimes the speaker works. If you want to try speaker first and there's an echo, just have earbuds on hand to use if there's an echo. Okay? Number 2, please do not...
Stop in traffic. Rasta Hat says he hates to admit it, but the fact that Shazam with the Sinbad is gone, sometimes it almost makes him tear up.
That was perfect.
Yeah, I feel you.
No. Hey, Speedy Romans. No, because I'm saying that's perfect because you just did exactly what number 2 was. Please do not talk over other panelists. I was in the middle of saying it, and you just came in with one of the comments. It was hilarious.
Sorry.
No, Ray, it was funny.
I had to read that. That's great. I mean, if I could put it up on the screen, I would.
Oh, that was amazing. Okay, so number 3, mute when you are not talking, or if you need to cough, sneeze, etc. If you must eat or chew during the shows, please mute while doing so. Like in between bites, mute while you're chewing.
Well, yeah.
Swearing is allowed because I don't believe in not swearing. Okay, but please try to keep it to like a minimum. Like if every word out of your mouth is like that troll where he was just like letting it fly, that could cause YouTube problems. Be respectful to your hosts, the chat, and other guests. In other words, don't be a troll. Hello, Chicago Cubby Bear. He says, I'm currently burning my last pair of my toot of balloons with the cornucopia. It's over. Let's see. Please stay on the Mandela or related topic. No mention of politics or viruses unless you are referring to a Mandela effect.
Yes, please.
If the room is full and new people join, this is the one I wanted y'all to hear. The longest on-air guest will be sent backstage for the newest person. Most people just say, it's no problem, I'll go and let the new person in, which is fine, and anyone being rude, disrespectful, using excessive profanity, is overtly intoxicated or asleep, will be muted and, if necessary, removed from the stream. Extreme and repeated behavior will lead to banning from the show. Here's the important stuff. The words on YouTube we cannot say are on the screen. I can't say them. I will say the alt words. The alt words are unaliving oneself, ceasing to exist, pop pop, pow pow, pew 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 pew. 2020. You can say, I say 2020. It's the easiest thing to do for that thing. We can't say that word. We can't say that word. Grape, the fruit.
Yeah, if you have to. Yeah,
if you have to.
Yeah.
Basically, what she's trying to say is if you are drunk or not and you come on the show, be careful because it's not just like a regular phone call. Like you're talking to the world.
That's right.
Right. So, yeah. And then I say, hopefully free speech will return. You can't see that part. I'm hoping that they restore free speech to the internet. They say they're going to. Fingers crossed it happens. But that's all. I just want everyone to know, please, you can try to come in without earbuds, but if there's an echo, you're going to need earbuds. and I had to quickly write names down because
No
people came in while
celery.
I was doing that. I had Speedy Romans down and down from that. And hello, Francine. I saw you in the chat.
Yes,
I did say hi.
we did. If you're still here.
She's here. She said, "Can you let Sandy talk?"
Sandy's the boss.
Is Chicago Cubby Bear on my channel or yours?
I don't know. I can't tell. I don't have multiple screens. That's above my pay grade tonight.
Not a coincidence. Welcome.
I'm not being paid enough to run multiple screens. There's no incentive for me.
I am running multiple screens. I have my phone and my iPad.
Hello, Wendy.
Hello, Wendy B.
Not a coincidence.
Got him. Got him. Or her.
I guess it's Wednesday. I guess we're getting some different names in the chat. That's interesting.
It's also because Ray is sharing to his channels.
Oh,
Yeah, we have.
Right.
Yes. Welcome. We're on Boston Ray's Slice of the Mud. Boston Ray's Mudfoot Adventures. How we doing, my people? And also, we're on Sandy Diva Mandela Effects. That's where most of everybody is. So, if you're on my channels and you want to go to the bigger chat where everybody is, that's Sandy Diva Mandela Effects.
Yeah,
Because
and you can wrench if you come over here too.
Yeah, because this is my show. This is a show we've been having a little bit now. It's not the Mandela show, but we may show Mandela Effects towards the end, or like in the middle if it starts getting slow. Whenever people just like run out of conversation, we might throw a Mandela up just to keep the show going. But yeah, usually we're showing things that other people are talking about, and we do have a topic for tonight. The topic tonight is the pros, the cons, the good, the bad, and the ugly of the Mandela effect.
Oh.
Like, do you see it as negative? Do you see it as positive? But you don't have to be on topic. Just as long as it's Mandela related, the conversation's Mandela related. Like Ray just told us about his experience with Berenstein. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
But there is a topic if you don't know what to talk about. You know, like what's do you see it as a positive, a negative? And before I put the link in the chat, which I'm about to do, since you're here, Ray and Morgan, and even Splatter, what do you guys think? Good, bad, ugly? What do you think?
Well, that's the thing. Do I think it is a direct spiritual attack, or do I think it is a side effect of things that are just happening? Right? It's like, oh, did that happen deliberately? And has that happened deliberately as a result of a thought out plan? Or is it a side effect of just things deteriorating, like this realm or whatever, actually like deteriorating or whatever, like or our collective consciousness becoming weaker and unhinging? I don't know. You know what I mean? Could be a little from column A, could be a little from column B, but I think it could be just our realm falling apart, like the firmament, like breaking apart, like just an simile. In the same way, I think it might be like our mind, our collective consciousness, might actually be going bye-bye. I'm just saying. It could be the beginning of collective dementia.
That's a new way of looking at it.
Of a whole consciousness.
Well, I mean, after everybody's dead and gone, right? It's kind of like it gets passed. The consciousness gets passed down, I guess. But like, you're not going to remember.
Go ahead.
Anyway, my thought was like the consciousness probably disappears eventually. Anyway, so what does it mean if the consciousness is already breaking down? It means that it's towards the end for everyone, for all of us, right? Right?
Yeah.
It's over.
I agree.
Maybe it already ended.
Well, perhaps. And we're in an echo chamber. No, and we're in an echo chamber of a sort. That's wild, right?
Yeah, now we're starting to get different memories. It's almost like the Tower of Babel is like trying to confuse us again.
Unindoctrinated says, how can something that teaches you to trust your senses and memory be a bad thing?
Interesting, right? Meaning it's giving us a resurgence of
meaning it's a good thing for him. It's a good thing. Yeah. Ryan, why don't you come on and talk about it tonight? please. Thank you.
Who? Ryan S.
That's Ryan. He needs
I'm
to come on
indoctrinated.
and explain. Reiterate.
It's got him valuing his thoughts more and focusing them because of it.
I mean, I've watched Ryan grow since he started out, since he first came into the community. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him.
Taking note of more things around, noticing patterns perhaps more easily, or perhaps more of them. That's good.
Splatter, Francine says hi.
Yeah, I was just typing in there. Hi.
All right, guys, I am going to put the link in the chat, and I will pin it to the top. But Ray, you may have to put it on your channels. I don't know how this works.
It should go through. It should work.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not going to pin. So if people are chatting, it'll disappear.
Oh, all right. I'll do it. All right.
So you have to go to your channels and pin it, is what I'm trying to say.
If all history is dissipating or getting more hazy, they're not going to be. Their lives become disvalued at the same time as the facts of history do, and it becomes a great big, just cloudy gray thing that at least the lie can't work for them either. It's like, well, you guys can't remember what happened either.
Yeah, I didn't want to waste. I'm addressing the background. Ryan S. is here, but I didn't want to waste those. They were a lot of work, so they're overseeing the show.
There we go.
Welcome, Ryan.
Got it.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi.
Hi, Boston and Ray. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Am I being heard okay and everything?
We hear you. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So,
I'm here.
do you want to answer the Well, there's another guest coming in. So, do you want to answer really quickly? Not really quickly, but do you want to? I'm going to add the other person in really quickly, and then we'll get back to you. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Who we got?
Hello, JLD. How are you?
Hi, Jay.
How's it going? I'm doing all right.
Good. Very good. Okay, so we're going to get to Ryan first, and then I'll get to you. Ryan,
Yes.
what do you think? The good, the bad, the ugly. What do you think about the Mandela Effect?
I think that we have a conundrum here, because although I do agree that there's something to this Mandela effect, I think the answer for why it's that way is very scary for a lot of people. And I think that's why they deny it and why they don't want to accept it. But I'm not sure if I don't know if it's negative or positive. I mean, if you second guess your own memory, then that's a good thing, because as you get older, you're going to start to forget things. So, I mean, it seems to me like a lot of this is probably just us forgetting things or remember them wrong. But there are a lot of things that I cannot deny that are definitely seem like they've changed. Like the cornucopia, especially, that's the one that got me. It's like, I know that was there. I've got underwear still that have that cornucopia in there. So I know it was there. Now, why they lie about it, I don't know. Maybe this is some kind of psyop where they add things to it every so often. They change things because they're able to do that with certain companies. And this is how they trick us. I don't know. But my biggest question, though, is if this is true, if something spiritual is doing it, how do they do it and who's doing it? That's what I need to know. For me to jump on that bandwagon, I need to know that information. Like, how do they change it? How come some of us have different memories and how come sometimes they're backwards? You know what I mean?
Right.
We need to explain that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I don't believe in it, because I think there's a lot to it. But whether or not it's spiritual, I don't know. Are you sure it's not just maybe it has something to do with the stuff they spray over us? I don't know. I mean, it could be a lot of things, right?
It could, man. It could be a lot of things.
But I mean, that's where I stand on that.
Some people think it's spiritual. Some people think it's messages from the creator, or But I get what you're saying, though. But your question, that's more or less like what we're all asking. Like right, it's okay. Right. It's okay to say we don't know certain things, right? Like we don't know everything. There's thousands of us that having these same memories that are all wrong, right? And we're trying to figure it out too. You don't think we want to know the answer? Like that's what we're all trying to do. We all have these groups where we meet up and we have these shows. We're all trying to put the pieces together to figure out what happened and why none of our memories match up. So it's the same thing, It's like that's where we're.
Some of the things aren't memories. It's like the flag, like the Union Jack. Mm-hmm. How does that change like that?
Excuse me, guys.
Oh,
I
that's
need to
good.
interrupt for 1 second. We are at max capacity, everyone. We have Preliminal and LJ hanging out in the backstage right now. I'm going to add them in. You can
If
continue.
you need me to drop down, let me know.
No. Right now, we're okay. Right now, we're just at the max. I just can't add anyone new at the moment. So if you want to just hang out in the chat for a little bit, you're welcome to hang out backstage. But after Preliminal and LJ, we're at the max. And we're going in order. So right now, we're talking to Ryan. Then we're going to be talking to JLD. Then it was LJ, then Preliminal. So, but go on, Ryan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's got to be spiritual as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I can
agree.
see like a lot of this, you know, I see a lot of people remembering things differently, but at the same time, I see a lot of people that are spiritual that are even hit by this. Like I know a lot of people that are Christian, full blood Christian, you know, Bible believing and all that, which is same as I am, but you know, I'm not saying anything bad about it, but it's just funny how they have a different outlook on it. You know, they're like, well, I want to believe, but I don't know if I trust, you know, where it's going, you know, you know, it's like, I don't know, I guess that's what scares us, is because if it is spiritual, then who's doing it, you know, and how do they do that? And how is it that reality is breaking down all of a sudden? You know, they don't talk about that in the Bible as far as I know. So it's scary.
It could be something about the nature of our reality that just, it's always been that way, but people just like
I
we
think it's
didn't
because
know.
we've been tricked by the devil, and this place isn't what we think it is. That's what I think it is, but that's just my opinion. I mean, it
Really
does say in the Bible that you know that the mark and the trick of the devil will be so good that even the most elite will be fooled by it. What makes us think that just because we're woke about, you know, flat Earth or whatever, that makes us smart enough to understand it, right? You know, like it makes me wonder.
Yeah, no, that's good. I agree. I mean, I'm not sure, but it
Of course,
definitely,
this is just my opinion. I mean,
it definitely,
I don't know. I wish I had evidence for it because it would be great, but you know,
what it does prove is that this place isn't what we thought it was. You know, it's not the way we thought it doesn't work the way we thought it works at all.
absolutely. I'm starting to see more and more that there is a spiritual side of it, and that it's a lot more obvious than I ever thought it was. Especially when it comes to like things I see in the sky. I think that's a lot spiritual than it is physical.
LJ, you're
That's enough
spinning
about
on
me,
it.
though. I'm sorry. Did I just kill the combo?
No. I was just thinking, you know, it's like there's too many of us that this is happening to. You know, like we all have the same memories about the same exact things, like that were wrong. Like we're all remembering it wrong, the same wrong way.
Yeah, that's a bit bizarre, right? Yeah.
Look, there's so many people here right now, and there's a line of people trying to get in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that important.
That does prove a lot.
It's that important.
We're all affected by whatever it is. Yeah.
It's a trip. That's all.
So really quickly, I do want to welcome to the chat. All right, so Chicago Cubby Bear, welcome to the 1500 Club. Not a coincidence, Wendy B, Cuberts, MMA Paradise, Jose Nunez, Unindoctrinated Chilling, Whaler Greg, and General Sorrow. They all jumped in while everybody else was talking. Really quickly, I want to ask JLD, welcome. Do you think this is positive or negative? But before you answer, Ryan, I agree. I always say, for me, I do believe there are evil forces at play, and God is giving us the eyes to see the Mandela. That's how I see it.
Right.
That
makes sense.
That's just the way I've always seen it. I believe multiple things are causing the Mandela, but I do believe this is a deception, and God's letting us see through it. So I totally agree with what you're saying. There's a lot of power in
belief. If somebody believes something wrong, how do we know that it can't change things physically? You know what I'm saying? Like they've always told us in the Bible and in different places that, you know, if we all pulled together and prayed, that we can make anything happen. We can move mountains. What's to say that we're not actually doing that without even realizing it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't know, and I don't think we're supposed to know. You know, they're mysteries for a reason.
The question is, if we never get an answer to it, what do we do with it? I guess that's the bigger question, right?
Yeah, that is true, and I do think we will not get the answer. I believe it's something that's not meant to be known until we're with Jesus again. I think it's one of those things that's not meant to be known.
You might be right about that. Yeah, some things just are better left unsaid, right?
Yep. And I do notice that the Mandela effect has brought a lot of people closer to God. I really do. I've seen it over and over again. People saying that they didn't really have a relationship with Jesus until the Mandela effect, which is interesting to me. And that's why I
That's
think
very interesting.
it's not just a bad thing. A bad thing may be causing it, but I think it brought in, like I said, Jesus is letting us see it. I think. But I'm sorry.
Well,
Let's
the
get
Lord
back to
does work in
JLD.
mysterious ways. Yeah, sorry.
Exactly. No, it's okay. JLD, what do you think? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad?
I don't think it's either. I think it just is. Like what Ray said, with it just being a part of the realm. It's kind of like one of the things that started leaning me towards simulation theory, or that this is just signs to be noticed or not noticed.
Simulation. I agree with you on the simulation. It's a simulation. It works like a simulation. I don't think it's a simulation like we live in a computer. I think it's God set it on a simulation. Maybe so he can like take breaks. He doesn't have to watch it all the time. It's like set on autopilot. You know what I mean? It works. Like the other day I'm driving, Little Wayne comes on the radio and I'm on Wayne Street. You know what I mean? Like shit like that happens constantly. And if you're not looking for it, it's because it works and it's working like a computer and it's running out of ideas. You know what I mean? So it gives you the same names, the same colors, the 33 everywhere, you know?
Yeah, just a bit of background because I've been listening to Stavely on various topics and stuff, and the thing that was the mic drop for me was Pete Townsend. He never had an H in his name.
No, Pete Townshend?
Right.
Townshend? No way. Shut
It
the
was
front door with that shit.
no. It was no H. No H.
Get the. Can't swear. I'm not going to swear on her show. But it pisses you off, doesn't it? It like, oh, you're never going to see Pete Townsend again. He's always Pete Townshend. And then it makes you wonder. Like, if you've seen The Who back in the day, if you were that, you know, and he was Pete Townsend, and then you go and you see The Who now, and it's Pete Townshend. It's even the same guy. You know what I mean? Like, is it the same soul? Did he switch somewhere? Like, did you switch? Are you in a different reality now? Why are things a little different? It's not just that. Everything's different. Like, there's so many things.
It's even crazy because you can see that it's actually, you know, like the anything else you can just say evil people doing evil things, the bloodlines, whatever. But this is obviously something way beyond that.
I mean,
Because even the people themselves are affected do not know that this change has happened. Pete Townsend will never say, no. I always had an H, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Judge Judy's gavel's gone. It might have came back now. It might have came back. I don't know. It was gone. It was gone. There's so many different things. Like, you start noticing these little things.
The gavel.
Judge Judy never used a gavel, man.
Well, I must admit I don't remember her swinging it very often, but I think I remember
she always,
holding it at least once.
She always slammed it at the very end. She was rude about it. Like, I thought. Anyway, whatever.
I always thought that was the guy before her, the guy who did the show before her. But then again, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
You see, I don't know either. I mean, my memory is kind of flimsy.
I'm confused now. I never heard that one, so now I got to sit and think about it.
All right, I'm going to jump in here. LJ, are you with us?
Yes.
What do you think? The good, the bad, the ugly. Everyone can chime in after everyone speaks. I just want to get their opinions, and then we can all talk about them. But LJ, what do you think? Do you think the Mandela effect's good, bad, both, nothing?
Well, it's definitely ugly. Generally bad, I would say. I mean, somebody mentioned that maybe some of the body changes are sort of good because they might be helping us to adapt to, you know, problems or things that are happening. But I mean, you don't know how to spell anything. You don't know how far things are away anymore. You don't know what body parts you have or where they are. You're not even sure if buildings are going to be there the next time you go. Yeah, I would say it's generally bad.
Well, nature was already bad. We're in a fallen nature. This isn't how nature was before we were born. Like in the original reality, closer to God, that was true nature. And so everyone's always like thinking of nature as normal. This nature isn't normal to begin with. And now the Mandela effect makes it even crazier. So it was already fallen. Okay, so we got to get that straight.
That's a good point. I think you're right. I don't think Mandelas are brand new either. I think they've been going on before we were even born.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I was 8, we used to argue about the Star Wars one. So
there may or may not. Well, I mean, I was born in 1959, but there may or may not have been as many. But it's hard to know because people couldn't hook up like this, you know. So online and everything. So it's hard to know. But there was one I talked about on one of the shows. There was an island, and this was back in the oldie days, and like in the Middle Ages, I think. And it was an island, and it was a Mandela even back in that time. It was there, then it wasn't there. It was there for some people, wasn't there for other people. You know, at least that's the current story, that there was this old Mandela. Anyway, it wasn't being presented as a Mandela. It was just being presented as this odd thing. And like you were talking about Arctic and Arctica and all that, it had all those words when I was a kid, except for the A on the end. And so my guess is that one started in the 1950s or maybe even earlier. So there's hints of things that Mandelas have been going on for a very long time. Hello?
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was muted. I was letting you talk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Remember Depeche Mode? Gulf of America.
Yeah, that's weird. My brother was most of his career a Ford engineer, and I asked him, you know, about one of the Ford logos. Well, it was Fordson, Fordson. There was a Ford Sun on some of them, and that may or may not have been a Mandela because there was Edsel, you know, so that maybe, I don't know. But I was asking them, and they said, oh, there were all different Ford logos. No. And so that was their answer. That's their reality. They think there was multiple different, like, you know, the curly Q was there and this one was there. And, you know, there weren't.
Why wouldn't they just have changed it slowly over time? And then, you know what I mean? That makes more sense to me anyway. Not saying that you're wrong, but I'm just saying that makes more sense to me that they just changed it.
The right? Ford logos, I mean, but the thing about it is that isn't even what they're saying. They're not saying, oh, there were these many, many Ford logos, and they just changed it a lot. They're saying, no, there were only these certain ones, and they were always that way. So you really can't have it both ways. But
just them saying that, does that make this Mandela? That's my question, though. Like, what if they're just lying and they've used different ones and they just lied about it? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that could be.
Think how often we saw.
Because I do remember when they changed it without the little loop-de-loop in the middle on the F. I do remember when they changed that because my dad's older trucks, like the older ones before, you know, I don't know, I'd say 90s, like the 80s and 70s trucks, they all had the little loop on them. They just suddenly changed it. They made the little different.
Not for me at all.
See, me and Splatter don't remember ever seeing that.
That's really interesting. It's weird that we remember it differently.
Came along one day and the other one, the real one, disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, think how often as children we saw every time we were driving with our folks, and when we got our driver's license, the Ford logo was at every stoplight. You would see it on the back of any Ford car, and
I know, right?
It was totally an anchor memory, and
right,
and that loop was never there in my reality until 2016, along with so many other changes at the same time.
Yeah, that and the Kit Kat one came to me at the same time. That's what like sent me out the door, like looking. I had to run to the store and run to the street to look at cars.
Yeah, I
You
grew
got to
up
remember, there's
surrounded.
also a lot of fake products in the world, right? There's a lot of knockoffs that come from Japan and China and all different places. And I think sometimes this is where we run into this problem, is that you've got these knockoff items where they're a little bit different than the original. And so we're all seeing this thinking, oh, this has got to be real Nike or whatever brand. But in reality, it's just a knockoff. And we're just, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is possible.
No, nothing to do with that. No. They're watching American Pickers, the TV show. They see they're digging through some scrapyard. All of a sudden, they see an old sign that's rusted and old looking and has that new Ford emblem on there. And that's not real. I mean, what's up with that?
Plus, we don't have Japanese knockoffs of Ford cars.
Maybe the television's in on it though too. You know,
and the Ford logo changed at the same time as the VW. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had the same thought as him before.
Why would it be at the same time and all these people noticing it?
I grew up surrounded by VWs. That's my dad had three of them in a row.
My nickname was VW in high school, bro.
I remember you, VW, in high school. Yeah.
Guys, I want to jump in a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jose is saying if it was a knockoff, you would still have it. If it was a knockoff,
yeah, that's true. But I'm saying, like, what if you only came across the knockoffs and then you thought, well, this is the way it looks, right? Or you bought one at some point, or someone bought you something and you didn't realize that it was a knockoff, and so you just believe that's the symbol that whatever company had, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to think of like logical explanations for why some of this stuff comes up, because I don't think all of it's Mandela. I think some of it is spiritual and some of it is just people remembering things wrong. But that's just my opinion. I could be right.
But with the happen that aren't Mandelas, like a lot of the things Sandy will show, like obscure TV shows or commercials or things in the past, a lot of times one or two people will remember them. So they may have been obscure or before our time. So nobody is saying that everything is a Mandela, but however, knockoffs I think are a separate category. That I thought, in some respects, that was what was happening at first, because when I saw the two Fruit Loops and the two pennies and the two whatever the other Fruit Loops, well, so there was a third one. Anyway, that's what more or less I attributed it to, not so much knockoffs as I thought they sold off part of the company and they couldn't keep the full I thought it was copyright issues, so they were giving it a little bit of a different name because now somebody else owns part of the company. But then I found out that they were claiming, no, it's still the same company and it's always been just the one spelling. So like knockoffs are a thing. They might confuse us one time here or there, but they're not a major player in this.
My family grew up driving Fords, and then I was the same way. I every car I had except for one was Ford. I mean, I was grown with that Ford emblem in my face all my life, and when it changed, it like set me on a loop. It really did.
Yeah, I did the same with VWs. We had 3 VWs in a row, and our neighbor 2 streets up was a VW mechanic for the garage, so that's all he drove. And when we were small, my mom didn't drive, so we rode around with them a lot. So I saw that VW in my face every day, my whole childhood. So yeah, it didn't have that empty line through it.
And we do have actual hard evidence of Ford and VW. Like, people have found on cars the VW logo the way that we remember it. And we have a key with the Ford logo the way we remember it. And inside Jay Leno's engine, there's a Ford logo the way we remember it on one of his older cars. But before we get any further down this rabbit hole, I wanted to check in with Preliminal.
I have a Ford commemorative coin too that has the original way.
Yep. Preliminal, what do you think of?
Well, the residue indicates that this isn't a parallel reality, that some of the remnant of the old reality is crossed over here, so that seems to say that this is a simulation, a faulty simulation created by big question mark, who or what. I don't think this is a organic reality like we were in before this all started. I think there's something fake about this place. I could be wrong, but it feels.
We could all be wrong, so I got
Yeah,
you.
but that's just like what else explains the residue?
Well, for me, I believe that timelines can merge, and two timelines can exist at one time. That's why
It could
I'm
be that.
increasingly finding it both ways.
But let me ask you a question, Sandy. When the
Mhm.
time, all right, the residue, what he's saying, and back to what you're saying, bring it around full circle, right? So, like, why is there still residue though? If the timeline shifted, why is there certain little pieces that stay behind? Like, how does it get from one? How does a piece of information get from one world to another if it shifted and everything changed?
Because
Why?
you didn't hear what I said. I said
Go
they
ahead.
merged into one.
Merged.
I think we're shifting timelines and we're merging timelines. There are Mandelas where it's completely replaced, and then there's been Mandelas where it's both ways.
Okay. So if they merged into one, what happens to the broken pieces that don't fit from the other ones that
And
merge
that's why
together?
we'll find, for example, Beach Boys and the Beach Boys. Because in one reality it was just Beach Boys, and in another reality it was the Beach Boys.
Well,
so you'll find it both ways.
How does it happen then?
I don't know. I'm just guessing here.
Can I chime in?
Funny. I mean, if we could answer that question, it'd all be answered.
Well, if we knew, we wouldn't be having a panel. We would just explain what was wrong.
Correct. These are just my.
I mean, honestly, the line is out the door. Not just is it a full house of people that are dying to get this up. The line is going out the door. Singeman is even trying to get in, and he can't get in. Like, we're gonna have to have VIP passes soon.
99.
Really quickly, I want to thank Wendy B for yelling because I didn't see Mustard Seed of Faith come in. So thank you for yelling. I appreciate that. Sorry, go on.
99.
Jose Nunez is here. What's up, Jose?
Hi, Jose.
The percentage of people that don't see the changes is way more than us. They are, 99% in my view, and from what I gather, all the people my old friends and family, people I've talked to, and people online, that is why it's so crazy to them, and because the dominant population don't see these changes to geography, to the galaxy, to the products and personal changes in their family. So to me, that says they were always here. We're in their version of Earth, if they're even real. And and this is just speculation. I don't know, but
doesn't that apply to a lot of things?
There was
what we in these communities call like NPCs or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, because my sister, the first thing I saw when I left the hospital when this whole began was my sister wasn't the same person. She was suddenly 50 pounds overweight. She had short butch hair, and the sister I knew had always had long natural hair and was always fit. And I asked her when I was just leaving the hospital, she came to pick me up. Amy, what happened? She didn't know what I was talking about. And because I was shocked just looking at her because I just seen her a few days before I went into the hospital. This is when something happened. Either I died while I was in the hospital and then transferred to this Orion Earth, or something way beyond my understanding happened.
Yeah, so real quick, what you said, the Orion Earth, that's because we shifted
from
Sagittarius, right?
Yeah. Now we're much closer to the center of the Milky Way now in this version, at least for me.
For a lot of people.
Yeah, I was, Douglas Adams' book, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, on the first page. One of the residues is that.
So you see, the more you look into this, you start realizing you're not even in the same galaxy anymore.
Right. Right.
I do want to quickly
I get
read
it.
Mustard Seed of Faith's comments. I think I have already answered this one before. When two timelines merge together, it's like a bleed through effect. The ink that seeps through the pages. Thus, you have remnants of both realities and residual. And that's why sometimes we also see it. I'll see it three ways. Like Snow White was mentioned in the chat. Snow White has three realities: yellow cap sleeves, white cap sleeves, blue cap sleeves. In this reality, it's blue, but people remember white and people remember yellow. The only thing that can explain that for me is timelines merging. Three different timelines, instead of shifting through them, which we may have done before, merged together, and the remnants of all three with Snow White remained. And that's
For
the only thing
me,
that. Mm-hmm.
For me, timelines merging that doesn't even compute for me. To me, that things there's somebody messing with us. They're just going nah, 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 and they just change things. They flip them back, or they make a multiple effect, or whatever. But it doesn't require changing Earth. It doesn't require shifting timelines. It doesn't require any of that. And it's not for me. I don't think it's a simulation. I think we might be somewhat ethereal to a degree, but I think this is a reality. One thing that people talk about the NPCs, and I do not like that term. I don't believe we're somehow better, greater. I don't consider people who don't see this as NPCs. I don't see them as less valid in life, less important, less anything. I don't think we're more or greater.
And
To
that's
me,
like a test.
they are playing in this life just as much as we are, or
Right,
working or being
and even if they were non-players, they should be treated without assuming, because we don't know. They could be equally sentient. So it's like a test of moral that we shouldn't treat them like they're fake. Like,
yeah, that really that irks me when I hate that whole term and that whole concept that we're the special, we're the better, we're the chosen, whatever. There's something quirky about us that makes us see this and makes us not able to not see it and makes us focus on it a lot. And I have some ideas of why that might be, but none of the ideas of why we can see this makes us better, more important, more important to life than other people.
I agree. I don't really think that there's NPCs. I think it's just people. They either are scared, unaware, or don't want to know.
Yeah, they have.
To me, those are valid choices. Those choices make total sense to me. That's one of the reasons I don't really try to wake people up, because it's like, what was wrong with that choice? I don't like knowing this stuff,
NPC. Yeah, I'd rather be back in Sagittarius. I didn't ask for this. I don't think I'm special. I think it's actually a kind of a cosmic accident.
It could be.
So the NPC thing, I think there are NPCs, but so NPC is like a non-player character, like someone that's just put in the story just to serve a purpose, kind of in your life.
In a store,
they don't have a soul. Basically, they don't have a creative thought of their own. Almost like in the movie The Matrix, like the people that are just there in the background. It's like if it was a video game, they come into the game just to do something in the game, and then after that they're gone out of your life, and you don't see them anymore. And that's what an NPC is, right? Like,
yeah, and actually, right now that you mention it, there's something that I've been holding on to that I haven't shared.
Okay.
There is a game that they're making. They're making The Matrix as a game.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, boy.
No, the interesting part actually is that the AI characters that are just walking around on the street, you can interact with them, and some of them will question their reality, which is really weird.
Oh, interesting.
Like I may have a video. If I have a video, I'll send it to you. Share in a little while, Splatter.
It's
But
probably soft disclosure. You know, they have to somewhere show you that they're doing things. They have to tell the truth on themselves every once in a while, but they just mix it in with a bunch of other stuff.
But I know some people that can be considered NPCs. They never color outside the lines, so to speak. They obey every rule. They don't break a rule. They'll stand at a crosswalk and then wait for the light to change green at 2 o'clock in the morning when there's no cars passing, and they'll still stand there and wait for the light to change. I mean, I think that is like bizarre, but I know people like that.
Well, the way I see it is a bit different. I see it as like biological AI, and it's like the whole purpose of this realm is to take you away from source and put you in some virtual world. So it's kind of like the Russian dolls game, a simulation inside of a simulation inside of a simulation. And we're the ones trying to get out of this place. We're seeing the stuff because we're still connected to that source. But there's a lot of people trying to take us off that path.
Right.
The thing about it is, though, we're still putting people in two categories. We're still saying there's something better and more special about us. And to me,
I'm not saying better or worse. I'm just saying different.
The people who don't see it, many of them are just as, whatever you want to say, connected to God. They're just as, some of them have very high morals and very high standards. You know, they're not anything less. They either have made a different choice or they're not able to make the choice to see it. But it's, you know, it just really irks me, this whole like 2-layer idea. I think we can see it because a lot of us, maybe not every individual, I think a lot of us have something different in our brain. You know, I think a lot of the people, you know, have had death situations that can change your brain. Some people are already autistic, or they're different in some respect already in everyday life, and then they come into the Mandela community. May not be every single individual, but to me, that's one of them. I think our brains are a little different, and then there could be other reasons.
I have a question, LJ. Do you have personal changes in your family history?
Not yet that I've noticed. I've looked for. I do. I mean, no. My family, like, one of the things that just happened, they visited, and now the trip between where they live and I live takes 5 hours at a leisurely pace in a sit-down restaurant. That trip, doing all that, used to take 7 hours. That trip is now 2 hours shorter. And they were talking. I didn't bring it up. They brought this up, and they were laughing about it. They said, you know, we just thought we remembered that it took 7 hours. Oh, we were so silly thinking that when it's always taken 5. They can see that it's different. They can see the difference.
I've heard that.
But they right away chalk it up to that they're remembering it wrong, and they're not remembering it wrong. It did take 7 hours.
Yeah, changes to Florida, and like some girl that had a regular channel. I don't see her anymore. She was saying that in 2016 about how locations are not the same, and her trips in Florida, just like what you said, it's like it went from like 2 hours to 7 hours.
There is something called mind blindness that some people have, and I think one member of my immediate family had this, because we would have an argument or a discussion, and then they would very strongly say this. Literally 2 seconds later, I never said that. So I don't think that was a Mandela. There's a thing called mind blindness that some people, like, the old term was schizophrenic. Some people with dissociative disorders have this.
Yeah.
They go into one phase, and maybe they get mad, they tell people off, or they act really strange. And then right away, when they snap back into being maybe more themselves, they literally don't remember it. They can't remember it. They have mind blindness. So there might be more mind blindness going on with people. I don't know.
Well, I have a lot of family changes, including genealogy. I mean, I was part. I was my genealogy changed from it, it's now Algonquin, and it used to be the Huron Indian. You know, it was only like 5% because
Okay.
my relatives, I had French Canadian explorer in the 1600s that married an Indian wife, and it changed in 2016.
You mean native, right?
Yeah, native Indian. It was Huron, and then after I left the hospital, it became Algonquin. And I was talking to my parents, and I said it was never You always said that we were Huron. I mean, part Huron. And then they looked at me crazy, like, well, we always said Algonquin, and they never did. That was totally new to me. That was a huge Mandela for me.
Wow. I'm looking for those things because there's several people in our family that are really into genealogy and DNA testing. One of my cousins found out she wasn't my uncle's child. That was interesting. So I'm looking for this. I'm trying to see if anybody's personality changes or birthdays change or our history change. We're part Cherokee. They were going on a wagon train to Oklahoma Territory, and there was a massacre, and there was a sole survivor, a little boy, Cherokee, and they picked him up, and then he's several greats back. My grandmother was enough Indian to get in the Indian Club in Oklahoma when she was in high school. So like if the Cherokee changes to a Mohawk or something, yeah, that would be weird.
Well, I'm living it, and this whole thing is extreme. I feel like I must have died in the old world, and then maybe I was given. Maybe this is like a miracle, or by the grace of God, you know, maybe this is an extension realm to finish the lesson I was supposed to learn. If you know, because life is kind of a school, and the main purpose seems like we're spiritually learning or evolving in a spiritual way. What else? Otherwise, if it's something bad, then it seems like an abduction, like we were taken away from our natural realm into this sub reality. That's all I can say about that.
I do want to say that stop in traffic in my Rasta hat says, here's one to blow your mind. I grew up thinking I had been told that I was Italian, just to find out I'm Chinese and Cherokee. And myself, so I'm 99% Italian, okay? I am still 99% Italian. But the little bit from my grandfather, I always thought was Slavic. I thought it was Czechoslovakian or Yugoslavian, and I couldn't remember which one it was. And it turns out it was Lithuanian all this time. And that's weird to me.
How did you find out?
I found out from my mom after my grandfather passed. But for my grandfather, it was Czechoslovakian or Yugoslavian. I couldn't remember because I was young.
Oh. Okay. It wasn't a DNA test thing?
No. And no, I don't. Mustard seed. I couldn't have any. I couldn't. I just have Joey's son.
What about any? Did you ever like talk to them about memories and things you did as when you were young? Like, is anything different?
Oh no, he passed away in 2003. So I wasn't on that wavelength to even think about it. You know, I just.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing I can verify, nothing I can check. Hello, Roger.
Does anybody else here have contrasting family memories? Like, whoa, that's not how I remember it.
I mean, I do. It has to do with my sister's car. The color of her car is wrong. For me, she had one of those geo trackers, and it was this blue color, this bright blue. My sister's insisting it was teal. It was not teal. It was blue. Like I know it was blue. It was blue with pink writing. It was blue.
Yeah,
I had the teal car. I had a teal Chevy whatchamacallit, the Rally Sport. A Cavalier. Chevy Cavalier Rally Sport. Mine was teal. She had a blue tracker, and now it's teal. So, and I've seen a picture of it. It's wrong. It was this bright, almost like a sky blue, but no, not sky blue. Like just this blue. It was just blue. You know what I'm saying? Like a cobalt or something. And now it's teal. It's got green in it. You can clearly see there's green in it. And it's wrong.
Did she look at you crazy like?
Yes. Well, no. I was on the phone with her. She acted like I was crazy.
Okay. Yep. Same response from my parents. I was talking to my brother about albums I had, when I was in middle school and high school. He remembers me having albums by bands that I didn't even have any interest in. And I said, Brian, I never had that album by Journey. And he insisted that I did. I was like, I didn't like Journey. I would never buy that album. And he was like, what are you talking about? You had that album. And so I couldn't get anywhere with it. So he thinks, I don't bring it up anymore because I don't want to disturb my family, like I don't want them to think that I'm off my rocker. So it's really hard to talk about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Stop in Traffic in the chat said the Chevy Cavalier only came in blue, not teal, and the Geo came in teal, not blue. I'm going to find you a picture of my car. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Perlman. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want to share that one example. And to me, the personal Mandela effects are just as crazy as the major ones.
But actually found out like last month, my mother said no, only one of them was in Vietnam. So that was kind of a mind blow for me.
One of what was in Vietnam?
My uncles.
Oh.
I have 4 uncles, and I remember 3 of them being over.
Wow.
But my mother said no, only one of them was over.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a major wow.
And they want us to doubt ourselves and be like, well, maybe we were just wrong. Maybe I was just completely wrong, but no.
Right. You remember it. Trust your memory, I think. Unless if it's 50-50 and there's the slightest bit of doubt, like then like if I have any that are kind of midway and I think I could be wrong, then I don't count it as.
I mean, I'm not saying like we're all right about everything all the time,
right?
At all. But
right.
Like when it's those times when like you're 100% sure that something's one way, but then it's another way.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, well, you're just ready to let it go and just go with the new way.
Yeah. That's how I am about the Mandela dying. I remember it in 1991, but it's vague, so I don't talk about it because I'm kind of like, part of me is kind of seeing both. Like I'm not sure now, but I don't remember it happening in the 80s. For me, it was 91, and I remember painting outside. I was working on a painting, and I had NPR radio on, and it came on the radio, and I was like, wow. And that's my memory, but it's so iffy. It's so 50-50 that I'm really not sure if I was just. That's one that I was never sure about.
There's a lot to go around that I can't associate with just because I had no positive memory. But there's some stuff like the Mr. Rogers or the Ed McMahon that are just absolutely 100% in my mind.
Yeah, the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I mean, that one is 100% for me.
Splatter, I just sent you pictures. We're going to put it on the screen. I'm going to show you the difference. So this is the green color. I did not have green. Next.
Crimson
Can we get
green.
through it? I did not have green. Go ahead, Spotter.
Definitely
This
Mr. Rogers.
Deal.
this is the blue. This is the blue I didn't have. Go on next. And my screen is spinning. So this is an aqua blue. I didn't have that either. The next one is mine. The next one is the color I had. Head Splatter. That is teal.
Whoa.
So it did come in teal. And the only difference between this one and mine was a spoiler on the back. The Rally Sport had a spoiler and a sunroof. That was the only difference. So that was my old car in the 90s, the 1999 Chevy Cavalier, early 2000s.
But you got to admit, once that car faded, it would probably look more like the other green one, right? So maybe that's what it was. Maybe the fading is, or the oxidation of the paint is what made people think it was a different color. I don't know. It's a good question.
No. It was because in the chat, Rasta said that the car didn't come in teal. It did come in teal. I had teal.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Obviously,
and,
I've seen it before.
Yeah, and the green was like a forest green, so I know it wasn't green; it was teal. But the Geo,
I always thought the teal looked more metallic, though, didn't it?
It did. It was metallic. Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Why are there not more really drastic changes, Mandela effects? I mean, all of them seem so subtle, and like, what if something was just completely different, like so outrageously distorted, or everything seems like it's kind of, like there's no extreme cases of.
It depends on you, actually.
I'd classify Black Tom as pretty extreme.
Okay.
I think he's talking about new ones, though, and I
no,
do think
I'm talking about all time, not just new one. I mean, the galaxy change is extreme for sure, but
yes,
and the geography changes are extreme. But I mean, like, a lot of the changes are. It seems like they only shifted so much. That like what if something was just so strange that. Do you know what I'm getting at?
I do, but I do believe that depends on you as well. What you think is extreme. So extreme for one, like myself, just like Britney Spears' skirt being black. That's extreme for me because it was not. It was definitely plaid, and I have dual memories of the gray and the red.
No.
But it was not black. That's extreme for me. That's a whole different skirt.
But I mean extreme, like if there was like suddenly a extra person in your family, or
like the Jackson that
life changing,
like the Jackson that never existed, right?
Yeah.
No, what was it? The village guy, the army guy.
Tito, give me some tissue.
Like he was never. There was, there's an extra village person now, right? Am I right? The army guy was never there. But there was one that was never there. No, whatever. Anyways.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. I was just trying to make a point. Like,
I know what you mean.
Like, I'm surprised there's not more really outrageous type of changes.
I think it's because. All right, this is a theory. Okay, this is just me guessing. It may be that not everyone is supposed to see the Mandela. Not that we're more special, but it's sort of like a litmus test. Like, who's going to notice? You know what I'm saying? Like, if they did something like change the, I don't know, like all of a sudden the NFL was the SFL, and it was on the screen at the Super Bowl, the SFL. I don't know what they would call it, but like the States Football League, I don't know. Something that big where people would see it immediately and millions would see it, I don't think is going to happen. I don't know. It'd be great if it did, because everyone would wake up, but I don't know if everyone's supposed to wake up to this.
I think I think some people would just completely lose their mind. I think there's certain people that are like us that can handle it, like things are shifting, things are changing. Charles Schultz is Shells now. everything's cool. Just go about your day. Like we're kind of like all right with it now, right? Like we're content with ourselves. But like, there's certain people that are gonna be like, once they finally do realize it's real, they have to lie to themselves and tell themselves it's fake, so that they don't completely lose their mind.
I know a few people like
technology.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think so.
I was always kind of a outsider, subculture, surrealist artist, and always reading, classic sci-fi from the '60s, and I was always imagining other worlds. I was more interested in other worlds than reality. Like as a kid and through my teen, I was a dreamer for sure. So for me,
I need to interrupt for a second because I lose the chat fast. They're all talking, and I won't be able to put it on the screen anymore. But there's a few comments in the chat I want to read really quick. Mustard Seed of Faith says, could be because the timeline we are in is only 10 to 15% different from our former timeline, which means it takes some time before you notice the subtle changes. And then she says, if it was vastly different, like 80% plus, we would immediately notice we are in a completely different world, and that would instantly freak us out. And that's where Ryu says the man from Tarid, for example, if it was real drastic, it would be like that. We would go insane. And then You Tell Me, I would like to know exactly what you're talking about, says, why is he saying this about this subject? He's explaining a scary thought that I've been thinking about a lot. They told me that they lost me in the OP. I suppose on the operating table. I supposedly woke up dead. So that is one of the theories. I've done a poll before on Facebook. Guys, can you all mute up for a second because there's a major echo. I don't know who's causing it. But I did a poll once asking people what are possible reasons that we see the Mandela, and I did put that something happened in our lives where we could have died before. And that was like one of the top answers. And it could be the way things work, because we don't know, that if we die before God's intended time, or maybe we're not supposed to die until he comes back. Maybe we just keep shifting to a reality where we're still alive until it's our time to go.
The Bible says, right?
Yeah, like it's called what you're describing, quantum immortality.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Bible says that believers go to paradise and they don't know they're dead. So that might be where we're at. You might be right.
Wow. That could be.
Paradise is the place that Jesus prepared for us when he went to hell for 3 days.
Right.
It basically puts anyone who believes in God, when you die, you don't go to hell. You don't go anywhere. You go to a place where everything's exactly the same and you go on living like as if you never died. It says it so in the Bible.
Yeah, I concur with that. But yeah.
Are you saying that's a different place from heaven?
Yeah. It's a preliminary place.
Because you haven't been judged. You have to be judged before you can go to heaven.
Right. That's what paradise is, an in-between station.
It's kind of like, what do they call it? There's another nickname for it that the Catholics use. It's, what do they call that?
Purgatory.
Purgatory, that's where I was leaning. Yeah.
But people who supposedly don't believe in Jesus, then they go straight to hell and they spend the rest of their life there until judgment. And then judgment, I guess they're destroyed or however God does it. I'm not sure exactly, but that's what I heard.
That's not
I heard the same thing.
Or it could be something like you stay in purgatory until you realize it's purgatory, and then once you wake up to what's really going on, you move on.
No, if that were the case, we would.
But you would think if God made a place like that, wouldn't he have made rules so that you couldn't? Like, he wouldn't want us figuring it out, would he? I mean, maybe that's the reason why we can never find any evidence for anything. You know, maybe it's because we're in purgatory and we can't prove it because it's changing for a reason. It's deliberate.
It could be.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's all.
Although I must admit, that's a lot bigger than what you guys, what a lot of people are claiming that is. I think that's the most logical explanation for it, based on what we know and what we believe in, right? I mean, I don't know if you all believe in the Bible, but
I'm starting to lean towards simulation more than anything. Like, I mean,
and
everything,
think about it.
Yeah. Like not a simulation.
Well, technically, if there was a place where we got hidden until the end of time, until judgment, then that's what it would be, right? It would be like think about it. It makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
And you think about like the longer you run your computer, you know, things start going wacky until you need a reboot, a reset. So it could just be we're noticing that like the simulation is starting to fail.
It's damaged. It's a damaged
Well,
Earth.
we're definitely missing time because look at the buildings, those old fancy buildings with designs on them and the antique tech on the roof, whatever, like John Levy talks about. I mean, that's confusing. Like, is there missing time? Did we? I don't know.
Well, does anybody have any
Well, time wouldn't exist if you were in that place, right? You just go on and on and on until actual judgment comes, which might not be for thousands of years for all we know, right? We don't know when it'll happen.
Does anyone have any message type lucid dreams where, like, since right before the Mandela effect, where that stands out, like you haven't forgotten it because it really stood out when it happened? A message type dream that applies to what this place is. I have one, but I'm going to wait to hear any other answers.
I don't dream.
That's how my whole thing started out with a dream before I even discovered the Mandela effect. I had a dream like it was like things were changing and no one was noticing the changes but me, and eventually, slowly on in the dream, some people started to notice it as well as me. But yeah.
But if we found out we were in purgatory, that'd be a good thing, right? It means we're free, right? We can just basically do what we want here until the judgment.
Well, yeah, and God's merciful love, I believe the word purgatory also means to purge out, to kind of burn away all the bad in us so that we can start from the freedom from whatever sin or whatever bad is in each complex person. That I think is what purgatory is. It's like a correction center, or before, because I'm my interpretation is that
the penalties for breaking rules will not be tolerated. No, I don't know. Go ahead.
I don't believe that. See, I think everyone is correctable, and no matter how bad they are, but everyone's at different levels. So we have a free will, but it isn't like people get away with anything. It's just that the symbolic meaning, I think, of hell is either it just sets them back, and they suffer and they learn the hard way, and it's avoidable. But I don't believe that anyone is tortured or destroyed completely. I think that would not make sense doesn't make sense to me. I would not wish that on anyone. I don't get that. I think it's symbolic, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't want to think of God in that way.
But doesn't the Bible say somewhere where they put blinders on some people and not on others? So there we are. I mean, we don't have blinders on, right?
All right, guys, I need to make an announcement. So we're going to take a short break. Ray and I just spoke. We both need to get coffee. I think you can hear him in the background. What we're going to do is we're going to take a short break. And I'm not kicking anyone out right now, but if more people want to join, again, we're going to remove people from the longest who was on to the newest. So the order would be Ryan. What just happened? I'm sorry. I had an issue with my screen.
I'll drop down, huh?
No, you have to drop out right now. I'm saying only if people are waiting. Ryan.
Oh, okay. Let me know then.
JLD.
Okay.
Yep. LJ, and then preliminals. That would be the order if people want to join. But we are going to take a short. Ray's going to play 2 songs, and
I'll let somebody else come on. I feel like I talked a lot. I'm sorry.
You don't have to
No,
apologize. No,
it's
no,
great.
no.
You're great, man. We need people to talk. But the
Yeah,
thing is, we
I don't.
should give everybody a chance to talk. You know,
Yeah,
give other
that's what
people
I.
a time to get
I
up.
feel like I'll lean out.
You don't have to leave preliminal. You don't have to leave.
You don't have to
Listen,
leave.
Oh,
listen. No, I'm just
okay.
reminding people that the way I'm doing it is
Yeah.
if there's people waiting to join,
Yeah.
I go in order of who was here the longest
Cool.
down. That's
Okay.
all. But we are going to take a short break. So if you guys need a break as well, just everybody mute up. Ray's going to play a couple songs, and we'll be right back. I'm just letting you know the phone lines are open again. That's all. You're welcome to join. It's pinned at the top. Ray, take it away. Oh wait, I got to play your. You have an intro.
Are these new songs? I hope.
I have new ones. Yes.
Yeah, something new. Something new, please.
All right. Well, I'm playing Ray's intro. Take it away, Ray.
Did you ever have one of those days, one of those days when you just don't want to get out of bed that day, so you just lay in bed? One of those days when you just don't want to wake up, you don't want to get up, you don't want to do a damn thing.
Sometimes I just want to close my eyes and fade away. I wish I was a kid again. Sometimes I talk with the old Ray that died away. I just wanna live again. Sometimes I just lay in bed all day and sleep my life away. I hope God is listening. Sometimes I just turn everything off and isolate. I just ain't fitting in. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes and close my eyes. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes and close my eyes.
I'll give a damn about your programming, man. You don't know me from a ham sandwich. 9/11, yeah, we know the man planned it. I studied Earth and the Earth ain't a damn planet. Boston, it's tough to do a dab with no dab stick. But yabba dabba do, Ray, your rhymes are that sick. My lighter ran out, hand me the matchstick. You'll never ever see a rock full of magic. My rhymes are venom, attack them with the pen and end them. There's no pretending, if you're my friend till the end.
King, truth is, you wanna know what the truth brings? Me, these raps in accordance with my mood swings.
So stay stuck in the past, cause I'm moving on to new things. Sometimes I just wanna close my eyes and fade away. I wish I was a kid again. Sometimes I talk with the old Ray, he died away. I just wanna live again. Sometimes I just lay in bed all day and sleep my life away. I hope God is listening. Sometimes I just turn everything off and isolate. I just ain't fitting in. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes and close my eyes. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes and close my eyes.
Cause ignorance is bliss. You wanna step to this? I'll throw you in my walk. Cook you like wagyu beef. Cause I'm a motherfucking chief. Or better yet, the chef. Hit you with the right and the left. Sound like your eardrum. Leave you motherfucking deaf. And that's for real. Like Ross's bathroom seal. True kings, you already know the deal. Did you choose the red or blue pill? Did you choose the red or blue pill?
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Whoa. Whoa. Cuban on the fence, bitch, I'm talking about flat earth. I bet that you don't even think it fucking matters. You got me feeling like a tinfoil hatter. Whoa. You've been talking globe shit, I'm dropping that science. The globe is pseudo, I hope you don't fucking buy it. The flat earth's here, so you might as well try it. Whoa. 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 Why you on the fence? Always looking for a friend. But I'm a true king, one you don't want to miss. Girl, you're on my list, so hop and frisk. And I'll show you why the globe you should definitely diss. Yo, it's dry rust, infect you like a virus. I'm the microphone I bust, and in job we trust. Yeah, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's go.
Writing on my papers, a poetry is real. Sticks in your head like my patent seal. Life is gorgeous, just like the ladies. I'm a Rastaman, yeah, I have lots of babies. Some think I'm crazy, but that's not true. Crazy is the system that's in front of you. Being attached to it like a baby to a tit. I'm flying through this matrix with no wings when I spit. So have no fear, the true kings are here. Conscious hip-hop coming direct to your ear. I said now have no fear, the true kings are here. Conscious hip-hop direct now to your ear. Flabbergasted when you hear this verse. It's almost Halloween, good time for rehearse. I don't need no hex or Nucleonomicon. I was born the best, yeah, I'm number one. Andre, what do you say? I said I burn bad mind now every day with no delay, and that's all I do. Yeah, give it back to you. Oh shit, a Cybertruck. Every time I see one, I'm like, holy fuck, a Cybertruck. I can't believe we're in Minecraft and my name's Steve. I said, oh shit, a Cybertruck. Every time I see one, I'm like, holy fuck, a Cybertruck. I can't believe it's like we're in Minecraft and my name's Steve. Or like the simulation has a disease. Please, Josh, won't you help me out? Sometimes I get so frustrated, I just want to shout. But most of the time I just walk it out and just walk about. Roadblocks towards my destination. Better change my route.
Whoa. Whoa. Bitch, I'm talking about flat earth. I bet that you don't even think it fucking matters. You got me feeling like a tinfoil hatter. Whoa. You've been talking globe shit, I'm dropping that science. The globe is pseudo, I hope you don't fucking buy it. The flat earth's here, so you might as well try it. Whoa. Whoa.
Ray, you're a star. It's your time to shine.
I'm a wordsmith, and your words ain't worth bird shit, they're worthless. They have no purpose. The earth is flat on the surface. You measure it's perfect. Let's go outside and smoke a bowl. What's the temperature? I don't know. Is it hot or is it cold? We accept the reality which we are presented. By being silent, we have consented. Everything I say on this mic gets documented. Time to break through what they have cemented. Try to ruin my vibe or ruin my high. In my world, you do or you die. Stop repeating facts that they can't gon' win, they gon' lose. 4 in the morning and I'm smoking if I wanted some jiffy, but grab the jib.
And we're back, everyone. There is an echo, but I don't. I'm gonna do a quick test here to see where it's coming from. Give me 1 minute. It's not LJ. LJ's muted. So is Cubbies. Who's not muted?
I'm not muted.
Yep, you're not muted. The echo is coming from you because you're the only one that is not muted. It's JLD that's causing the echo. I don't know why though, but it's okay. You're okay. I do want to add Chicago Cuppies to the panel and thank Ryan S. again. Thank you so much for joining us on the panel. I know you're still in the chat, but thank you for joining the panel. I really appreciate it. I really love the conversation. And welcome, Chicago Cubbies. Bear.
Hey,
Cubby Bear.
what up?
Hey guys.
How you doing?
Good,
Hey.
good.
So really quickly, since you're just joining us before we all start talking, what do you think? Do you think the Mandela Effect is good, bad? What do you think? What's your opinion?
It's interesting. It's one of my favorite subjects. I don't know what to think, really. Honestly, I believe in it very much. But then when I kind of talk to other people, get them to try and be interested in it, they get kind of turned off by it. I mean, some people, they'll listen to it, but so like just getting people interested in it can be hard at times. So it gets a little bit frustrating, but for me, I love it. So.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
obviously we all, love it in a way, in the sense that we're interested in it.
Yeah.
But for me, I do believe that it's a deception. And for me, deception is bad.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, there's so much good that's come out of it. Like, we all know each other. None of us would have known each other if it weren't for the Mandela. Well, some of you would have, because you're also on Ray's channel talking about other things like flat earth and mud flood. But for my community alone, the Mandela Effect brought us all together.
Mm-hmm.
And that, to me, is a good thing. So I do believe there is some good, but I do believe there is some bad, because it also like I was listening to Ray's song, the word isolate. It's very isolating, I think. Some of us are lucky enough to have a person or two in our lives who see the Mandela Effect like we do, but others have no one. And it's a bad thing if your whole family is different. So I do believe it's both, and the ugly for me would be the family part, where your family is different. But what were you gonna say? Go ahead.
I don't think it's a bad thing for anyone, because ultimately God, the source beyond religion, the true source of our being, wants only good for everyone, even if they're bad. and some take eons to refine and to finally, snap out of it or to stay on the path. And others get it, like they ace it right away. So if if you want to continue in worlds like this, doing whatever wrong is in your life, I sure don't. I don't want to come back to any kind of world like this. I don't understand reincarnation. I don't like the idea of reincarnating. I think it's a nightmarish concept, but I don't want to assume too much. It's all humbling. So I think it's good for everyone. I don't see it as a bad thing. I hope it's not.
So I have an interesting Mandela for me, if anybody would like to hear it. I'm just curious what their thoughts might be.
Yes, but before you do, I just want to read one comment because it's in relation to what we were just talking about. Joe Bloor says, I was living in a dystopian, horrible Sagittarius world. I welcomed any change to that terrible past I was in. So some people see it as a completely good thing. So sorry, go on. Go on, Chicago Cub, B-Bear. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Some people shifted to a better place and some people shifted to a worse place, it sounds like. Go ahead.
Yes.
So I think it was in about 2010 when this occurred. But anyway, does everybody here know the comedian Louis Anderson?
Yes.
Life with Louis. Okay. So
yes, I know this one. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was working at a place, and one time we were in the back room, and I was talking with a coworker, and Louis Anderson had gotten brought up, and I was so adamant about the fact that he had already died.
He died. Yeah. He died. Right. I know. He died. For me, he died.
That's what I thought too. So this person and me were going back and forth, and I bet her that I was like, I bet you $20 that he's dead. And I said, when I go on break, I'll go back and look it up and see if, he was dead. Well, lo and behold, I go in the back and look it up, and he wasn't dead. So I made good on my promise, and I paid that person $20. But for me, I thought it was, it seemed real. It seemed like he had died in my reality before, but to other people,
they announced it and everything. Yeah, he was dead.
Yeah,
and then he was alive again. Same thing with Bob Barker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, The Price is Right. I thought he died a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still alive? Is he still alive now? I don't know. I think he died. He just died. He finally died again. You know what I mean? Like,
and Phil Donahue is another one, like recently, that I thought was dead. But
so does that mean that me and you were from the same place? Like, if we both remember him dead, does that mean like me and you were from the same reality?
Maybe that's interesting to think that way. I'm
Phil
wondering
Donahue back from the grave?
I know somebody.
He's dead.
Phil Donahue is definitely dead. Is he back?
No, he's dead. I'm just saying the last time he died last August or whatever. I mean, I can't prove anything, but
he died a long time before that.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But recently, he died in August 2024, I believe.
Yeah.
There was a news story about the Mandela funeral in the 80s. I wish I would have written down what video I saw. It just came as a side note in some other video I was watching, and they showed video of the 80s funeral, and I remember him dying in the 80s and in the 90s.
So do I. Yeah, I'm curious about that, Ray. I wonder if different age groups even have different, since we have, we're in different time periods. Maybe we all remember different things too. I don't know.
It makes me think maybe me and you are from the same exact reality, or we're from a similar reality, right? Yeah. Or it could be infinite. It could be there could be maybe 12. Mm-hmm. It could be like a set number, or it could be like we don't know. None of us know. I don't know if we'll ever know.
Yeah,
but
I think we'll all know when we leave the body, when we return.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah.
That's when everybody finds out.
That's when you fully wake up. Like you think you're awake now. You might be.
No.
But I think when you
all feel
die,
like a dream.
you wake up.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So does that mean when we die, we're gonna wake up someplace else that's like wonderful?
It will be like home. We'll be familiar with it already. We were already there.
Yeah, and it's gonna be like this is just like a memory, but maybe not because like maybe our memories are in this brain in this body, right? So maybe when we leave our memories here with the brain and the body, and we go someplace else and we go into another body that has more different memories and and we remember all that like you know what I mean? We can't remember what's in the other other vessel.
Do you think your true self is a spiritual being, or do you think you started here?
You're
well, that's
you're a soul with a body, not a body with a soul, right? You're a soul with a body, not a body with a soul.
I don't want to preach because I don't know either. So I'm just saying my intuition tells me like we were more alive as spiritual in our spiritual body. And I don't mean ghost, like a spiritual body is like profoundly cool, beautiful
energy.
thing.
It could be energy, a frequency.
Yeah, whatever form. I mean, you still have your complex individuality and your abilities and all that, except on a higher frequency, like in the spirit dimension, where for some reason, when we're put in a body, it humbles us because we don't have the same powers as we had in our true form. And that's what's always baffled me is like, why is this necessary? Did I do something wrong? Am I, so that's kind of where I'm coming from.
I do want to mention in the chat, Joe Bloor says there is no evidence that there is one true reality. I do think our memory is evidence, but here's the thing. When I was younger, when we were all younger, is there a time that you can remember where no matter what you looked at, nothing struck you as wrong? Like, for example, when I was a kid, nothing struck me as, was Madonna always spelled like that? Did she always have a last name? Like, nothing struck me as off until after the Mandela. So
Madonna,
I do believe there was a true reality at one point.
The Madonna thing, though, that was always her name was Madonna, but she used to have a different name. Oh, yeah, right? That's the way it is now?
No, in this reality, her name's always been Madonna Ciccone.
But there was never her name. That was just her stage name. Madonna, where I came from. She had
Sean is joining us. Hold on. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I remember her having a kind of typical name, and she was living with her family in, I think, New Jersey or somewhere in the New York area, and then when she started to get popular, she changed to Madonna.
And they will tell you that you're crazy for remembering that.
Wow.
But I remember it too.
Okay.
All right, you know what? I think it is a better way to do it this way. Is there anyone who is willing to step down for Sean? Sean is backstage.
Who's Sean?
Yeah, I can go down.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say that one thing. So.
Well, thank you.
Somebody else.
Yeah, who?
Somebody jump.
Leave?
Well, yes. Thank you, JLD. You didn't give me a chance. Thank you for joining the show, JLD. I appreciate it. And there's... Oh, wait, JLD's here. Who left?
Somebody left.
I don't know. Somebody jumped.
Left,
only 7 now.
I didn't.
I am so lost.
No, he's here.
I'm here.
Spider.
But as to what you were just talking about...
No, Spider's always here.
It was the ghost of Mandela past.
It was Morgan. No, Morgan. Yeah, Morgan left.
Morgan.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, Morgan, you were one of the standard panelists, but that's why I was like, I wasn't looking at the standard panelists.
No, nobody ever noticed.
Okay.
Nobody ever noticed.
Let me add Sean in really quick. Hello, Sean. Welcome.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and I want to say thank you to Sean since Sean's on the panel. Thank you, Sean.
No problem.
I can actually say thank you. So thank you so much. You were so helpful. Sean, everyone say thank you to Sean. Sean is the reason why we're able to do tonight's show.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks.
Yes, Sean helped out with the fire cleanup, and
We still
there
have
was
an
leftover
echo.
money, which paid for. I know. I don't know where the echo's coming from.
What fire cleanup? What
yeah,
happened?
we had a fire this week.
Oh.
Well, actually, was it a week ago now? Was it last Wednesday?
Is everyone okay?
Everyone's okay. It was just like a mess. The floors were a mess because we could not get the fire extinguisher stuff up. It would not come up, so we had to buy a ton of isopropyl alcohol, vinegar, baking soda to try to get it up. It's still not all up. It's a lot better though, but that stuff is horrible. It does not come off the floors. So and we had to get a new mop because it destroyed our mop and our broom. So thank you to Sean for that. And also StreamYard. He paid for StreamYard for the month so we can do these extra shows. So thank you so much, Sean. Now, Sean.
I wouldn't have had the energy to do all that cleanup.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, though. You're very low. I'm going to see if I can adjust your volume. Give me 1 second. I can usually edit mic settings. Here we go. Let's see if we can bump you up. Guys, if it gets crackly, let me know in the chat. If you hear crackles, please let me know. Sean, try talking again, please.
All right, check 1, 2.
That's better. That is better. Now, what were you saying? I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
I was saying that, yeah, I wouldn't have had the energy to do all that. I saw the picture of you doing that, and I was like, no way.
Yeah, it was a mess. But thank goodness, thank God, actually. The high flames were literal inches away from the 2 tables in the picture. And the fact that they didn't ignite or the tablecloth didn't ignite, that's an actual miracle.
Wow, yeah.
Because I was sitting there, literally, I had the fire extinguisher in my hand, and I'm walking in circles for literally 2 minutes. Because I couldn't find the pin. I couldn't find the pin to pull. And here the pin was already out. So it's a miracle that the thing worked. And I just squeezed it and it worked, and I put the fire out. But if it was just the Joey taking cups of water to put it out, it wouldn't have gone out. We would have lost the whole building probably.
Oh, wow.
It was bad. It was horrible, and I never ever want to go through that again. That was horrible. It was horrible. But it is over, and I do thank you. And and the leftover money did pay for StreamYard, so everyone is thanking you because otherwise we wouldn't be able to have a show tonight.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
I get to watch the show. That's my benefit.
That's awesome. I'm glad you're getting a benefit from it because that makes me feel better. But also, I'd like to know what you think. Do you think the Mandela Effect is good, bad, or both, or none? What do you think,
it could be good forces fighting bad forces, and they each are trying to get our minds. They're trying to take, each one of them are trying to lead us to them, perhaps.
Could be that.
It could be. Like I said, for me, it's multiple things are happening. I believe we shift emerged timelines. I believe we shift Earths for the different types of Mandelas. And I do believe there is a battle of good and evil. And when you think of the Mandela, if you bring it down to the core, for me, it's a deception. We're being deceived. It doesn't match our memories. We're being deceived. And for me, when I think of deception, I think of Satan, and there is a battle in heaven, and I believe God gives us the eyes to see it. So I think it's a multitude of things happening at once, which is why we're seeing these Mandelas. I really do. Mm-hmm. The differences between what we remember and what they are now. But so I do agree that it could be that as well.
I'm missing. I don't understand why in heaven there would be a battle if God is holy and cannot be in the presence of evil, and that's why all the chaos happens outside of God, like in places like the earth. And it seems like he could stop any conflict immediately. So why would it drag on?
I don't know. I don't have answers for that. I do believe that, well, for those that are new listening, because there is someone new in the chat, Andrew Bakanov. Welcome. Let me
I
add
think
him
I
to the
figured something
1500
out.
club.
I think it's each person has the war inside of them. So it's not like one size fits all everyone. It's each person is at a different level of resolving their war inside between the good and bad. So it isn't like, so it's like symbolic on a different level of each person has their conflict to resolve. Does that make sense? I wanted to say it better. Anyway.
No, I do, because I mean, there are people in the Mandela community that believe in God, and then there are others that don't. And I don't think it's a requirement that you take Jesus as your savior to be Mandela affected. And obviously, those that do not believe in Jesus or God, they would have a different reason. That wouldn't be their reason for the Mandela effect happening. So that's why I'm asking people why. Like I've asked people why they think the Mandela effect is happening, how they think it's happening, like their own theories, and if there's good, there's bad. What do you think? Because I know everyone has different opinions, and it depends on the person. Like I'm not going to tell anyone that they're wrong for thinking it's a simulation, even though I don't think it is. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Tell me more about the deceptive. Like, why would this place be deceptive?
Not this place. It's that I think the Mandelas themselves are deceptions, and I do believe that some are more important than others. I believe that some Mandelas are intentional and there's a message behind them, and others could be like a sort of like a ripple effect. Things that were around it that happened to be affected, altered, you could say, that were unintentionally altered. Like I don't know, for a visual, I guess. Think of God reaching down, right, and flicking his finger on something. He wants that thing to change. There's a message behind it, right? But it causes like a ripple effect, and everything around it gets altered as well. But I don't believe God's doing the altering. I believe Satan is.
CERN is, whether they are aware of it or not, it seems like they're puppets for a deception. You know, with that crazy ceremony they did. You know, the CERN.
Yes, I heard about that.
That looked like really creepy. So, in that way, I kind of think, yeah, there's a deception going on. And even the people working for CERN are being deceived, and they think they're doing it for science, but they're naive to spiritual properties.
Really quickly, I want to address something in the chat. Wendy B says the mark of the beast is coming soon. We all need to pay attention to the Nordic countries. One of them is already doing something disturbing. They're taking now. It's voluntary, so it's not the mark of the beast, but it's close. They're voluntarily taking chips in the hand where they can pay for goods. They've been doing it since like 2017, I think, or 2018. They're voluntarily taking RFID chips in the hand to pay for goods. And that's disturbing to me that they're going down that route. Because if they're going down that route where it's voluntary, other things have been voluntary in the past that were kind of mandated in a certain year. You see what I'm saying? Am I making sense? Because I can't say certain words on YouTube.
I'm listening. I didn't want to say anything.
It's voluntary now.
So we got 45 people watching on your channel. 46. Thumb it up. Thumb it up.
I got 55 here, Ray.
55 people watching on. Well, I think it's adding them up together. It's
I gotcha.
you got 6 people watching on Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures, 46 people watching on Sandy Diva Mandela Effects, and 3 watching on Boston Ray Slice of the Mud. So we have.
And I was gonna say to Cuberts, if you're still here, Cuberts, this is what hey Kim Ray.
Hey Kim
This
Ray.
is what I'm saying. After midnight, the numbers always come up because Cuberts was saying around 10:30, there's always 33. Yeah, until midnight, and then the numbers go up. I don't know why. I'm sorry. It was.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
There's a new Mandela Effect movie on the Tubi channel that is hosted by Jacob Israel. If you guys remember him, one of the early.
Oh yeah, I know him.
Jacob Israel is on the Tubi channel for an hour.
Good for him.
Yeah, and he elaborates on every change that comes to mind, and he's trying to compress a lot within an hour. But he goes into all the theories, speculations that for him, and then he has another guest describing his Mandela effects. Really good. If you, I think Tubi is free for if you have the Roku thing. I don't use it, but I found it on Roku. Just when I was just trying to find anything watchable, and then there it was, Mandela Effects. Jacob Israel is like, wow, what's this? Nobody told me about this. So for any of you who haven't seen it, check that out.
Yeah, I was a little confused because the only one I had heard about coming out was was it Moneybags working on a documentary?
Yeah, he was, and I don't know what happened to that.
I don't either. It just disappeared. Like all mention of it disappeared. I don't know where it is, but it's interesting to me that Jacob Israel would do that because he stepped away from the Mandela Effect community years ago. Like for years, he stopped talking about the Mandela Effect, focusing more on Jesus.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that, but I'm confused.
I remember that too. And I looked through his most recent videos, and he is still talking about it. So
he is?
Yeah. He did one 8 months ago, and then he's got this new video on Tubi, and suddenly he's talking. Maybe he thought, like his spiritual calling was to not talk about it, but now he's talking about it again. So I don't know.
That could be it. And Schneider says that as well. Maybe that's why he did stop talking about it. Maybe. Ray. I forgot what I was going to say. LJ, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Okay. I was just making sure because
I was just making sure.
People.
I was listening.
Yeah.
I was being a very good co-host and just listening.
I gotcha. I do think it's interesting because I think I know what you're talking about, Prelim. He did make one video on the Mandela Effect saying that he stepped away from doing the Mandela Effect videos for a long time.
Yeah, it said that it was exactly 8 months ago, but that's not related to this new movie that he just did.
So, are you sure? Because that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he did that because he started working on the movie and wanted people like here's a heads up, guys.
Oh,
there's going to be something coming down the pipeline without saying that there's something coming down the pipeline.
Right. Yeah. But send me a message after you watch it, Sandy. I want to know what you think of it.
Well, I don't know if I can see it. I will try. I don't know if I have access to Tubi because I don't have Roku.
Oh, okay.
Is Tubi free for everyone, or do you have to have Roku?
I'm not a subscriber. Because I was watching it at my sister's house.
Oh, I see.
When I was visiting, so and normally I don't. So
yeah, don't subscribe to anything and don't comply.
Okay, Noise Guru says Tubi is free. Thank you, Noise Guru. So we can all watch it.
Yeah, it's free if you have Roku.
No, Noise Guru is saying it's free completely.
Oh wow.
For everybody. I guess there's an app on the App Store or the Google Play Store, and
Yeah,
then you can watch it on the app.
I think as long as you have a platform, you can use it.
Okay, that's good. That is good. So, guys, if you're curious, if you want to check it out, there is a new Mandela Effect movie on Tubi from Jacob Israel. We could all watch it and talk about it on a future show. But I am curious because, like I said, he did step away for a long time.
And
And
I unsubscribed because I found him really hard to watch, you know, and I just because I watched him like in the first year when he was talking about Mandela Effect.
Yeah.
And then he kind of went into a sort of like he seemed like he was trying to sell himself, and I thought, no, I don't like this.
What's the name of the movie?
It's called, I think it's called Mandela Effect Phenomena.
So real quick, if you're listening and you're watching and you're like, hey, I want to help them out, help us out by posting this in your community section. How about that? Or post it on Facebook, or post this stream anywhere you can possibly post it. Anywhere you can think of. Thank you.
thanks, Ray. It's called Jacob Israel appears in the 2024 documentary The Mandela Effect Phenomenon as himself. The film explores the idea that reality has changed and that cultural touchstones like TV shows, titles, logos, and celebrities' names are different than they were before. It's an hour and 31 minutes long. Director is Robert C. Kiviat. Producer is Dame Lakif. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything else relevant. There is a trailer. Do you think we would get in trouble for showing the trailer?
I don't think so.
I'm going to put the trailer in the private chat. Splatter.
I hope not.
Yeah.
It's just a trailer. I mean,
Trailers are
and
easy
you
to
would
get
think
together.
that Jacob Israel would want us to share it with the
Yeah.
Mandela Effect community, right?
I think he would, but YouTube might be, you know, like.
Because I'd like to get the opinions of the other panelists.
You want to play something? What is it?
Yeah, I dropped the link in the private chat.
Oh, I wasn't here. I had to step away.
It's a trailer. I was asking Splatter, but I think Splatter may have walked away as well.
I'll share
Trailers
it.
are generally safe as long as there ain't any
Yeah, I
music
mean,
on it.
I think that'd be great.
I mean, Jacob Israel is my home slice, my brother from another mother. So I'm sure there's no problem with us sharing his trailer. Let's go. Are we ready?
Yeah.
It is ready. Oh no, Splatter. Ray already has it up. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
All good. You could get the next one. All right.
Something inexplicable is happening where almost half the population say they remember things from the past being different or changed.
The Mandela Effect got its name because there was a very large segment of the population that believed that Nelson Mandela died decades earlier. Suddenly, his recent death was announced. Billions of people are interested in this topic, that memory isn't jiving up with reality.
Yes, it's like the Twilight Zone. Not everything is what you think it is.
In the car in which John F. Kennedy was assassinated, there were 6 passengers. I've watched the videos over and over. There is no way in my mind you could tell me there were 6 people in that car.
Things that people know so well just be twisted just enough to get people to question whether or not what they remembered was real.
There are many possibilities for the origins of the Mandela Effect. Some people think it's a simple case of mass misremembering, but the prevailing notion involves the idea that there are other universes existing right next to ours.
Fundamental reality as we know it can change. This lines up with sciences of today. CERN is a collider where they're smashing particles. Stephen Hawking, he warned people about CERN, very adamant that this was not something that we should be doing. We could be in the simulation. We don't know who is in charge. It could be aliens. It could be angels or demons, some people say. It could be just artificial intelligence.
The nightmare scenarios that could stem from that are just limitless.
Now, a growing number of people want to know if history is being edited.
It looks pretty good. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it looks like a lot of fare, but putting that aside, it looks like it would be entertaining.
It does, but it does. I mean, I would assume since it's from Jacob Israel that it's going to come from the perspective of those who believe in Jesus. So
Yeah.
Yes.
just keep that in mind. Those of you that are not Christians, just keep that in mind when you watch
So what
it.
is this out? Is it coming out? Is it already out? What's going on?
Already, it's. I just watched it yesterday on the Tubby channel.
You watched the whole thing?
Yep.
So what do you
It's
think?
on Tubi.
Was it good or was it?
I want to see it again. I found it. I resonated with what he was saying, and he gives it the alternate, like, even if you're still not sure what you think about Christianity, or if someone's a non-believer or agnostic or whatever, scientific, I think it appeals to all different people. So because he brings up all these changes that in a way that's presentable, which a lot of people find hard to do for not people that are not experiencing changes. He presents it in a very intriguing way.
Does
And
he
he brings up
Does he emphasize CERN a lot? Because it looked like
He
he was
does.
jumping right to CERN.
No, but he made it a valid angle on how it could be CERN, among like 5 other possible causes, and he does go into the Bible changes and brings up the geography changes, which I liked, which I wasn't expecting. I was like, oh, he brought it up, because for me, I was very big on geography before all this started. So that's a huge point for me.
Is there any testimonials in it?
I hope all of you see it.
Is there any testimonials in it, or like firsthand
Yeah.
accounts? Yeah.
One other person who shares his testimony about not only the changes he's seen, but also his personal changes in his life, like with me, with the family. So check it out if you get a chance, if you can access it.
It is interesting too that the last living Secret Service member from JFK just died the other day too.
That is interesting.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Clint Hill, I think was his name. He was 93. But interesting timing.
Mm-hmm. What did you guys? Because I haven't heard from them in a while.
Yeah.
JLD, Sean, Chicago Cubby Bear. What did you guys think of the trailer? Are you going to be watching the movie?
I'd have to see more, but I saw a couple red flags in it. First off, the globe all over the place, and then pointing to CERN, like you had mentioned. But if he's just going with all angles that people talk about, I'm okay with that. But we'll see.
Yeah, it's not biased on Christianity. It's kind of appeals to a humane kind of angle.
I'm surprised at how honest and forward it was in today's day and age.
I think he's gotten better. I remember him 6 years ago when I unsubscribed. I just thought he was too anxious and he was trying to sell. Or he he had all this anxiety when he would do his show, and I just didn't like that. And but now he's sort of mellowed, and he still has a kind of enthusiasm, and he seems more listenable to me. So I don't know.
He is a preacher, correct?
I don't know. Is he?
I think he is. I think he was a preacher first.
In the movie,
I believe his original content was more preaching, and then he became Mandela affected, switched to the Mandela effect, and then went back to it. I think that's actually the timeline of his channel.
He called himself an author. in the beginning of the movie. So he didn't say that he was a preacher.
Let me look that up too. Does he? What books did he write?
I don't know.
I'll definitely check it out. It's probably worth a watch at the least. I thought it was kind of like a lot of the basics, you know, for some of us who've looked into this stuff for a while, but I think it could possibly be good introductory for some people.
I think a lot of people that have Tubi will probably skip. They probably won't even watch it. It's kind of, it's for people that, like us, who are really experiencing this. So I hope it reaches the public, but I don't think it probably will only reach, you know, the more the people that like understanding phenomena or researching things.
I have to ask you guys this. So Jacob Israel has written one book, okay?
All right.
And it's The Calling, the Book of Thomas, but it says the Book of Thomas James. What's the Book of Thomas James?
I've never heard that. It sounds like it's from the Apocrypha or from the Nag Hammadi Gnostic books.
I'm going to send a picture to Splatter to share. Just so we can see it. And if you guys are curious, the ISBN will be on the screen. But it's the Thomas James part that has me raising an eyebrow. I've never heard that. I've heard of the Book of Thomas, but not the Book of Thomas James.
Yeah, that's the name. Thomas James.
That's why I'm asking, has anyone ever heard of that? On the panel, in the chat, anyone else ever heard of Thomas James?
I just pulled up a wiki on it. It was a minister who lived from 1804 to 1891, had been a slave who became an African Methodist Episcopal, I can never say that, Episcopal Zion minister, abolitionist, administrator, and author.
And that's Thomas James?
Yeah.
So this is the book that he wrote. So I guess it's about his life, Thomas James?
I'm supposing.
I'm gonna see if I can find a synopsis because this is confused. I just want to make sure he's not talking about the Book of Thomas. If he's talking about the Book of Thomas and it's actually Thomas James, that would be a Mandela effect. At least for me, it would be. Jacob said his book was a novel. Okay. I highly doubt that's actually in the Bible, says Jackie. That's what I'm trying to find out. You guys can continue talking. I'm sorry. I'm doing a little research in the background.
There's residue now that Jimmy Carter passed in '97, and then also in 2023, December of 24.
Yeah, that's interesting. I saw your comment, that there's actually residue of him passing.
I never
at multiple years.
And from news organizations too.
Because there was always an excerpt of him helping people, like he was building houses for people.
Mm-hmm.
And he was always in the news because he was still alive and active. But he was like a charity worker and a carpenter. So I that would have stood out to me if he had passed away in a previous year. But it could have happened in a different timeline. I wasn't in that one.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm trying to keep up with the chat, guys. I'm sorry. It is a fiction novel. The Thomas James, it's all fiction.
Oh, wow.
Just wanted to say that.
I got a foreword I could read if you want me to.
Yeah, that'd be
from
great.
from the book. It says, Thomas James shall be his name. The angel says mysteriously, the word shall change because of him. Dark days lie ahead for the chosen child. In the small town of Bethel, in a time not unlike our own, a child with a great purpose is born. Years later, alienated by those around him and picked up by his peers, the awkward 12-year-old struggles to exist after the loss of his family. A terrifying vision of the dark world comes to haunt him. He sees and hears things that he cannot understand. The world quickly changes before his eyes, visited by strange messengers and surrounded by mysterious and miraculous events. Thomas fights to comprehend what is real and what is not. While trying to escape the sinister powers that be, after countless horrors, the startling revelation of who Thomas James truly is will change the lives of those around him, setting off a chain of events that could destroy or save them all. Inside these pages hides a treasure. I'm almost done, Sue. Sorry, I lost my thought there. Inside this pages hides a treasure just waiting to be discovered. If you've ever wondered if there is more to life or why it is we suffer, then this book will not only captivate you, it will just open your eyes to truth that could set you free. Find out what is in all of us that makes us heed the calling. The angel smiles curiously. There is a great truth that must be told. A wicked spirit spreads its wings, and humanity is a prisoner. Thomas James is the key.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So it kind of sounds like he may have mixed in the Mandela effect in his fictional story a little bit. It sounds like it could be that he could have added the Mandela effect in that story as well without saying it was the Mandela effect. It is Ken from Australia. Hello, Ken. Splatter, there's a message from Ken on the screen.
Yeah, I seen. Yeah. Hi, buddy.
But yeah, I mean, so if you guys are interested, his book is available. We did have it on the screen a second ago if you want to rewind to get the ISBN. But I do find it interesting that he has returned to the Mandela Effect community, and that's always a good thing. Because like I said, I saw channels dropping like flies for a while.
Oh yeah.
To see people coming back, that's a good thing in my opinion.
Yeah, there's so many channels that I miss, and I haven't seen Ken for a long time.
Mm-hmm. That's actually a question I wouldn't mind asking you guys. Is there like a favorite Mandela creator you used to watch all the time that no longer makes videos?
Well, maybe it's Mandela.
Stavely, of course.
Yeah. But I mean, he's just doing other stuff.
Right.
I keep trying to get maybe it's Mandela back. I keep trying. I'm trying. Hopefully she will do it soon. Hopefully. I'm trying my best, guys.
Even Moneybags disappears for months on end.
And when he returned, it wasn't Mandela content. It was UFOs, whatever was in the news.
What happened to the Bible Mandela Effect channel called? Her name was Kat, and I think she got banned. Remember, it was called. Her first name was Kat with a K, and she always talked about all the Bible changes. Anybody?
I don't know. What? There are things in the chat. Maybe it's one of them. We have what happened to reality sliders?
Right.
Dragon the Line.
Oh
hey,
yeah.
John Keeley.
I haven't heard from reality sliders in a long time. What happened to her? Ashley, her name was. Remember, she was from London. Ashley, reality sliders.
And these are channels I'd never even heard of.
Wow, actually, she was really interesting channel, and the Chick channel, of course.
Yes, Chick. I did know Chick. And Chick also stopped creating content. There was also Meegs B. Sag Arms. Are you talking about EYA? EYA is really the only channel I knew that covered just Bible.
There was one called like SC1 or something. Is that what he's talking about?
Oh yeah, Aya channel, EYA. That was it.
EYA.
Aya, yeah.
I didn't know EYA's name.
That was a woman. Her name was Kat.
She's still making content. SMQ, yeah, we had SMQ on once too.
He was
Yeah,
great.
they just the first one for me was Hidden Knowledge. That's a Mandela Effect channel that has close to 100,000 subscribers. They just stopped making content. Then they came back in like 2022, saying they were back, and then they disappeared again.
Do you remember Affected Collective?
I remember Affected Collective, yes.
Yeah, she was. I think she was a Spanish girl, and she was really on the. She was really. She was deep. Like she was hard to. She made you have to research stuff. She was really. She brought up. She brought up the whole thing about what do they call that? Dang, I'll check back as soon as I remember what it is.
There was another one called Thriller Bad Productions that stopped about a year ago.
Which one? I'm sorry. That's my fault because my internet's cutting out and you spun and I couldn't hear you. Can you please repeat that? I didn't hear it.
There was one called Thriller Bad Productions.
Thriller Bad Productions?
Yes, I used to watch it all the time, and it's disappeared.
Yeah, there's another one I recognize, Vanessa VA. I don't know.
Yeah, Vanessa
Vanessa
was
VA.
for a while.
She was on one of the main channels for me.
Wait a minute, didn't Vanessa? Okay, did Vanessa pass away?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm saying I hope not. Did she?
I knew someone. I knew someone in Teresa's group had passed away that made videos. Besides World Church.
Yeah, I remember World Church. The thing Affected Collective brought up was retrocausality. She was the first person that I ever heard anyone talk about retrocausality. And this was in 2016. And I thought, wow, this is really heavy. And she brought up plasma. You'd have to watch her old episodes. They're still up. She was very into, like, really hard to understand because she was so intelligent. She was so like scientific.
Mm-hmm. Another one is Rachel Reenstra from Pushing
Yeah,
Buttons.
Rachel.
He's still putting out content, but I really like CP3O's Golden Calf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I Am Laszlo.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah.
This is sort of like a memorial. We're doing a memorial for the lost channels. Hazel Fiverr still makes content.
The Mandela Effect channels of yesteryear.
Yeah.
Yes. And there was another one, Laszlo's girlfriend. Oh, what was her name?
Oh, I remember her. Didn't they get married?
They may have. I don't know.
I think they did. Yeah.
Okay, so Laszlo's wife had a channel as well, and I can't think of the name of it. But there were so many channels, guys. The Mandela Effect, for those of you that are new, like Jackie, I know there's still a couple channels left that still make content, that need input, used to make content all the time. There were so many Mandela Effect channels. There was, oh shoot.
I used to like that one, Hidden Knowledge. Hidden Knowledge.
Yeah, that was the first one I was telling you about. The one with the
I
most
like
subscribers.
that one. I like that one.
I don't think
they were the first.
That was a good one.
Hidden Knowledge. I gotta look that up.
Recall Vector used to make content.
Yeah, I remember that.
Eileen Colts, that's who passed away. Thank you, Joe Blore.
Oh, yeah, Eileen. Yeah, she was good. She was.
And Life Matrix.
Yeah, Life Matrix.
Dose of Reality. He was good.
Dose of reality.
That was a great one.
Yeah.
Remember Dale Dufay?
Yes, Dale Dufay. I hear about Dale Dufay all the time from Saginaw and Mandela Effect.
He would stand like he would kind of stare right at the camera, and he would sort of stand, and he kind of repeat the same. He was sort of redundant, but he was because he was trying to make a point. But he would like it would he would just like he was so kind of I don't want to say anything bad. His concept was really heavy about multiple Earths, and he would talk about each. Well, you all remember him anyway. Yeah, Dale DeFay.
There was also two that were lost. Oh, go ahead, LJ.
Who was the lady? Maybe you've already mentioned her. She would say, from whatever reality I'm in to whatever reality you may find yourself in. And she was.
That was Ashley.
She was over in. Is that okay?
Yeah, Ashley. She was great.
Is she still on?
No, I haven't seen her for over 2 years.
Another original person was Bluebeard 2011. Thank you, Mr.
Bluebeard. He was one of the first.
Bluebeard. Yep. Hidden Knowledge, Bluebeard, and then Moneybags. Those are the first that I remember seeing.
And Photo Helix.
Yeah, Photo Helix passed away as well.
Yeah.
So did Corey Wartanen. I forget the channel name, but it was Corey Wartanen who passed away. We lost a lot of people, and then we lost 2 people to, I don't know, there was some sort of controversy, and they stopped making content. And that was Mandela Affected, MA. Mandela Affected. He used to do little experiments to see if anyone noticed a difference, like a change in his video. And he would also go places, point out things. And there was another one, not Sean. Shoot, what was his name? Oh, I forget his name. His friend. It was his friend. And they got involved in something.
Guy Fawkes?
No, not Guy Fawkes is another one, but he still makes content, doesn't he, occasionally?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is, it's on the tip of my tongue. Mandela Affected and his friend in England. Something happened, and they stopped making content after that.
The Ma channel, yeah, MA. Yeah, the guy from England and Scott
Harrison.
Harrison, yeah.
Thank you. It was on the tip of my tongue. I wanted to say Harris, but I didn't know what it was. Lone Eagle, that was an original channel, yep.
Yeah, Lone Eagle, for sure.
I've never heard of Harmony Mandela. That's a new one for me. Does anyone remember Harmony Mandela? There were so many channels. There were so many channels that you could go to learn about the Mandela Effect. And now it's like they just all stopped. It's just, what do you guys think caused that? Sean, you want to chime in? Chicago Cubby Bear?
Sure. Maybe they got a shill on their channel, or somebody from YouTube said, well, we're not going to monetize you anymore.
Maybe it could have been monetization. It could have been.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just new rules that kind of came into effect in the last couple of years on certain platforms. I think
maybe selective application of the rules.
It could be. I mean, like, I don't think monetization really matters unless you're over 100,000 subs. Because, like I said, I make like anywhere between 0. My average income per video is about 3 cents.
And I think some felt like they weren't really reaching many people, so they didn't feel very emotionally supported, or they like you would turn on their channel and it seemed like they just had a couple people on their channel and not enough followers. And
And maybe the
Well,
lack of newer Mandelas too. I mean,
exactly. Just newer content, you know. I mean, it
Right.
doesn't like happen every day.
That's
yeah,
a bigger point. You're right.
yeah,
I
kind of
don't have
like
that problem.
everybody was covering it, and it kind of blew up for a while, and then after that, I mean, finding newer ones got a little bit harder after that.
When was that for you?
When
When it started to fade out, when the
Uh,
occurrences?
not terribly long ago. I mean, a couple of years ago, maybe.
No, for me it was right in the middle of 2019. Is
Well,
when
yeah, about 2020, 2019, I was gonna say, yeah.
yeah, that's when it was like suddenly it wasn't happening very frequently, or the changes would be kind of trivial things, less less
Dramatic. You were going to say, and
dramatic.
that would be a good word. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Once Upon a Timeline still makes content. There are still a few that keep going. I don't understand. See, in my opinion, I even made like talked about this on streams before. I was seeing that there was something happening. Like I felt like there was a cloud over the community, and it seemed like people didn't like they would find every excuse they could to not do a show, not make a video. There were like all of a sudden people who were gung ho about doing the show were like, I'm tired. I got this and that to do. I'm just gonna
You,
cancel this week.
you
And,
remember
and, and it was everybody. It was everybody. And I was like, guys, you have to fight it. I feel it too. You have to fight it. Once we go live, you'll be fine. You got to just do it. Just go live, make that video, do whatever you got to do. Just fight it. And some people didn't fight it and dropped off. But there was something that was stopping. There was like writer's block, but it was happening to people.
This is something that I wanted to talk about. Is a lot of people feeling the same things at the same time, because Eva talks about that sometimes on Once Upon a Timeline. Like Dan was a big example of what you're talking about. He got all tired and didn't want to do his shows and wasn't doing them. And
I didn't want to call him out. He was one of them. He wasn't all of them though. There was more.
No, I said
Yeah.
he was one of them. Yeah. And I like his show. I listened to it, but like Eva would talk about things, and I would find myself having some of the same things she did at the same time she would have them, and she would say when it would be a big shift, some of the things she would be either extra tired for no reason or extra hyper wired, and then people would say in the chat they were feeling that same thing that same week, like several people would be all wired up in the same week, or several people would be couldn't get out of bed the same week. And something else she experienced that I've noticed is food tasting really fantastic for no reason, and then tasting very bland again. She used the example of potatoes, and I found out with potatoes too. Not only do they just taste average, sometimes they taste less than average. And then there'll be this little window of time, a week or something, where they'll taste like the best thing I ever ate on earth. And it's like the exact same potatoes, it's exactly the same. And it can be other foods too. And the thing was, people in the chat were saying the same thing. Their food tasted extra good the same week that her food tasted extra good. There seems to be things that happen to a lot of people at the same time for some reason.
That is true. But it really felt like I could feel it. It felt like there was this block, and
it was
everyone around me was going through it. Sorry, go on. Go ahead.
It was some kind of spiritual block that was affecting some people, and they didn't even know what it was. They just kind of drew away.
Not only that they didn't know what it was, I don't even think they realized it. Like I was sitting there, I realized it. I saw it happening all around me, and I was constantly telling people, "You got to fight through this. Just do it. You have." Like I remember having these conversations with all of these people, telling them, "Fight through it. Just do it. You'll feel better once you're there. Just once you're there, you'll be okay." You just got to start. Just do it. And sometimes they did, and sometimes they didn't. And
well, one of the things you were saying about that was that their personalities also seemed to change at that time. Like
yes,
the
well,
ones that kept going on, that didn't leave completely. And I think that it's true. I think some people's personalities did change.
What is there any particular time period you're talking about? Was this like maybe around the time of the eclipse or anything like that?
It was around the time of 2021, and I can't say anything else besides that. It was something that some people did, like certain people. I noticed shortly after entire personalities being different. And I can't say more than that.
I hear
Sorry.
What on Eva's show one time, I don't know what the details were, but they somehow were testing people that felt like they were going through shifts to see if something different changed in their metabolism, and they found out that people who felt like they went through a big shift were low on magnesium. So it did actually seem to literally do something to your body.
Did you notice anyone whose eyes definitely changed?
You mean got square in the pupil?
No, I mean their eye color actually changed during the last 9 years.
But wait, you have to be more specific. Like the color, the shape.
The color, like, should I say their name?
Oh, you mean like the World War II guy?
No, Moneybags.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his eyes were always brown until mid 2019. They changed to a grayish color.
Does anyone else remember that? Sagarm remembers it.
I didn't know about him that early on.
Okay. Yeah.
Sean?
Yes, Sagarm remembers. Apparently.
Yeah, Ryu says some say Moneybags eyes, and Jackie says yes. Hello, Mr. Super. Mr. Super is in the chat. I saw him earlier, but he wasn't. He was gone again by the time I could say anything.
Eye color used to be a fixed thing, and now the scientists are saying, well, if you eat certain foods, it can change your eye color. So they're coming up with like reasons why all of a sudden your eyes could be a different color.
Well, no, I mean, I asked him on one of his shows. I said, Moneybags, this is gonna sound crazy, but your eyes are suddenly a grayish light blue, and they were always brown. And he said, no, my eyes were always grayish green or something like that, grayish blue. But I swear they weren't. They were they were like dark. They were, so that's the real.
I think I remember this change. I think it was talked about.
Yeah, a few other people noticed it, and
yeah.
But he adamantly said no. My eyes were always.
Yeah, for him it didn't change.
It didn't change for him, right?
Okay, there's something in chat I need to discuss really quickly. So first of all, Sagar remembers Moneybags going from brown to hazel to blue. But
yeah.
And then Pete Hammer says, when my dad got LASIK eye surgery, his eyes became stunningly blue. Now here's another thing. I covered this. There is now a procedure they can do to change your eye color. Now I am not saying Moneybags did that. I'm just saying there is now a procedure they can do to change people's eye color, which to me is crazy. They can change people's eyes to blue. Not green, but blue. And obviously there's contact lenses that are different colors, but we're not talking about that. I just want to wanting people to know that these are things that exist that can be done. But I do not think that's what happened with Moneybags or other people that we've seen and talked about.
I think I think it was actually two different money bags. I think when something like that happens, like
a shift,
the person I knew suddenly, a different version of them from another timeline.
Many people remember him as Moneybag 76 too, instead of 73.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, I remember 76. Dan doesn't remember his turkey recipe, and he went over and over and over that thing on different shows, raved about it, talked about eating it, and he insists up and down now he never had this recipe for Thanksgiving turkey or whatever it was.
It was the cranberry. Something about the cranberry.
Yeah, that's it. He insists now that he didn't. It was on multiple shows. He mentioned it. He talked about it. He gave the recipe. He talked about his family eating it for multiple years, and now that never happened for him.
Yeah, I do remember that with the like it was something like there was a lot of it was about the cranberry stuffing. It was the cranberry stuffing, and I was there. I remember it, and he doesn't remember it.
Yeah. He remembers a lot of things very different than I do. He remembers Rod Sterling. I remember Rod Sterling. He remembers a lot of me and him are not on the same timeline. We remember very different things.
Same, LJ, because there were times that I would have Mandela effects that he didn't want to show because he wasn't affected by it, but the whole chat was. Like, we'd show it, and everybody remembered it like I did, but not Dan. So we are definitely from different timelines.
Back onto the eyes thing, I had an experience in high school with a girl who took LSD, and her eyes actually changed different colors, but it was only a temporary thing. It was gone the next day.
That's interesting because someone in the chat was saying that becoming vegetarian can change the color of your eyes as well. Where did I see that?
That's one of the things they're saying. If you eat a lot of carrots, it can change your eye color.
Maria said it. Yeah, eye color, they say, happens because of being a vegetarian and a man's excuse. Yeah, it's a man's excuse because this stuff didn't happen. You couldn't change your eye color when I was a kid. What your eye color was your eye color, except for colored contacts. Like there was, like some people, like for example, some people with blue eyes or gray eyes, like they would say their eyes look more blue or more gray depending on the weather. Like if it's cloudy out, their eyes might look more gray. And that I could see because it's just the trick of the lighting, you know.
Yeah, or your clothes, what clothes you wear.
Right, but going from brown to blue, that was not a thing. You couldn't do that, and no amount of vegetable was going to change that. You know, like, but now they're saying it can, which is a Mandela. That's a Mandela. That's a difference in our bodies, in my opinion.
For me, there's never been a slowing down of the Mandela effect. It's like a constant storm for me. I almost feel like maybe I should have a channel with it. It just never stops.
Yeah, it doesn't stop for me either. That's why when people say that the Mandela effect's slowing down, I'm like, not for me, it's not. I mean, like LJ was saying, I don't think everything's a Mandela. I'll tell you, right in the presentation, this may not be a Mandela effect. This might just be something I didn't know, or it's just something cool that I wanted to share with you, you know. But there's still Mandela. I have a whole backlog of stuff that I wanted to share with you guys that I still haven't gotten to yet. I do want to say that wow, my brain's not working. Chicago Cubby Bear just dropped out. I don't know if he dropped out on purpose, if he meant to leave, or if it was a computer issue. But you're welcome to come back. If it was a computer issue, just come back on. But we do have someone new here. We have Rock. Welcome to the stage, Rock. Since you're here, before we get into anything else, I want to ask you the topic. What do you think? Do you think the Mandela effect is good, bad, nothing? What do you think, Rock?
Hold on, let me turn off the other screen.
Okay. You sound good, though. Karen Lupo, that was another channel. Thank you, Mustard Seed of Faith. Wasn't he on Dr. Lupo?
Yeah.
Oh, I do want to say Chicago Cubby Bear has to get some sleep. Thank you for being on. I hope you have a great night, and thank you so much for joining us. I know it takes courage.
Do you remember
Have a good night.
Dr. Lupo's wife left him because of the Mandela effect? Because he was really obsessed with it, and it bothered her so much that they broke up.
That's awful.
Dr. Lupo, yeah.
Curiouser and Curiouser still does content, but yeah, she's gotten pretty busy with life. She does come on here once in a while. We did do a stream on her channel on Curious and Curiouser, but yeah, she doesn't make videos anymore. Now, to be fair, a lot of her videos, for a short time, unbeknownst to her, she did not know. She thought she was getting them from someone in the chat, but it was our show. It was literally our show from start to finish. But it was kind of awesome because she was getting it out there by making a video, you know? So we would do a show on Brian McFarlane, and then someone from our chat would go to her chat and list all the Mandela effects in one comment that we covered. And then she would make a video of all those Mandela effects. So it's kind of neat. The Mandela effects were getting out there a different way in a whole different community. But it was just funny because it was our show to a T, start to finish.
I have a crazy one about Teresa.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the New York thing, go for it.
Yeah, I remember her living in New York and even showing pictures of her downtown New York. And she says she was never in New York. And suddenly, she was in Las Vegas. And for me, that was a Mandela.
Yeah, and he's speaking of Teresa Lynch, for those who don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do remember
you remember
saying
when
that to her. Yes.
Yeah, and she got kind of mad. I was like...
she did. She got very upset.
She thought I was joking. I said, no, Teresa, you were in New York, I swear.
Yeah, Teresa, when she's not affected by something, she gets upset. And when it's about her, very upset.
Yeah, she really was. And I felt bad. I was like, oh, sorry. But I'm telling you, you were in New York. That was
can't they go back in their own show and find where they say that? Like, can't Van go back to his shows and see that he talked about the cranberry sauce? Can't she go back and see that?
Well, no, usually, if it's truly a Mandela, it's not there anymore.
Yeah, there's no trace of her being in New York now, but because she
So if I went back and listened to those old shows of Dan's, he wouldn't be talking about that.
Well, they definitely don't exist anymore because that channel was taken down by YouTube. So that was a different channel. That was Scarab Performance Channel. The channel he's on now was the Book of Daniel. And when that channel got taken down, he changed the name of the Book of Daniel to Scarab Performance. So that's what the channel he's on now is, a completely different channel. But so going back to Rock, I'm sorry. What did you say, LJ? I'm sorry.
We don't have any way of checking it, like going back to old shows to find out.
No, there's no way to check that, unfortunately. Going back to Rock, I was asking Rock the actual question, the topic of the night. Do you think the Mandela effect is good, bad, or do you think it's irrelevant? It just is. What do you think, and why? Oh, you're muted, Brock.
I don't think about it too much. I think God can preserve His Word enough to where we can understand it. There might be some witchcraft or something going on, some kind of witchcraft going on. I don't know.
So you think it's something bad?
Might be a distraction. I don't know if it even exists. It might be some kind of a distraction. Yeah.
It could be.
Nice.
I see distractions all the time, or more so they're called psyops. But
I mean,
so
that would
yeah,
be MK Ultra on a massive scale, if that were the case.
I agree that the basic messages are strong enough to where we can follow them.
Yeah, I do see messages in some of the Mandela effects, like clear messages related to current times.
And, I like the King James version, and I also like the Geneva Bible. I got the Geneva Bible over here. I got the Geneva Bible, Black's Law Dictionary, Sefer, and I got all these Bibles. But the King James and the Geneva, the difference is the Geneva has commentaries, and King James didn't like the commentaries because it tried to hide them. One of the commentaries, right before the book of Revelations, if you have a facsimile, you can't just go to find it on the internet, and because you got to have a facsimile, because the commentary is not even shown. It'll just give you but if you see the commentary, it states that the tribulation started in the 70 ADs, and the 1,000 years of Christ's millennial reign had already been over with, and that was recorded in 1599 by in the Geneva Bible. Most of it. So anyway, it was just the Protestant movement, or basically going back to the original, you're not giving anybody titles, like calling people, like Orthodox, they have like titles, like in the Catholics, they have titles, like people call Catholic like father. That's a title that you're not supposed to call anybody father. So the Protestant movement got away from the tradition of the Orthodox listening to fathers. So there's a big separation. In America, we were Protestant, just meant we protested calling people like high priest and like, hey, father, priest, bishop, or whatever. A bishop was basically an elder in the church. He had studied the scriptures long enough and became a mature believer. And that's what you call the elder. It was just an older person, most likely, because he studied the scriptures for maybe 40, 50 years. I've been studying the scriptures. So if you want to just call me father, I'll let you call me father. That's just a joke. That's just a joke.
We're all muted because we're letting you talk.
I'm just joking.
Really quickly in the chat, it is Nathan Sanders, correct? Because Maria said Nathan Saunders, and then I remember Nathan Sanders, and because Maria said Nathan Saunders still making some content, some videos, and then Sagarm says Nathan Sanders went to TikTok. I remember Sanders. What is it now? That's what I'm trying to find out. Is it still Nathan Sanders? And Maria, do you remember Saunders? I'm
maybe
curious.
Maybe she sees Saunders.
Boy, I know what I remember.
What do you remember?
Well, I remember the Mandela effect, and then most like conspiracies that come out get taken over by, I don't know.
By the media.
I think I know what I'm getting at, like the gate guards who kind of like
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, there's like
I mean,
all
even
the flat
even
Earth cosmology, the Tartaria, everything's it's taken over. Like there's a new study, like it's called Satan's Little Season, that we're living in Revelations 20:7-9, and that everybody's waiting for some great big, and we're all supposed to be waiting for the big end of the time of the world and shit.
But to your point, I mean, even the fact that we're calling it Mandela Effect, who did that? The
Hey,
broom
you know
became
what?
to sweep it under the rug.
Man? Hey, I'm 65 years old.
I'm
I was
60.
in Houston, Texas, when we were protesting against that. They used to put rubber tires. Mandela used to they used to kill their enemy with rubber tires. Mandela did it. It was communism coming in. And now you're just all spreading this fucking Mandela's name. This motherfucking Mandela, you got to know the history of that motherfucker. Well, in Houston, we used to protest that motherfucker. He was a communist. And he used to kill his enemy by putting rubber tires with diesel around their necks and then starting them on fire. And we protested that. I don't like the name of the fucking.
Exactly. But that's the point, isn't it? But giving it the name of a divisive character like that. And who did that?
Mandela.
Fiona Broome, right?
Mandela. Yeah, fuck Mandela. Fuck communism. This is America. People forget what made America great. We used to believe in the scriptures, not the traditions. We were protesters. We protested against traditions, calling people, like Pope and shit. There's only one Father,
I am
Son, Jesus Christ,
trying to find
and the
out.
Holy
Someone.
Spirit. Anyway.
Hold on 1 second. So in the chat, someone said that Michelle Trachtenberg died on February 26th. She was the best friend of Buffy in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She was in Eurotrip. She was in a lot of movies. She was 39 years old. I was trying to find out what she died from because we need to keep track of these things. And she had.
It's an actor. It was an actor. An actor died.
Actress, yeah. Yeah.
They fake their death. You know about that? They fake their deaths and shit.
Yeah, but this one, she was in the hospital, and she had recently had a liver transplant. And
Can you verify that for me? Can you verify that for me?
That's what I was looking through. It's on New York Coast. She apparently said she knew that death was she could die from it. Like that, she knew that it was a possibility that she would die. And I'm just keeping track of it because we see people die multiple times. So I'm stating that Michelle Trachtenberg died in this timeline, February 26, 2025.
Was she promoting that? Was she promoting that thing we can't say?
I don't know. That's what I was looking into. I didn't see anything. But it does sound like she may have had issues with substances, possibly, or she could have had a disease. Either way, 39 years old, liver transplant.
She was an actress, right?
Yes.
Maybe she faked her death.
Maybe, but I mean, there's pictures of her in the hospital.
Maybe she's just playing somebody else now and wearing a mask.
Could be. Anything's possible.
You heard of them CIA masks?
Oh gosh, yeah. Don't even get me started on the multiple Bidens.
So Sandy, I have a couple roommates I think are going to be trying to sleep now, so I'm going to get going. Am I talking?
I'm sorry. You have a couple of. Oh, you're talking quietly because there's roommates sleeping.
Yeah, I think I might need to go soon.
Okay, it's okay. If you need to go, just let us know.
It's been fun though. I thank you for inviting me.
Oh, anytime. Anytime the link is there. Feel free.
Okay.
Feel free. Anytime. You're in that group, right? You're in the group, aren't you?
Bye.
All right. Have a good night, Sean. Thank you for coming on.
Good night, Sean.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. I came in a little late.
Yeah, we also lost Ray.
Ray's gone.
Ray is
Sandy,
gone.
I'm getting tired, so I'm gonna head out. I appreciate your show and everybody. So have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night, Subliminal.
care.
Thank you so
Okay.
much for being on. And then there were 4 guys. The link is posted at the top of the chat. You're welcome to join us.
Ray posted in the back chat that he'll be back.
Okay, Ray, we'll be back. Okay. Be right back, he said. So that's good. Actually, that was a half hour ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's current or not. I'll text him.
These are my three of my. These are 3 of my daughters. They're pretty, aren't they?
I can't see. Oh, yeah, they are. Oh, that's a good picture. They're beautiful.
Mm-hmm. And I can confirm that they're real females. Because
See, Nancy is yelling at him again, says Noise Guru, about Ray. Allison Hannigan is still alive. Yes, we're not talking about Allison Hannigan. It's the Buffy thing. Sarah Michelle Gellar was in Sydney with her family. Oh, that's nice. Mustard Seed of Faith. Mustard Seed of Faith says, Rock, are they single?
actually, yes, they are, because they say they say it's hard to find a good man out there or something.
I'm texting Ray that Nancy's calling.
I think I made them too strong, because they're stronger than most men I know. The one that's on my shoulder right now, that's Georgie. The one in the showing her upper a little bit more than I would like. But that's Georgiana. She helped a rancher put up a fence. And he said that she was the best worker there, helped put up a barbed wire fence. They grew up in the country more. I guess too strong for them city folks. I guess you can't find a good city boy anymore. I don't know. There's all this crap going on.
That's good that you raised them that way, because you need to know how to do things for yourself. And even if they find a good man, that good man could die or something good. I mean, you just don't know. So maybe they won't find good men. So it's very good that you raised them that way, because it's much better that you know that they know how to do things.
I think their standards might be a little too high for men in these days or something.
I watched a few men channels where men are just talking about men's issues, and they're saying that's a problem in general, that women's standards are unreachable. Even for a good looking man with a good job, it's not enough. They're saying that's happening everywhere.
Well, I used to be good looking, but I'm kind of old now. And well, I didn't know I was good looking until I was like 24 or 5 or so. And now I'm just getting old. But my kids, I can see it in my kids.
Hey
They're
guys,
pretty good.
I need to interrupt for 1 second. Ray told me to say, have a good night, everyone. Have a great show. He was falling asleep. He said if he can't sleep, he will join us again, but he is out for the night as of right now. Again, the link.
We used to call him Sleepyhead in high school.
The link to the stream, if you'd like to join us, is posted. It's pinned at the top of my chat. I don't know about Ray's chats, but it's on the screen right now. If you want to join us, hop on in. There's room for like 3 people. 3, 4 people? Yeah, 3 people. There's enough room for 3 people. So if you guys want to hop on, hop on.
I'm just really trolling. That's all I'm doing.
I know, Rock. It's okay. You're allowed.
You're still good looking, Rock.
No,
Drew says I'm the hottest guy on the planet.
I'm getting kind of fat, sitting in front of this fucking screen all day.
Just find a lady in her 50s. You'll be fine.
No, I'm still married, man. I got a wife. These are my children. I got 7 children. I got the same wife I've had for
7 children. That's amazing.
40 years, I think.
Well, you should get a medal for that.
That is great. That does not happen like that anymore. Like it's very rare. It's rare. So that's very good, Rock.
Well, I raised them off grid. And then now they're so self-sufficient. They just want to drive around. They go traveling around the world, wherever they want to go. They get an RV, drive around the country. I told them to get the hell out of LA. Like, I called them up, said, get the fuck out of LA. And said, oh, Dad, it's okay. We can stay here. I said, get the fuck out of LA. And so they got their RV.
They
and
should
2
get
of
out
them.
of there.
One got
one side of our family was from Fullerton, Orange County, and they've all left. They live in Missouri and North Dakota. And I don't even know where else, Arizona, but they all got out of there.
Well, my daughters are artists, so they sell art or something. I don't know. I don't even know how they make all their fucking money. They're smart. I don't know. I don't know where they get all that shit. But
Spot, are you still with us? You've been very quiet.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just making sure. I don't know if you stepped away or not.
I just letting other people talk because it's their night.
That's true. I've been doing the same thing. I've been letting other people talk because it is their night. It's a night for you guys to, you hear Spotter and I all the time. So it's more a night for you all to share what you want. Go ahead, LJ.
Do other people go through that cycle of food tasting great and then food not tasting great? Same food.
Good.
So, JLD, do you experience that with food?
Can't say I do, no.
What about you, Rock? Does that ever happen to you?
I only eat red beef, some fruits, stay away from the soy and the beer and all that shit.
That's good. Does your fruit some weeks just taste really great and not on other weeks the same fruit or the same steak?
Pete Hammer in the chat says, LJ, yes, 100%.
That vegan diet is like, it's like that them Indians. I eat, the Indians, their religious belief. Well, I eat what they worship.
The thing about the vegan diet, I would be all for it. I even understand the reasons. I understand not wanting to kill animals, and maybe you
I
even
eat
think it's
what they
healthier.
worship.
But the thing is that those people are getting very, very sick. And so the proof is that you do need some meat protein.
The
This
the
is
thing on
why.
diets, the thing on diets is general. If anybody's talking to you about a diet without looking into your blood group, then they're full of shit.
But I buy my local neighbors beef. I get the best beef I can get. I don't eat canned or bread. Bread's not real. Most of the food
My
in your
blood
stores.
group is a big one for eating meat,
If you want
but
to eat bread, you got to grind
everybody
your
needs
own
some meat.
wheat.
So you get very sick if you don't eat some meat. I mean, I understand vegetarians. I would think it was a great idea if it worked, but it just doesn't. They wind up very, very sick. And
That's
some of them,
because of your blood group. I've
some
been
of them, some of them have
vegetarian
died.
since '87.
You know,
No
people are
problem.
growing their own chickens now because, you know,
You should grow your own chickens because the ones you
and
get are shot up with drugs and put through poop baths in warm water.
You guys are gonna
well,
either
we
gross
grow
out or make the
chickens.
entire chat hungry.
The other thing Eva was talking about was sometimes going through periods where you can't get out of bed and all you can do is sleep. And then she'll go through other periods where she feels very hyper and wired. And I find I go through those things, and sometimes at the same times that she does. So I don't know if other people have that, times where you can't get out of bed and times when you're very wired.
I do experience that, and I do notice that when like I'll say that I can tell that I'm shifting because I'll get the ear ringing, and I'll frequently get sick, and I'll be more tired and lethargic than usual. It'll be harder for me to get out of bed and do things. So I do go through periods like that, and but the food thing doesn't happen to me.
I don't usually talk about periods and stuff like that, but
Well, no, I'm not talking about that. I don't get them.
it's just joking.
But that's one where she feels like the exhaustion times are when a lot of things are shifting. Then that's that exhaustion time. And then when they did those tests and when people went through those, they had less magnesium got pulled out of their body for some reason. So it seems like there's a time period where maybe a lot of things change and a lot of the Mandela affected people get very exhausted at that time and may even lose magnesium.
Maybe you should go by the moon. Go by the 1328
It could
day
be with the
moon
moon. I
cycle.
don't know.
Is there a 28-day moon?
But the moon,
period
for me,
cycle?
is all over the place in the sky.
Period. What period of time is that?
The moon used to go across the sky at a certain rate, and it used to be a certain size and go right through the middle of the sky. Now it goes through the side of the sky at different rates, different sizes, different times of the day. So I don't even know how
I'm asking how many, what's the cycle of a woman's period? Is that once a month?
The normal one is 3 days every month, although some people is a little bit different than that. But
Is that
it's a 28-day cycle. It's a 28-day cycle. That's what he's
28-day
asking.
moon cycle? You know, there's really 13. You know, there's really 13 days in a month. There's 13 months in a year. 13 times 28 is 364, and then New Year's is 365. There's 13 months in a year. There's 13 periods. A woman has 13. It goes by the moon. It's the cycle of the moon, and then you got the sun cycle.
Well, the thing about periods is that just generally women have them.
Well, I never knew that. I never knew that it was. I just found that out. Someone should tell me that women have a 3-day
will be
month.
at all different times of the month, but But what'll happen if you get women and they all live in the same house? Like, let's say they all move in together. So their period might be at the beginning of the month, one's in the middle, one's in the end, and then if they live together, they'll all synchronize. They'll all wind up the same time. That's very weird. I don't understand how that works.
Wow, I didn't know that. I'm glad my wife took care of that stuff.
If that hasn't Mandela to change, but that used to be a fact. Then some people do have a different cycle altogether. Like they'll have more days but farther apart. Not every single person is on a perfect 28-day cycle, but that's for the majority of people.
Yep, and at least no celery pushing. Exactly. Anything but celery.
Do you know how they cheat us out of a month? They pay us for 12 months, but we really work for 13 months. See how they cheat us out of that shit? Motherfucking.
Well, no, actually, no. There's 2 months of the year where people get an extra paycheck because there's a 5th week. I think that's where they make it up. In November and I think it's March. Maybe it's April.
Yeah, they make it up. But they should just go by the moon cycle. There's 13 28-day moon cycles.
That would be great because then our medication would be filled every 28 days instead of 30. And that'd be a lot easier to keep track of than having to move the day.
Yeah.
It'd be the same day every month. That would be so much easier to keep track of.
Well, that's the Lord's cycle. That's the Lord's. It's the old lunar solar cycle. Every lunar year, there's 28 day, 13 28-day months. Like there's really 13 tribes of Israel, but they always only say 12. But Jesus plus 12 is 13. It's a good number. They always make the good numbers evil. It's really 13 months. Oh, but they make that month evil. Oh, that's the evil month. We can say 12. 12 is better than 12. But it's really 12 apostles and Jesus 13. See, they don't like to mention the word Jesus either. A lot of people don't even like to hear the word Jesus because then it's like, oh, shit, that's all a conspiracy or something.
I don't know if I'm sending you videos a couple of videos that I wanted to share, but I don't know if they're edited. It might have like my thing come down for the screen sharing, screen recording. But I finally found what I've been looking for all this time.
I shared some videos.
Well, no, these are you have to put them in the private chat, Rock. I can't access the actual chat. But if you put them in the private chat, I can Splatter can show them. But I've been looking for these the whole show. I was telling you about that Matrix game where the AI is too aware. I'm sending a couple examples to Splatter.
Oh yeah. AI.
So you can see what I was talking about because I don't like this. I don't like that they're this aware. This was actually a demo. It was a demo for like it was sent to certain gamers and streamers to try it out and report any bugs. Well, this would be a bug for me because the AI is they're just supposed to, like they're supposed to be NPCs in the game. You know what I'm saying? They're supposed to be, you ask them a question and they'll say something stupid like, oh, the weather's nice. That's what they're supposed to be. I only got one video to send to you, Splatter. Just the one. The other ones are too large. But I want to show this because we were talking about it earlier and I finally found one. I found them, but they're too big to share. I'd have to upload them to YouTube and send you a link, and I'm not got time for that. So hopefully this one shows you what I'm talking about. If it doesn't, I'll upload the others to YouTube so I can send you a link. But here we go. Let's play this one. So I don't know which streamer it is. I haven't had a chance to check because I'm live right now, and I wasn't planning on showing these. So can you rewind it because it's like at 4 seconds for some reason, and it's only 49 seconds long.
On or off?
Sound on. You need the sound on.
Okay.
I've actually had these like for almost 2 years. I've been meaning to show these to you, and I keep forgetting to cover it. So hopefully this shows you what I'm talking about.
Okay, is that better?
Yep, that's great. Okay, hit play. Let's see it. Let's hear it.
My fellow frenemies, today. Why am I so fast? Look at me, I'm Rocket Ishmael here. Today, I would like to find out what this artificial intelligence, i.e., OpenAI, ChatGPT, all the same company. I'd like to find out what they know about global militaries. Let's see how much public knowledge it has ingested over its teaching time. Now, what I believe,
pause a second,
and other people have said it in chat as well, in the comments, a lot of people have, well, a few people have said,
oh, it's okay, that's over. All right, it's over. No, this is not, all right. So I had like I was going to make a video putting them together. That was him explaining that he was going to ask the NPCs in the game, which should have no knowledge whatsoever of military because the game doesn't have it. And he goes on and asks them, and they know a ton of stuff. And they're giving him directions on how to get to it. It's so bizarre. It doesn't make any sense. The stuff it knows is... So you're in a game, right? And you know how like in those games with worlds, there's certain areas you can't walk to. Like it's just the world stops. You can see the world beyond it, but you can't go there. The AI is explaining how, like he asks them, how do you go through that wall? How do you go through that? I can't go through it. And the answers that they give were incredible. It was like,
You had to see it like the PSYOP wall or something.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
The wall
It's
is
just
like a PSYOP wall or some kind. What wall are you talking about? Can't go through what wall?
So it's a visible wall that you can see in the game. I have to get the other clips, but the other clips are too big to share that way.
You're in a game. You're in a game.
Yeah.
Just
and there's like, an invisible wall that you can't go through. You can see the world beyond it, but you'll just keep walking in place.
You have to complete something before you can access the area, that kind of thing.
Yeah, something like that. Or the area is just, that's the end of the world, but they want to make it look like it continues. And the NPC will come through that wall, and he was like, "How did you do that?" And then they're like, "Oh, I don't know."
Non-player character.
And it'll start contemplating why it can walk through the wall. It's so bizarre. The things they say are not. It's like I said, it's fascinating, but it's also disturbing at the same time, because they start questioning if they're real.
They go through the walls like a trick wall, like your bookcase open up, and you go behind it, and there's a secret tunnel, like for
example, imagine the street you live on. Okay, imagine if half of your street isn't real, but you can still see it, and you get halfway down the street and you can't walk anymore. It feels like there's an invisible dome around you or something. But you can see down the street, you just can't go there. You know what I'm saying? You can see down the street, but you can't go there because your world ends right there. It's as far as you can go. But you can still see further down the street, you just can't walk to it.
Yeah,
you
like
go past that invisible
I
wall.
can see my daughters, I can see my daughters just right down the street. But I know it's just in the metaverse, like right now. On my thumbnail, I can see my daughters just right.
But you can't get to them, right? You can't get into the picture. Yes.
Because I'm real and I'm not AI. Because I'm really a human, or something like that.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is, Splatter, I'm gonna put these videos into my Google Drive, and then I can add you to the Google Drive. and then you should be able to share them. Because they're only 2 minutes long, but they're too big to, send through Messenger. So I'm
Okay.
going to make an AI folder on Google Drive.
There's something that the AI does that bothers me too. I use a lot of sarcastic humor so if I'm typing to somebody, and the only difference between a serious comment that's an insult and a joke is how you intend it. So to differentiate to people that I'm joking, a lot of times I would put the emoji where the eyes are rolled up so they can tell it's a joke.
Oh,
But the statement would be
maybe
some
I do
serious
that
thing,
too.
like I might say, I'm just gonna make something up. Oh, you really look ugly today, and I don't really mean that. So I would put that face so they know I'm not really saying they're ugly. So the AI would start giving me that emoji. It could tell that, it could discern the sarcasm. That takes a human type brain to discern that.
It's you're programmers. You know what a programmer is, like a
I mean, it
witch.
tells you somebody's
Believe
really listening
you
in
believe
and really knows what the heck you're doing,
in,
because
you believe in magic. You believe
because
in magic.
it would know when I was saying something sarcastic. You'd have to have human reasoning for that.
It could be a Nephilim, maybe a demon spirit.
Hey, Splatter, can you please put your email in the private chat, or like on Messenger, send me your email, please? I need your email to invite you to the folder.
That's my son. That's my son.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's my son. That's my oldest son right there.
Private chat then?
He's got a hoodie on.
Correct.
But I think he believes in witchcraft and magic.
Or
I don't
you
know
want
where
me to send you on Facebook?
I don't know where he
In
gets that
Messenger, yeah, Facebook Messenger, so I can just copy your email and put it.
Yeah, okay, okay, that makes it better.
witchcraft. Well, I put in private chat YouTube channel. You check it out.
What's the video about?
It's called The Millennial Reign of Jesus, Tartaria and Satan's Short Season. I just found him a couple days ago. He's pretty good. He's been
How
out for
long?
about 8-7 months. He's a
How
new
long's
guy.
the video?
He's got short ones. I think this is a short one.
No, that's a
And
whole
then-
movie. I got it started already. It's like an hour and a half or something.
Oh gosh, we can't put on a video that's an hour and a half.
No. This is just a short, like, I don't know. But
Anyway.
this is for your own enjoyment, for you people in private chat. I don't got a ranch or nothing to Red Sheridan chat, but it's just where we find that history's like just, they lied to us about history. It's all staged. Everything's staged. They can stage anything. And then just hiding. The millennial reign of Jesus, that's over. Revelations is not futuristic. It's past.
Now.
We're in Satan's short season. We're not waiting for the rapture or the tribulation. That happened in around 70 AD when the temple was destroyed. They never said there'd be a third temple. And then so they added 1,000 years. So I would say Jesus said he was coming back. I'll be right back. And he was talking to that generation. And then somehow 2,000 years later, and we're still, it's a 2,000 year generation. So he lied. Jesus said that this generation shall see all these things. There's many verses where Jesus said. He was talking to those people at that time, warning them to get out of Jerusalem because it's going to be destroyed. It was destroyed in 70 AD. That's probably in the middle of the tribulation, now the beginning of but Nero translates from if you get the old Hebrew gematria, 666 spells Caesar Nero in the Hebrew gematria, because Hebrew has a letter for each word and a letter for each word. So we know that Nero Caesar burnt Christians, cut their heads off, fed them to lions. That was the Antichrist. That time has passed. Jesus soon reigned right after that period. There was a great worldwide events that divided into 3 sections of the earth that all got destroyed. But they added 1,000 years, and they tell you, well, this all happened over this thousands of years, but it really all happened in that first century when the tribulation events went on. It didn't go over. It didn't take 1,000 years to do all these. First century, these great catastrophes, and you can tell by the. Anyway, there's a pretty good. It's all out there, just punching Satan's little season. And I put a good starter in the back for you. This guy's one of the best guys I've seen on the subject. I just found out.
Kimberly was asking for the link in the regular chat. I just posted it for you. The link that you posted for us in the private chat, Kimberly wanted in the regular chat, so I just posted it again. And Mr. Super Sidewinder says there may well be 2 AIs, actual intelligence and artificial intelligence. That is an interesting theory. Jackie is with us, adding Jackie to the stage. Hello, Jackie.
Hi there.
Hello. Hey.
So, Jackie, you're new. The question
Yes.
is, do you think the Mandela Effect is a good thing, a bad thing, nothing? And why do you think that?
I think that overall, it's probably not a great thing, to be honest. I just think that there's a lot of kind of trauma that the majority of people can't really handle. There's definitely some good that has come out of it. It's very interesting. It's exciting. I enjoy a lot of aspects to it. There's things that I want out of it. I love experimenting with reality and learning, but when you have a certain view on what's going on, it's not a pleasant view. It's not something that makes me feel safe. I think that there's a possibility that everything's going to be fine and I will be safe, but there's paranoia that I get sometimes where I feel like it may not end well, and it just depends on. There's so many different theories and there's so many different ways to look at this, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Like, I'm just throwing out theories. I'm coming up with all different kinds of perspectives. Like, I don't know exactly what's going on, but I'm going with what makes the most sense. And I think that it's kind of beyond my level of understanding. I think you have to be very intelligent to understand what's going on. I think that maybe there's a reason why we don't know. I think that seems to be the vibe that I'm getting, that there's a reason why we don't know, that there is a purpose. There probably is a reason why we're here, maybe to learn something, to have a human experience. Maybe we aren't actually humans. We're something else somewhere else. We can shapeshift, or I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. I do get the feeling that we're being trolled or made fun of as well, which obviously is not positive. There could be different. I mean, I kind of agree with Sandy that I think there's different natures at play. I think that there's good and evil. I think that there's positive entities, probably. And I mean, I think there's definitely more evil. I feel like there's more evil, and I feel like evil has the upper hand, and evil is more powerful from what I'm experiencing. I don't know. It's hard to say because it's like when you're feeling safe and okay. I don't know. It's I don't know really because it's like I don't know. It's really hard to judge sometimes if good is at the forefront or like or we just because when bad stuff happens, it makes you
Can I ask
appreciate
you
the
a
good. Like
question? Can I ask you a question, Jackie?
yeah,
How are you doing? Are you doing okay?
in life.
Yeah, you doing okay? You sound kind of stressed or something.
Oh yeah, I'm usually stressed. But that's just my life. Yeah, I don't know. I'm always stressed. I've got a lot of things that
You got a
going on,
job?
but
You got a
no, I don't
husband?
have a job. Nope. Nope.
You got a husband?
Not having a job is stressful for me, but having a job is more stressful to me. So it's trying to find um a point where I can make a passive income so I don't have to work, but I'm not stressed about money. Unfortunately, that's another weird thing about life is that you can't win. You can't like have all the money in the world and be able to rest and relax and do whatever you want and travel and see the world and just do anything that you want. Like, you don't have any freedom. You're like enslaved and trapped. Like you might be fine in the sense that like you're not getting tortured or you're not I don't know, like it's not like crazy bad for certain people. For some people, it is really bad. So it's really kind of hard to judge, especially if you're going by the theory that's only your perspective or solipsism. Then it's like, well, you know, are bad things even happening to other people? Is that even real? Storylines change all the time. People come back from the dead, apparently. Like, is bad stuff even happening? Maybe I'm supposed to be just in a like kind of
How
mid.
old are how
I don't
old
know.
are
It's
you?
hard to.
How old are you?
30, 32.
32.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
can
but no, I'm
still
fine. I'm
find.
just
You
more
haven't
stressed.
found a man, but you could still find him. I can hear that you sound like a woman, right? I'm not misgendering
Yeah,
you or nothing.
I'm not interested in men though, but I'm not really here to talk about that part of my life. But yeah, I'm not interested in guys.
You're not interested in.
No, not at all.
Well, if you had a provider, if you had a male provider that treated you right, you wouldn't want a male provider that treated you right,
No,
that you were loved,
no,
that
I'm
you
good. I prefer not
were.
to. To me, that just feels like a rapist system. Like you have to sleep with a guy
What?
to make money, and I don't agree with that. I'm not going to be forced into that.
What?
No way.
What?
Like I prefer
What?
to make my own money.
That's just the
Um,
patriarch
no,
system.
it's not anything like that. I just don't find men appealing, and I'm not going to be forced into sleeping with someone, which is basically rape, just to get money. And a
Fine.
lot of women are forced
Whoa,
into
whoa,
it.
whoa, whoa, Jackie,
What?
Not all
Bad
women
word,
do it
bad
for
word,
money.
bad
Oh,
word. Can't
sorry,
stay on
sorry.
YouTube.
Oh yeah,
Not all
can't say that.
women do it for money. I don't.
Anyways,
My wife didn't
back
do
to
it
the
for money.
theories.
I
Okay,
was
back to the
poor when I
theory.
got married.
Yeah,
I
back
was
to the
poor when
theory.
me and my wife got married when we were poor.
I'll just look. Sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah, go back.
Is that
Whatever. Go back to what you were saying, Jackie.
yeah. So I'm not really sure like how to view the Mandela effect, like um and put it into one box, like positive or negative. I think there's a mixture of things going on. I think there's so many things that I've got to experience and learn. I feel like I'm on a journey and I'm learning and experiencing things and they're showing me things. I sometimes don't get a feeling of like harm, I guess. Like again, it's so mixed. It's like sometimes I feel like they're not gonna harm me. It's just kind of playful joking, like trolling, and I feel kind of safe in that sense. But other times I do feel like I'm eventually gonna be harmed or something. Like I don't know where this is leading. I don't know if there's any kind of like real like purpose and this is going to end somewhere and I'm I feel like I am definitely on a trajectory and I'm like moving forward, but it's just like some of the changes it's like, well, like what does this even mean? It just seems so ridiculous or silly, or like what is the reason behind what's going on? I do think it is just how reality operates. So I think that everything is made up of the same properties, everyone and everything, it's all the same properties, which is kind of like um seeps into the consciousness idea of like it's just all consciousness and it's all and it just keeps changing and everything has the ability to change. I don't believe anything is solid. I don't believe that. I don't believe there is anything that is just set in stone and that even if something hasn't changed for you, it still has the ability to change, is my opinion. It still can change, absolutely. And I don't know why things change at certain times and not like I mean, I do think that, you know, individually they're probably trolling people in individual ways for certain reasons or mainly because they think it's funny, maybe. I don't know really. Like that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting is that they think it's funny, but it also could be something else like just some kind of inside joke or something. I don't really know, but yeah, I just think that I want to experience more and understand more and hopefully it'll end well. And yeah, but I'm absolutely okay with, well, I wouldn't say I'm okay with it, but I can accept the worst possible. I can think of the worst possible scenario, the worst possible outcome, and just be like, yeah, well, I mean, I'm not shocked. I'm really not shocked. And it is what it is. Reality is what it is, regardless of what you want it to be. Like you can want it to be whatever. I mean, that's why there's so many debates and different opinions because most people want to believe the most positive um theory. They want to believe um you know the good ones, that make you feel good and make you feel safe and um no one wants to believe in the negatives and that they don't want to think about bad outcomes or whatever, which I understand, but I'm just always been open to that side of things and I've always seen that in my life. And I've definitely felt like in my life that um there has been control and I'm not in control. I definitely don't think I'm in control. I think that someone else or beings can make it appear like you're in control, but I think that they have a very powerful kind of hold and they kind of dictate what goes on and where you're at and stuff like that. Maybe to what degree I don't know, but I do feel like um yeah, there's just stuff that's happened and like a lot of negativity. I've had a lot of negativity in my life and stuff, and it definitely matches that and makes sense. Like when I hear other people's experiences, like supernatural ones. I don't want to have any of my own personally. This is enough for me. Like I'm not going to go seek out, um, like some people they want to astral travel, for example, or they want to try, um, I don't know if this is the right thing to say on YouTube, right? But witchcraft stuff like that. And interacting with plants and stuff like that. I don't want to do any of that. I am interested for scientific reasons. That's why I look into a lot of trip reports and stuff like that and people's experiences. It would be helpful if I had my own so I could give a more educated input. But I I just don't think that traumatizing myself any further would be a good idea, especially if it feels very real.
Not yet.
But yeah, there's a lot to explore, and I think there's a lot out there that we don't know about, a lot, and a lot's hidden from us, and you can have access to it. The information will probably get taken from you while you probably won't remember, but much. Some people remember more than others. Whatever they're allowed to remember, but yeah, there's definitely a lot out there to explore and new things seem to come up as well, like
No, Sandy, it's not coming through yet. I don't know what's taking so long. I've been
what's
looking
up?
spam.
I asked Splatter in the private chat if he had gotten an email yet from the Google Drive. I'll send it to him again. But Jackie, I did want to ask you. So you're saying you don't think there's good or bad in the Mandela? It just is. That's what I'm getting from it? Unless I'm wrong.
I think that it's subjective. I think that there's certain things that some people would perceive as being bad, and other people would perceive as being good, or they'll enjoy it. And I mean, because everyone, like, I mean, life is subjective, really, when it comes to experiences. Like, some people enjoy certain things, and others don't enjoy those same things. Everyone has different experiences, and but what I'm saying is that personally, for me, I feel like, for me, it's not good. Like, it's not really leaning in that direction. I guess, like, in the safe department, like, I guess I just don't feel safe. Like, I get enjoyment out of it in some ways. Definitely. I just don't know, really. At this stage, I think it's too early for me to really give any kind of, like, oh yeah, like, kind of cement stuff. Like, I'm just throwing out theories at this point, and just going by what I'm feeling, and doing as much research as I can into different areas, and different experiences. Like, people now are talking about mimics and static people, and there's all this stuff that I've never even heard of before coming out. Well, it's probably been there for a long time. Like, I don't know if it's a timeline thing or whatever, but there's just stuff that I haven't heard of before. It's just interesting to see the range of different types of supernatural kind of beings, people experiencing. Are they shifters? Are they are they actually different entities just with the same abilities? It's like hard to say. Sometimes I get so paranoid that I feel like everyone is like the same evil entity or the same person, or they're all in on it, or, like, I mean, that I don't believe that, but that's where it can get dangerous if you get that paranoid. Like, I don't believe it, but it's like I have those thoughts where I mean, I guess in some ways, like, I have to believe it for me to be paranoid, but I don't think that that's what's going on. Like, I don't think it's logical, but paranoia is rarely logical. So I would just get this feeling, like, just get paranoid that everyone is, in on the joke, and they're actually, like, the entities aren't just like,
Do you
they're
do
not
any
just
drugs? Have
on
you
a.
done any DMT or
No, I haven't
mushrooms?
done anything like that. I've looked into it extensively. I look into it all the time. I'm very interested in the trips that people have had, but I've never done anything, and I'm never going to. I'm not interested in doing it
That's
myself.
good. Then that's
I
good.
think it will be. I
Maybe
don't
it's
think
just
it's bad necessarily,
maybe
but
you're just hard. Maybe you're just having a hard time finding a good man. I would say look for a good man. Don't you don't even have to maybe have sex with them or whatever. But
I don't think
and
that this has
you just,
anything to do with men, to be
and
honest.
then you don't got to worry about work, and you can travel. Maybe he's a salesman, or maybe and you're just his helper. Just helping a
I
little
just don't
bit.
think that has
Maybe
anything to do with
maybe you can find
what I'm.
somebody you love. Not a
Are you
contract, just
drinking?
kind of like You
Someone
know,
on this
Rock,
drink.
find
I
yourself
think
a
this is
good
making her
guy.
feel uncomfortable, Rock.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not interested. I'm really not. I'm not interested in guys. Just straight up. I mean, are you? I mean, if you're not, then you can probably see my perspective. Anyways, moving on. That has nothing to do. I mean, I would love to have, you know, a life where I'm, you know, traveling and having fun and you know, spending all the money and living the. I mean, everyone would. Everyone would love that rich life, but it's not. It doesn't. It wouldn't take away from like my experiences would only increase because I'd be moving around everywhere. And like for me, I have outside experiences as well that don't just stay, it's not just the internet. You know, for me, like I'll go to Starbucks, there's a painting there, a new painting that was never there, massive one, you can't miss it. And apparently it's always been there. No, and then there's an outside, like, you know, all this stuff, you know, I can't walk out the door without, you know, there's new stuff all the time. You know, my outside, everything is made up of the same properties, in my opinion. So if I was traveling around, I'd be experiencing Mandela effects. I'd be, you know, having the same thoughts and wondering. So it's really got nothing to do with that. Yeah, like if I was happy and content and had everything I wanted, I would still be experiencing deep derealization on the daily with Mandela effects, and probably more so because I'd be experiencing more outside and stuff like that. In my opinion, it may like take up more of my time in the sense of I may not experience a lot of the ones that are more centered to like online research and stuff. But yeah, I think that I would probably experience more people ones. Like I'd meet people, I'd be talking to people a lot more, and I'd be experiencing their memories change and stuff, which is what I do want. That I think that that's very interesting, but you have to be really close to people. You have to be talking to them every day to really do experimentation with that. It's so invasive. You'd have to be asking people every day. Like it'd be so monotonous or like just annoying to people to be like every day, be like, okay, so this is a list of things that we've talked about previously. This is the way that we agreed that it was yesterday. Do you still have that same memory? And every day you have to be like, okay, do you like, is it still the same or do you remember something different now? Like, because before you said that you remember that it was always like that, but now it is, you know, now you're saying that it was, you think it was always a different way or like the current memory or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be very
Repetitive.
intense. Yeah, repetitive. Yeah, it just I just don't know how many people are. I honestly think that there's probably scientists out there who already know all of this is going on. They're probably experimenting with this stuff. Like we just don't know. They're not going to tell people. I
No,
mean,
they
I'm
are
sure.
actually, because on Good Mythical
Okay.
Morning, that
Okay.
short that I showed where they were making fun of the Mandela effect, but then I showed you that they were Mandela
Oh,
affected.
yeah.
The one where they were Mandela affected, the episode they did on the Mandela effect, they were going through a study about the Mandela effect. Now, I don't agree with the way the study was handled, because what they were doing was they'd have the actual logo. Like, for example, with Monopoly, they'd have the actual Monopoly man, the Monopoly man with the monocle, and then they'd have a third one that they completely made up. Okay? So the results were very skewed. It's not like they had three memories, they had one that they completely made up. And some of them were ridiculous, like absolutely ridiculous. So the study's skewed, in my opinion, because you have something there that's just
Sandy,
nothing. You know what I'm saying?
I have to just get something. I'll be right back, okay? And I'll respond then. Sorry.
That's fine. It's
That
okay.
might have been their control though, their control group. So they're
But
given
even
the
so, I really don't like that kind of thing. I really like it being an open question. What do you remember?
Right. But when
That's when you're going to
doing
get the actual memory, not by putting pictures in your face. Which one do you remember? Or
Well, no,
asking
I
a
do believe
multiple
that some
choice
people,
question.
I do believe that some people need the visual stimuli to remind them what they remember. But to put down something that never existed at all, like if I can find it, I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's completely off the wall. It's not like, it's
But did
slightly different.
anybody even pick from those?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was an actual government funded study.
But
And
did anybody make that
But
choice, or was it
anybody
always one of the two?
was anybody choosing the ridiculous control one?
there were a few, but the biggest choices were the Mandela memory. Like, for example, they chose the Monopoly man with the monocle. And I would say,
Well, the
for
thing about
example,
that
like,
is
Yeah, I'm
when
gonna
they
get out
put
of here.
in controls
I'll see
like
you
that,
later, Diva.
all right,
Diva.
thanks for being on, Rock. Have a good
Bye.
night. Bye, Rock.
bye. If it's an honest study and they're trying to do it what's considered scientifically, it would be appropriate to put in a control group like that, although they shouldn't make them too ridiculous. But all they should be looking for is that choice statistically significant or not? In other words, they're going to expect that, yes, a few people will pick the random control item, but what they're looking, if it's only a tiny amount, then that's normal. That doesn't mean there's no Mandela effect. It would be if a lot of people pick that control group one, the ridiculous control one, then they could debunk the Mandela. So it's not wrong that they put it in there. That's a control, but they shouldn't make it. Actually, making it ridiculous was kind of them helping towards seeing the Mandela.
You know what would have been a better option? That third thing, instead of being something made up by them, just no opinion, because not everybody's going to have an opinion on every Mandela effect. I mean,
That's
everything
true.
like Star Wars or whatever, all that movie stuff, I was never into that the television or media stuff. So I have no opinion.
It's okay that they put that control in. The control is actually helpful because when you put a third choice in there that nobody is saying ever was, you're seeing. In other words, it could be random. People could just be randomly picking between the three, and if you get almost an even number on your control, then nothing is happening. And then if the biggest amount is on the Mandela one and less on the one that it is now, and almost none on your control, then that should be pointing towards the Mandela. And then if you get a few on your control and a lot on the way it is now, and only a few on the Mandela, also, if the Mandela is almost equal to the control and they're both small, that's going to tell you there's no Mandela. So that's standard operating procedure in correctly done studies to put in a control. But the only thing is, it shouldn't be too ridiculous, though.
Well, I'm actually stuck. I can't move. I'm in my photo album. The reason why those videos didn't go to you, Splatter, is because I left the photo album, so it stopped uploading them. It's uploading the last one now. As soon as I can leave my photo album, I'll get an example, because I'm sure there's a screenshot because Good Mythical Morning, they have like 12, maybe even more million subscribers. They have a lot of subscribers. So I'm sure there's screenshots.
If they're making their controls too outrageously ridiculous, then that might be an indicator that they're not serious about their study.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Can't
study
imagine many
was.
would be.
I was going to say the study was a government study, so they are looking into it. I do know that for a fact. What were you going to say, Jackie? I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's okay.
Well, I agree, Chad.
Yeah, it's just I think a lot of parties need to come together, like, and study different things, like different experiences and stuff, like people who are over on like the interacting with plant stuff, they experience Mandela effects, and then and then so it all kind of comes together like a puzzle, and different pieces kind of might fit, where it's not expected, because people are having experiences but they're not experiencing other things, and then it's only a solitary thing where but yeah, anyways, I think as for like scientific stuff, like I imagine that scientists are working on it, and yeah, as you said, the government and stuff are looking into it, but it's just what I've experienced, the depth of it is really like I don't even know how anyone can understand or comprehend that. Like if I'm correct, it's sometimes when it happens, it's really hard for me to be like, even though I'm sure, it's like it's so weird that it's like I just kind of always I'm like, oh, maybe I just really was like I just heard wrong, or like I don't know, like especially as time goes on, I'm like, oh, I probably just but like say if okay, I'll actually talk about this experience that I had. For months I was watching a TikTok person. I don't know when I got on TikTok, like 2 years ago, a year ago. I didn't think I was ever gonna get on it, but I went on it, and I started watching all these lives, and I was like, oh, this is interesting the way people can communicate now these days. And there's this lady in Tasmania, and she was doing ghost tours in the a morgue specifically in Tasmania. And nearly every day she'd be doing lives. I don't know if she still does. I think she kind of dropped off for a bit, but um, yeah. So she was showing us around this morgue mainly. She'd go different places, but it was mainly this morgue. Um, nearly every day, and I'd go live and see that. And then one day I noticed that there was changes, and I looked back at all her old videos, and so much about that morgue has changed, and there's new things that are there that weren't there before. Things are in different places. Just even a storyline had changed. Like she didn't have access to a room that now she's always had access to that room, apparently, always. But I remember very clearly that she said she only just got access to it recently, and it looked different. Like it's just I know she was like vlogging using her phone, so it is a little bit difficult to keep track of everything. But I do remember vividly how some things were, and where they were, and where things were, and I still can't really comprehend. It's hard for me to comprehend when I see how it always was, and I'm just thinking like I just don't remember it like that. I don't remember that being there, or that was there, and now that's never been there. And like there's this room there that's like never saw that room. Like there's just so many things, and like, oh, that couch didn't look like that, and that stain wasn't there, and it's just so bizarre. And even just her behavior is different. Her behavior, like what she does, like she'd never do certain things. Like she'd never bring her personal items, only the ghost equipment, the ghost whatever it's called into the main morgue part where they would do that stuff. It was from
Jackie.
Anyways,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I have to interrupt for 1 second because
That's good.
I found some of the examples. I didn't find the craziest one. Show that one last, Splatter, because that's the craziest one. The other ones are less crazy. Yeah, that's good. All right, so some of them were subtle and some were crazy. And I'm going to show you. There's a lot more, but I'd have to watch a video to get to them. This comes from the University of Chicago. They're the ones that are doing the study. And they posted it in Psychological Science Journal. Here we go. So here's one of the examples that was more subtle. And they have the Monopoly Man with no monocle, the Monopoly Man with full-on glasses, and then one with a monocle. And to me, that could confuse people, but not those that are Mandela affected. We already, we know. You know what I'm saying? But
you know what I really find most mind-boggling? Because the stuff that she was just talking about is very personal, so it's not going to be like on a worldwide scale.
Right.
But like, I'm not affected by many of these effects. And in fact, I have anchor memories of them being correct. Leonard Skinner, for example. I always knew that was all wise, and it was kind of like the reason I have an anchor memory is because that was kind of one of the reminders that in the absence of a vowel, a Y is the vowel.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. Like I said, it's okay to have current memory, and even if it's on a lot of things, as long as you're affected by something, you're Mandela affected.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's bizarre, because different people were affected by different things, and other people say no, that's the way it always was. You know, on depending on what the subject is,
Right,
what
but
the
the thing is,
Mandela effect is.
with these images, like I don't know anyone who would choose the glasses,
Mm-hmm.
like the full-on glasses. But some people did, and I think what you were saying would have been the better option, to have unsure as like an option
Right,
instead.
right.
Can we go to the next one? Because I do have an example of a crazy one.
Mm-hmm.
Splatter? No, other way. So here they put the fruit on a plate
Oh.
as the crazy one.
I don't really see these as anything unusual. This is typical. This was what I majored in, this kind of thing. And I took classes on behavioral statistics and all this kind of stuff. These are normal controls, and they're controlling for more than one thing. They're controlling to see, first of all, if all three are kind of random, that would say nothing was happening. And then they're expecting their controls to get the least amount of hits. They're also controlling for people that are goofing around and trolling the study. People will do that. People will just pick stupid one just to be goofy in the study. And they know that a certain number of people are going to do that too. So they're controlling that. That doesn't look like an outrageous.
Okay, that's because I saved it. That's what I'm trying to say, LJ. I saved that for last. I'm trying to explain the first two examples they used. I could see what you're saying. Like, on a plate could happen, right? So these were examples of a normal one that I wouldn't call crazy.
I thought you said this was a crazy one.
No, the last one is.
Okay.
Which is the next one. Go ahead,
They
Splatter.
might do crazy ones though to control for the people
like this one with the bushy tail.
Yeah.
That is crazy. No one. That's crazy. Like, that's not like, like fruit could be on a plate, but Curious George with a big bushy tail.
It would depend on what percentage of them they did these on. That's still controlling for people that are trolling or not taking the quiz seriously, or they're looking for other effects too. Like it's not that unusual. It's their control. It's their control group.
Okay. But I do think that having a column for don't know or something like that would have been better instead of people having to guess.
They're ferreting out people, because some people would pick that plate maybe just making a mistake, or pick the glasses just making a mistake. But they kind of know if you hit this guy, you're probably goofing around. So they're looking for that too.
If you're too young to even know what that is.
It would depend on who they put in their study. Like who did they give this to? Did they give it to a certain age group? And who did they give this quiz to?
Right. But what I'm saying is let's say you go through a question like I don't know, something you have no idea about. You're going to be forced to choose something that you have no idea about.
Exactly.
And I don't like that.
They didn't give an option. They didn't give a none of the above option. They just make you pick one.
Right. As far as I know. Yes. It was just presented with like 3 images. Choose one of the 3. And that to me is that's going to produce an inaccurate study, because you're going to have people that are being forced to choose when they don't know. But again, the outcome of the study was more people than not remembered the Mandela memory.
See, it still works, and they're still controlling for that because, like, say they are presenting this, and they know that maybe everybody won't know which of these monkeys it was. Well, they're going to figure the default is you're probably going to pick the one with the tail if you really don't know. And if you're Mandela and it is the Mandela, maybe you'll pick the one without the tail. But if you pick that squirrel one, either you really, really think it was that squirrel one, or you're just picking goofy ones to be goofy.
If he's supposed to be a chimpanzee, they don't have tails.
I don't know
Do
which
they?
of these three it is. Well, I don't know what character that is, unless it's Curious. I know about Curious George,
Yes,
but this doesn't look like Curious George to me.
it is Curious George.
Oh, he's not yellow. Anyway, I remember Curious George with a tail. I read those books when I was little.
Dean, check your
Or how
email. You
about
should have the link now.
how about the ones like
Middle one is definitely wrong, but
like Mirror Mirror or Magic Mirror, where in foreign languages the change hasn't taken place.
That is true. Sometimes we look at foreign languages for residue. There was a song that was Mandela for me. Oh gosh, how's it go? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna go to my Flickr and find out how it goes. But in English, it's honey, but in Spanish, it's darling, like I remember. Hold on. I'm seeing if I can find it. Okay, so, and a lot of people were not affected by this, but I am. It goes, now it goes, honey, you are my shining star, don't you go away. But for me, it was, darling, you are my shining star, don't you go away. Are you guys familiar with that song?
I'm not, but I have a
They
personal
sound
one as well.
familiar. What's the name of that song?
Hold on, I'm gonna get it for you.
I think it was Darlin', but I'm not remembering the tune of the song or what the song really is.
Hold on 1 second. So it's the Manhattan Shining Star. That's
Is
another
that
one I have to redo because it's not a presentation, so there's no
Is
music
that
in
like
it to jog your memory.
is it a close harmony group that sings that song?
Yeah, like the Temptations.
Yeah. It's Darlin'.
Yeah, it's Honey now.
because
Yeah,
the musical one that affects me the most doesn't even regard the lyrics changing, but the pitch. Because I remember there's a song from Judas Priest called "Before the Dawn," and I remember the first chorus being, "It's been a long time since I found someone," and then in the second chorus, "It's been a long time since I found someone." It goes in a higher range, right? But now all of them are up there, and that makes no sense to me. And I'm a musician, so I grew up like singing stuff like that. So absolute anchor memory of it being in a lower pitch.
And I totally believe you because I've had that issue as well with the Leanne Rimes song. I remember it a fast song and now it's slow, and I can't remember what it is, but I've covered it a couple times.
Huh.
And the other one with Life is a Highway, it sounds wrong. It was a rock song and now it's a pop song, almost like country.
You cut out.
Sandy's gone.
It sounds like I might cut off, or because she's still in here.
Sandy, we can't hear you. Does that go like, you, darling, you are my shining star, or something like that? I can't quite get the melody of that song in my head.
Now she dropped out.
It was Darling.
I don't know the song.
Yeah, if you like the Temptations, or you like, my favorite is the Mills Brothers, but if you like those harmony groups, it's that style of song.
Mm-hmm.
Like Black Harmony, which is one of my favorite kinds of music.
Yeah, I listen to a lot of like Motown and stuff like that, but
Yeah,
I don't know every song.
Yeah, but it's that style, so it's not rock and it's not country. It's close harmony.
Mm-hmm.
Her picture's back.
Oh yeah, where's Sandy go?
Flatter, what do you have to say?
Sorry, I was talking to my family. What subject are we on? I mean, obviously the same subject, but what are we talking? Right, Sandy says. Okay, so yeah, sorry, LJ, what were you saying?
Any subject.
Yeah, I might have got a message.
Well, go back to my story. Yeah, so that happened where I experienced, a literal morgue being different. I think it was like 1960s morgue, something like that. Anyway, so I was just wondering, like, is that the same person? How can it be? How, when something like that happens, how can it be the same person?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, well, yeah. Yeah, I was just
Hello?
that's just what I'm wondering. I'm just wondering how much you can lose. Like how much of someone you can lose.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I think you're right. Like the guy that was on before and said they were protesting Mandela. That was my point. Mandela, when he came out of prison, did everything opposite of his former principles. He was a completely opposite person. And so he either went through radical changes himself or he was replaced.
Replaced, like the whole clone theories.
I think more than one thing can happen. I mean, some people just get Mandela into a different personality. In his case, I think he actually just died in prison, and they got a double.
Can you guys hear me?
A double.
Yes.
Yeah, I do believe that too.
Or more than one double. Several doubles, and just replaced them altogether.
Yeah, I do believe that too. That like Avril Lavigne. At one point, I really thought that they replaced her.
You're talking now, Sandy? I can't hear you now if you want.
Yeah, my Xfinity
that's not a
decided to
Mandela
test my.
effect.
Yeah, they replaced Oprah Winfrey. I remember the original real Oprah Winfrey, and they show pictures of the way her mouth and tooth structure was, which you can't change. The way her mouth was, you can't change it with plastic surgery or anything. And she was that person for a good while. And they would show different pictures of her. And she did look, people do look a little different from year to year or whatever.
You can't hear when everybody's talking and they don't let you talk.
And then all of a sudden it was
Guys,
this.
I need to interrupt a second while I can talk because my internet keeps cutting out. I think Comcast is testing my internet right now in the middle of the show. So I'm just giving you a heads up. I'm going to be quiet for a couple minutes. Don't anybody join the show because Drakony was trying to join. I can't do anything. So you guys keep talking. I'm just going to sit in the background till they stop kicking me out of the show. Sorry, go on.
Okay.
Don't yell.
Yeah. So anyway, so all of a sudden this beauty queen version of her came out, and maxillofacial, the medical term, she couldn't have that face structure and be the same human being. It was too much change for surgery to even do. They got rid of the original one, probably killed her, and they replaced her with this new Oprah. And then the whole show changed too. Everything about the show, like the original Oprah Winfrey was about civil rights and social action and that kind of thing. And then it just went into fashion and trends and just became this whole different thing. And even this Oprah, she never ages. She's lost weight and gained weight so many times that if a real human being did that, they'd be dead. And so even the new Oprah, there's been several of her. She's, it's not even from the first one, she's been updated several times.
Yeah, I agree with that as well, but I also think that people can change Mandela style too,
Yeah,
and
they
that's
do.
what I'm trying to look into and trying to
Right.
figure out.
Yeah, that's weird. Like Dan really changed. He went through that exactly when what Sandy was talking about. That exact time period is when he went through that whole thing. He was tired. He was not doing his shows, and I mean, he loves doing his shows. So like,
yeah,
even if he's on a different subject, he loves doing his shows. And then he was all tired and couldn't seem to do it. And then he came back and he was a totally different personality after that.
Yeah.
And he couldn't remember his cranberry recipe.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's changes that are hard to kind of, if there's evidence that they were a different person before and they actually did change, then it's kind of like, well, I don't know how to say that. But from my experiences, like I'll watch a live, I'll know what they said. A couple hours later, I'll go back and rewatch that section, or at least a section that stands out to me, and they'll say it's just a different word. See, this is what really kind of trips me out and makes me feel like the realization is that like they'll say the same thing, they'll just use a different word, and I'll be listening to it and I'll expect to hear what I heard a few hours earlier, and I'll hear a different word, and like, yeah, it definitely messes with you, like, oh, maybe, whatever. But like, when it's fresh and you know what you heard like a few hours prior, and it goes from like, they're saying the same thing, it's just they're using a different descriptive word. It just means the same thing, like timeline, reality, stuff like that. And it is very odd, and I haven't done that in a while. I should be, more focused on having those experiences again and stuff, but I haven't done that in a while. I should get back to that. I kind of want my main focus to be on rewatching stuff, trying to memorize what people are saying, and then listening again, and then making sure that I'm correct in that they have said something different, and what does that mean? Because it doesn't really seem like, oh, in another timeline they just chose to say something different. It doesn't feel like that to me, like, which kind of makes me feel like none of this is real, because and someone's just controlling, it's something, or it's like pre-recorded or something. I'm kind of in some sort of pre-recorded, like maybe I've been shown like this is how humanity was, or this is what happened, or this is how your life was, or like, and it's kind of like I'm moving through different stages of like, this is, how, I don't know, like I don't really know. It's really hard because everything, like when you rewatch old lives and then you see those lives change, or you remember people saying stuff that now they've never, that video is gone, they've never said it.
Jackie,
Or they just say different things or in different ways. I've even experienced that. They say the same story, just anyway. Sandy, go ahead.
I need to interrupt.
That's
I'm
very
sorry. I need to
strange.
interrupt. LJ, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I need to interrupt to say thank you to pushing button 62. We got to do our thank you. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. I got to get it up. Thank you, guys. Thank you, pushing button 62. I'm sorry. Okay, you guys can continue. Sorry, I had to say thank you to pushing.
Yay, pushing.
That's supposed to stay on the screen. There we go.
That's really strange that people would just reword things. That's strange.
Yeah, it is weird. But you also need to get feedback, which I haven't really gotten on those areas, to be honest. But I think it might be a bit too touchy for that person, but you do need feedback as well. You need to know, what do you remember saying? Sometimes genuinely people just forget, they could just, have a conversation like, oh, I don't even remember what I said, it's normal. It's definitely normal. But some things, it's interesting if there's something that they've said and it sticks out to me and I can't, I keep thinking about it because I have like an overthinking issue and stuff like that, or I don't know if it's an issue, but it helps you remember if you keep thinking about what someone said. And if something that they said really sticks out to you and you're kind of pondering and thinking about it and whatever, then yeah, it'll stick. And then when you go, it's jarring for me going back and watching something, and watching that part where they said something and they've said it and then they're saying something different. It's like, how is that possible? How are they saying the same thing? They've just said a different word, because I know they said that word, but now they're saying this word, and it's really weird. It's a weird experience that I doubt whether many people have experienced it. I really doubt it, because like most people just don't go back and rewatch stuff. But even with Instagram videos as well, if you keep rewatching, Instagram's good with that. It kind of just, as soon as it ends, it just goes back to the beginning. So it kind of helps you rewatch stuff anyways. But if you're memorizing stuff, everything around, and you're writing stuff down, even helps if you write down everything that you can see. And then when you rewatch it, if there's something new and you check your list and it's not there, stuff like that, you try and be as accurate as possible. Then it's weird. It is weird that, things just keep.
I've seen it in movies and TV shows. Excuse me. I've seen that where I will remember a certain line and I'm waiting for them to say that line, and then they say something different. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand how it's possible, but I guess I'm on a journey to understand. Maybe I'll eventually get the answers for it. I think I just need way more experiences and feedback and on what people remember and stuff like that.
I
To
doubt
really
they're going to
understand.
remember the first way they said it. I think probably they're going to always remember the most recent one, but I could be wrong.
There's been instances with other things where my memory and someone else's memory is the same. Like we remember it a certain way, and then it changed in the same way, and we're like, yep, that changed in that certain way. And it starts to seem more like the people in the old lives are like imposters or something, or like it starts to get that vibe where it's like, if they don't remember what they said, or but then it's hard too. It's just like sometimes people really do just not remember what they said. I mean, I have that thing, like I get things mixed up and I don't remember. Like, I've noticed with my own memory, like I've noticed where my flaws are and where I can get mixed up, and where things, and I always am like trying to make sure and correcting myself whenever I mix something. I mean, at the moment I'm trying to remember so much. I'm trying to remember like a lot, because I want to understand this phenomenon, but because I'm trying to remember so many things and so many Mandelas, unless I have it, if I'm trying to remember other people's as well, I find that that's where I fail, is when, I'm trying to put myself into an experience that I haven't had a core memory of. Like I'm looking at other people's Mandela effects and I'm like, okay, I want to experience that Mandela effect so I can join in. But then, I get mixed up and then it's like, well, what is it now? And oh, wasn't it this? But no, that was just the Mandela effect that they were talking about, but it wasn't actually that way. And because I don't have that core memory, that's what you need. You need to have a
if you
core
want
memory.
to try to see the changes, probably just stick to the ones that really did
That
affect
happened to you, affect you. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, it's easier that way for sure. Some things just stick with me and others don't. There's some things that really stick with me and I know for sure. And there's other things that just slip my mind, yeah.
Airplanes is a big one for me because
The jet, where the
there's
engines are.
The engines, because
so winglets for me.
I flew one time out to California. It was the first time I was on an airplane. I was about 8 years old. My mom and I were flying to my great grandmother's funeral, and I was bored on the plane. So, I was sitting looking out at the wing. So I drew a picture of the wing, and all you could see was the wing. And if the engine had been where it is now, I would have been in the picture, but it wasn't there. And they've even shifted again. They've shifted recently. Suso tried to mention it on Dan's show, and everybody just kind of blew him off. But I saw the same thing he did. They've shifted again, even from where they were. And then I flew in a little Cessna one time because my brother had a pilot's license. And so we went up in this Cessna. He let me fly the plane myself for a while, which was really fun. He could correct. He could just tap on his control because he had command override and put in corrections for me, so I couldn't go too far wrong. But the thing is, I know what a Cessna looks like, and they've changed. Now they have this great big gigantic tail that they never had. And the Cessna, since it was invented in the 40s or 50s, it's had a few stylistic changes, but the basic plane is still the same. You know, it's the same plane. And that's what pilots learn to fly in. And now it has this tail that's like twice as big, or maybe more than twice as big, and it wasn't like that before.
I just joined with the public Wi-Fi. We're going to see if this is any better because it keeps dropping out. It's driving me crazy. Hey, Jessica S. The other Jessica just said goodnight, and now you're taken in. You're coming in for the other Jessica. But hopefully this works better because I was getting kicked off every 2-3 minutes. Oh my goodness. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Because the public Wi-Fi is supposed to be slower than my internet. But guess what? I don't see any of you spinning. This might be faster right now until they come fix it on Friday. So hopefully that's a good thing. But since we have a little lag for a moment.
You mean tomorrow, Friday?
Yeah, well, tomorrow, yeah. Now it's Thursday, so yeah. But you have the link. Can you see the video, Splatter? Splatter?
Yeah, I hate the mute and I started to talk. I had to download them. Yeah, that was weird stuff to deal with.
You had to download them?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I can just click on them in the folder and play them.
Well, that'd be much better.
Yeah, it would.
I'm gonna see what happens here. I click on this.
You should just be able to make it full screen.
Working.
Okay. Now all you gotta do is share your screen.
Yeah, I know. Let's see how that works.
Oh, that sounds good, Kimberly. Banana bread? That sounds good.
I haven't had that in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, in the middle of you guys talking, I lose the conversation because the internet just goes out.
Well, Jackie was just talking about how people, sometimes on videos and sometimes in real life, they will make a quote or a statement that she remembers it exactly how they said it, which I do that too. I absorb certain things that people say word for word, and then she'll go back and watch it again, or the person will repeat what they said, and they'll just change the wording somewhat.
Yeah.
And I've seen that, so I don't know if other people have seen that.
Okay.
I am not one to pick up like movie quotes unless it's like one that's, you know, memorable. Like for me it was I know the current reality is no, I am your father, and I know a lot of people remember Luke, I am your father, but for me it was no, Luke, I am your father, like that. So I have like a third memory, but unless it's something like that, I really don't pick up on exact words people use.
Well, it's similar, but it's just with people that you know. It's not like in a movie. You know what I mean? Like it's similar though. It works in the same way, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's just with people that it's more like a close thing. I guess. But yeah, the thing is, you have to be like have like this OCD thing where you go back and rewatch stuff, which not many people do. So I can't imagine it's going to be a very popular experience. But also just with changes to like I think Emma changing is probably still the biggest for me. Just seeing that morgue totally change, be different, and look different, and then her behavior. It's just it's not the same person. I don't even know. Like I still kind of just I think about that every now and then. I'm just like I just can't get over it. It's weird. It's very weird because it's like she just is different and the morgue is different and it can't be the same person. So it's like, well, where did the other one go? And there's no answer for that. There's no like I don't know where the other one is gone and or if she even existed or or I've no idea. Just it really just doesn't feel like it was ever real, like any of it, and it's just something I'm watching, but it's just never really solid at all. Like it just does not feel real at all because like that morgue was different, she was different, her behavior, morals, all that sort of stuff. It's just weird. It's weird, and it's like there's no evidence of what I remember at all. There's none, like none. So
You see this now, Sandy?
I do. I see it. I'm just waiting for Jackie.
Oh, anyways.
It's
Oh,
Actually,
sorry.
no, I don't. I don't. I see the list of them. I see the
anyways.
list. I don't see the video. I don't see a video. I see the list of
Okay,
videos.
yeah, that's what I mean. I gotta hit this now. You got it. See.
Mhm. So I
sent you
finally.
something.
Oh, you sent me something too?
Yeah, I saw it this morning. I don't know if you'd be interested in it, but it's weird. I know.
Okay, that's better now. It's even bigger, right?
On Messenger.
Yeah, I can't. I will send it to him after we look at this because this was a pain for him to get into. These are those videos that I was telling you that I tried showing you one, and it was just the intro explaining that he was going to ask the AI about something that's not even in the game. These are the video clips that I had of the AI acting. Well, I want to get your opinion on how you of what you think of this. But Splatter, I'm still waiting for a video to come up. I still see the list.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I'll put it on screen. We'll see which comes up.
I got the whole full screen on.
This is what I can see. You're sharing the wrong window.
Okay, we'll go back out. How do I get out of here now? Okay, I don't know.
Hello, Philip Blair.
Okay, I go on here. Man, what if I hit this? Show in folder? No. No.
If any of you are coming from Ray's channel, Ray went to
Right
bed,
there.
but we're still going strong here.
What do you see now, Sandy?
I still see the list.
I don't understand. Well, we have to work on this another time because I can't handle this.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. It's just the list.
Yeah, when I hit this here, you see where it shows it to me. Bang, the video comes up.
Here, I'm going to put you on screen so you can see what's happening. Do you see anything? I just see the list. It says download history.
Yeah, but see, I hit on one of the lines, and I'm watching the video now. I don't understand.
I don't understand either.
I hit that blue line there where it says,
I don't
Anyway,
know. I guess we're not sharing them tonight.
No, I can't hack it no more. I'm getting too frustrated.
I'm going to have to upload them to YouTube and then just send you links.
Yeah, well, I have them uploaded. I can watch them right here, but I don't understand.
I don't understand either. But Jackie sent something which I'm going to send you on Messenger.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this has been covered in the Mandela community. We can show it again. Here you go. Here's the link from Jackie.
Sometimes I was yelling anymore. Oh.
This was covered, Jackie, this was covered years ago, but there are people here who may not have seen it before. so we'll show it again.
Oh, here's the story.
Okay. Years ago. All right.
Yes, years. But you got to remember, on Mandela Monday, Fizzy Pop, all she covered was Mandela animals. That is all she covered. So
Oh, right.
that's where most of these came from. We saw them first.
I just saw it on Instagram this morning. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Obviously I could have forgotten, but yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it before. Anyways, it's not that big of a deal. Just
I'm still waiting for him to get it out. Right now, it's like a white screen.
It's an ad thing. Why you have to send me stuff like this?
Well, Jackie sent a link.
Yeah, well, no. I'll fix it next time. How's that? Okay, now I got it.
If there's music or something, just mute it though. Hey, love you, love.
Is this the one? I don't think there's music.
Yeah, that's the image app. There is music. And actually, I'm going to. You got to try to mute it. That's the X Files. I'll get a ding for it.
Okay, we'll just leave the sound off then.
Yeah.
What if I can make it any bigger? Not really.
It's okay. If it's
Over here.
muted, I can put it back. You would have to go back to it though, because right now I see it plays lively.
I'm like hitting this button here and trying to go back. Which way is it going? I don't know. This way, that way. There it is.
Okay, I'm gonna put you back on the screen. It's muted, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to pause it.
Okay.
Though.
Okay, you're on the screen. It's okay.
Yeah.
So this is. I don't even remember the name of the fish, but it's like.
The anglerfish?
I've seen that before. No, this is not. It's like a bowling ball.
Yeah, the football fish.
Yeah, it's like a big brain fish.
It's a bit
Mars
different. Yeah,
attacks.
yeah.
If it went aquatic, Mars
Remember
attacks
the
aquatic
anglerfish,
version.
really scary looking thing with big teeth and.
Like
Well, if we scroll down, it's saying it looks like it's from Mars Attacks.
Oh yeah.
Is it saying that?
It's a smooth lump sucker. That's the name of it.
Yeah,
that's
It
interesting.
escaped from Dr.
Because-
Moreau's island.
Isn't the lump sucker this other?
Telling you.
There's that's weird. That's like, anyways, that's so weird. Because I also saw a lump sucker that was different last week, and then.
Well, that was the smooth lump sucker, so you may have seen a different lump sucker.
What the hell? Why am I seeing this? What?
How
Anyway,
can
I don't
you
want.
suck a
I don't want to
smooth
know what kind
lump?
of trolling that is. That's okay.
Isn't that an oxymoron, a smooth lump sucker? How can there be a smooth lump?
Why am I saying
Welcome to the carpool coming in. We got Tim Mothman, Christine
It's the big
Lynn,
lumps here are
Lovey
smooth?
Love.
I don't even want to know. It's just, that's weird. Okay. Some weird synchronicities as usual. That made no sense.
You would have to have a lumpy lump sucker.
So weird. It's weird.
But I was trying to I was really trying to show you guys those videos, but there's no way we can do it. It's not working. Splatter's not. It is confusing because it's Google Drive. It's not the same as like just sharing a window.
No, I tried.
Is that a whale's kidney stone? It's a smooth lump sucker. I'm curious. How many lump sucker species are there? That's what I'm Googling.
What kind of lumps do they suck?
That's what I'm wondering. There are 30 species of lump suckers, including the Pacific spiny lump sucker, smooth lump sucker, and Arctic lump sucker. So they do all look different. They all look different.
Sucker family.
Ew! Stop it! All right, I'm sending a picture. I'm sending pictures to you, Splatter.
Okay.
So one of them sucks onto the side of like aquarium glass, and it
Right.
looks like they have teeth.
I
I'm
mean,
going to show you some pictures of lump suckers just so you can see how different they are from one another. Like
yeah,
the
that's weird.
difference in them is crazy. But we have covered the Korean one, which is there. It's like really tiny and cute, and it also has green eyes. I wonder if this is the one that Preliminal was asking about. There's also the
I
pancake.
haven't heard of these before last week.
Oh, we have the crowd here now.
Yeah, the
Carpool
carpool
came
just
in.
arrived.
Maybe the ocean is so polluted that you need multiple lump suckers now.
And the handfish lump sucker is one of the ones we covered where that walks on the ocean floor. And the pancake is flat. So there's all different types. Splatter, a lot of images incoming on Messenger.
Oh, message. Okay.
As soon as the images decide to load, because I am on the public Wi-Fi, it is slower.
Now you're finding it slower.
No, I mean it appears slower when it comes to sending you pictures on Messenger. No, it's not much slower. It's about what my internet is right now. When my internet was working properly, it was much faster. Thank you, Kimberly. Bushin says, "Is there a lovely lady lump sucker?"
Oh, lovely lady lumps.
Hello, Blue Pac-Man.
Sure.
Guys, you're welcome to join us. The link is pinned at the top of the chat.
Facebook. Sure.
Did I miss anybody coming in to the show?
I made it bigger.
I just see
I moved that one.
no bomber.
Sharing. I'm sharing.
You are sharing. So just so you could see the original lump sucker that Jackie showed. Look how different these are. This is the pancake. It's flat. I don't know if I'm going to remember all the names.
Is that the name?
It's named. It's
Is
called
it-
the panc. It's called the
Oh,
pancake lump sucker.
Oh, shit.
Okay. That's
So if
funny.
you have lumps in your pancakes, you get this fish. Josh on the floor needs this fish for the lumps in her hot cake.
Mr. Super says Splatter is the best.
Aw, thank you.
He is.
Well, I like this guy here. Here, this guy. Look at him.
So that's the one we first talked about. He's got feet.
Yeah, he's got feet. Look at him.
And it looks like he's got a little sleeping cat, like he's gonna go take a nap.
Looks like a punk rocker.
Next, please. This one's just a cute little guy with brown markings.
Looks like a blowfish.
Nope, he's a lump sucker.
He's a lump sucker. Okay, that's right. Yeah, I forgot these are all lump suckers.
They're just all different, which is crazy. So this one, I don't know which one this is. Spiny, maybe? The spiny lump sucker?
Must be. He's got spines again. It looks like a blowfish.
Yep. We can continue.
Yep. Well, what the heck is
Look
going
at
on
all
here?
these little ones. They're on. It looks like they're on a balloon.
Yeah,
It's
those are the
underwater.
ones that I think. Well, the next.
So those are candy chicks on a balloon at a kid's party.
No, they're all. You're gonna see the underside of them. It's kind of creepy. Okay, next splatter. There's
Aw,
another picture of them.
cutie.
They're very
That's
little.
what I saw last week. On
Okay, go
Instagram.
on. There's another one, very different.
Yeah.
Not this one.
Whoa.
Yeah, this
look at
one.
guy.
This is what I saw last week.
Yeah, their sucker part looks like it has teeth.
For the first time.
Yeah.
And there's a couple more pictures of them, so you can
Yep.
see.
Same sort of deal here.
They're a lump that sucks, like an algae eater.
Look, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And that is
No.
why
That's useful.
they're called lump suckers.
Our use. Yeah. Okay.
Like some teenage boys.
You can go on.
Well,
Oh, that's
it.
last one.
That was
That's the
pretty
last one.
funny, Splatter. You're very funny. Even if people don't laugh out loud, you're very funny.
Thank you.
They are reduced to their most basic observed traits. That is correct, Lovey Love.
Well, it was. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Doink.
All because Jackie shared one that looked nothing like those.
Well, hers was smooth.
With a big brain. It looked like it had a big brain. If you guys want to
Yeah,
see
see,
it.
last week, see, the weird thing is, right, so last week, I'll just tell you a story. Yeah, I saw it on Instagram, and I was going to share it with Eva, but I didn't get around to it, and I was like, oh, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's kind of lame, like, I don't know. I was tossing up, and I just sent it to myself, and I thought I might send it to her later if I haven't found enough, or I feel like I haven't found enough Mandela effects, and I'll just chuck it in as something that is a potential, and then get to Thursday and jump on Eva's live, and she's got it as a thumbnail, and I'm thinking, oh, maybe I did. Maybe I ended up posting a comment and telling her about the lump sucker. Because I was like, I swear I've seen that fish like on Instagram the other day. And then I looked and I was like, oh yeah, it's a lump sucker, so I must have told her about it. Because sometimes she puts what I find is the thumbnails, and she's like, oh no, I actually found that on Reddit. So she actually found it on Reddit that week. So we both saw it. We just saw it independently. And then this week I sent her that thing that I've sent you, and she's put that as her thumbnail. And so 2 weeks in a row it's been lump suckers, but I didn't know that it was a lump sucker. I just kind of saw an alien looking thing from the sea and sent it to her, but I didn't look into it. I just thought, oh yep, she can look into that. I kind of am a bit lazy. I just send her stuff and I don't fully look into it. So I didn't see that it was a lump sucker until I decided to look into it. As when I sent it to you. So anyways, so yeah, it's weird.
My.
Dropping the link, guys. You're welcome to join us.
Really?
I'm gonna bring out presentations if we don't start talking.
Well, I was talking.
I know. I'm saying keep talking.
Oh, okay. Now I'm like, when I'm like under pressure, it's like, I don't know.
What? Schneider says that we are considered the East. We're the Western world. And Asia are the West. Europe and Asia are the West. That can't be. That cannot be. I'm Googling.
They're
That
saying the
can't be.
compass changed.
No, that we're called the
Oh.
East. And Asia is called the West.
According to who?
I'm Googling
Isn't it East Asia? Isn't it East? I know East Asia.
Southeast Asia, East
There's
Asia.
the Near
Southeast
East,
Asia.
the
Oh,
Middle
Southeast
East.
Asia. Oh, yeah, right.
There's,
That's India.
yeah, the Near East, the Middle East,
Never
the
mind.
Far East, and then we're the West.
Okay, so on a globe, the West refers to the half of the Earth that
Globe.
lies on the west of the prime meridian, encompassing North and South America, parts of Europe, Africa, and some regions of Asia and Antarctica. So what's the East? Because it just said Asia, parts of Asia. Okay, so meaning now we're in the Eastern Hemisphere. Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australia are the East. North America, South America, parts of Europe, and parts of Asia are the West.
Yeah, I had
So
like a genuine misremembering of the compass. Like I thought it was north, south, east on the left, west on the right, but that doesn't even make sense because Western Australia is. Oh, I don't know. I don't know why I thought that, but yeah, I guess I just got taught wrong or something.
no, they frequently say north, south, east, and west. That's how it's said.
Well,
Like
yeah,
top to
that's
bottom, left to
yeah.
right to left.
Well, yeah, that's what I remember. Is that correct?
Yeah, north, south, east, and west.
Oh,
That's
so
how
that
it's said.
is. Oh, that is correct. Okay.
It is, but
East
if
goes
you
to
look at the compass, it's
your right,
northeast.
and west goes to your left if your head is pointed north.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
that is correct.
I have to picture myself standing on the map of the United States, and then I can get it. You know, I can picture north to Canada, south to Mexico, right to the east coast, and left to the west coast.
Correct. That's
Okay.
how I would do it
Alright.
too.
Okay.
Or in Australia, same thing. Picture yourself in the middle of Australia. North would be like India, China. South would be on the map. We're talking
Oh.
about on the globe map, guys. I know. But south would
Oh,
be
see.
Antarctica. East would be New Zealand, and west would be Western Australia and the ocean.
Someone posted residue, and I'll send it to you on Reddit. Retconned.
Okay, but really quickly, Schneider, where did you see this? Because what I'm reading is still is accurate to my memory, but what you're saying is different from my memory, so I'm confused. Where did you see it?
Because I posted about Australia being isolated away from everyone, and New Zealand was the closest to our country, which is absolutely true. And then someone messaged me saying that he'd put a post on Retcon. He remembered my post. It was he found an old face mask, and it shows Papua New Guinea far away from Australia. I mean, yeah, I definitely don't remember anything. I don't remember even knowing where Papua New Guinea was, really. It just kind of sounds like some poor country that was just nowhere near us at all. There was nothing above Australia at all, as far as the eye could see on the globe, and any map that I saw. It was just nothing. It was just New Zealand and real close and an ocean, and that's it. That was it. Anyways.
Looks like we lost Sandy again.
Oh, all right. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we did.
well,
Yeah.
you gotta keep talking then, because that's
Oh, she's back
oh,
now.
she's back. She's back.
Jackie, I can't go to Reddit. It kicks me out. What you're going to do is you're going to have to go to Reddit. You're going to take a screenshot of it and then send me the screenshot.
Have you covered the spelling of
Alright.
echelon? I just noticed that yesterday.
The spelling of what?
Echelon.
Echelon?
ECHELON.
Yeah, it's like a layer, the higher echelons of society. That's how the word you. Yeah, there's
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember it.
My memory, it has a SESCHELON to give it that sound, that echelon sound. Well, now that S isn't
Never
there.
heard of it.
It's ECHELON, the way Sandy has it up on the screen. But I
What does
remember
the
with
word
the S
mean?
between the E and the C, echelon.
I definitely wouldn't be affected by that because we had the Echelon Mall growing up. It was called the
What does it
Echelon Mall.
mean?
So
Is
it's
it
been spelled that way.
It's a place.
Echelon is it's a layer in a hierarchy. So if you're higher, you're on
Like
a
a
high.
tier.
If you're higher level,
Oh.
you're on a higher echelon. If you're on a lower level, you're on a lower echelon. They
Oh,
usually
so
use
okay,
it.
so it's
They
Mason.
usually use it in echelons of society. If you're a high income or a high class person, you're in the upper echelon.
Upper class.
Upper
Yeah,
class, yeah.
upper class.
But
I'm
your
not even gonna
mall never had the S in it. You remember it, the current spelling?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I believe you. It just,
Yeah,
it's always
no,
been that.
yeah.
What do you want me to look up in Reddit?
The link to Reddit. when I go to it, it takes over the cameras and the audio, so it kicks me out of StreamYard.
Wait, what did you want me to look
Oh.
up here? I'm in Reddit. I was looking for. I don't. I'm in. I by that. I
Oh,
don't know what
Jackie
to
shared a link. I'll send it to you. Oh, she sent the screenshot. You're okay. I'll just send you the picture, Splatter.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
because
just gonna get
that
out of Reddit
spelling
now
to
then.
me, that spelling would be
Yeah.
echelon or echelon. It wouldn't. It to me, you couldn't pronounce that right. Echelon or echelon, and you need the S to get the echelon
Well,
sound.
if anything, if I didn't know that it was echelon because of the mall, I would pronounce it echelon, like a ch sound.
Yeah, because it does have the ch echelon, but not echelon. It needs the S. Yeah, I just noticed that yesterday that the spelling.
But I do
For
think
me,
that's a German word, isn't it? Isn't that a German word?
It could be. I
With
don't
an
know.
S, it would be.
Yes, with an S, SCH, echelon.
Yeah, that's the German. That would be the Germanic spelling with the S in it.
Yell over everybody.
The spelling ones recently for me, I'm pretty sure the search engine Swiss cow was Swiss cow and not Swiss cows, but anyways, I don't think many people can relate to that. But yeah, other than remembering Swiss cow, wasn't Hoobstank, like it's Hoobastank, like the band. It's been a long while since I listened to them, honestly, so I don't have a super solid memory. I just thought it was Hoobstank without the A. I did find people spelling it that way on Twitter, but you know, people can. Maybe we just didn't see the A. You know, I don't know. I didn't pay super close attention to that band name, but anyways,
It was Hoobastank for me, but
it was okay.
It was, but it may have been. I don't know. But
I mean,
before we
a
switch
lot of
topics, your picture's ready to go up on the screen.
Okay, no worries.
So this is the thing from Reddit. Whoa! It has Australia next to, like, directly between North America and no way. Oh my god. Wow. Does anyone in the chat remember it like that?
That tickled my funny bone. That
that would make Australia South America, wouldn't it?
Oh my gosh. But you know what? Hey, I'll take the gap between Alaska and Russia. I'll take that gap. That gap's great.
That's huge.
Is that Korea attached to Russia? Up there?
Probably.
Whoa.
What do you mean?
The
mean,
little
Bering
pointy
Strait?
part. Huh? Yeah, that's the gap between Alaska and Russia up there.
It's huge.
That's
which
now like a
should
couple
be
feet.
there. Yeah,
way
that
too
should be
big.
there. The Bering Strait.
Yeah.
Is no longer. It's like literally a tiny little thing, just like the Strait of Gibraltar is tiny.
Australia, it becomes South America.
It is an old map, Schneider. The problem is I've never seen any map put Australia there. It's sitting on top of Easter Island.
Imagine like a timeline where Australia and America are merged, and it's like.
What language would we choose?
And yet,
Australia, America.
and
Names
yet
and merged.
Tasmania is detached.
What
And
accent
New
would
Zealand,
we use? Yeah.
the interesting thing is New Zealand is turned. It's turned clockwise, so it goes across instead of up and down in the bottom
This
right-hand
New
corner.
Zealand here?
No, that's Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
Next to Australia.
This?
Yes, that.
Okay. Man. That's messed up, whatever this is.
Yeah, I know it's definitely strange, Schneider. Agree.
That's messed up.
So messed up. And yet it's got the whole Papua New Guinea and those islands there. That mess that's above Australia now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But
Yeah,
if
it
you go
looks kind
up,
of like they haven't got things figured out yet.
Maybe Australia isn't actually attached to the bottom of the ocean. It just floats around.
it just floats around.
Because that would be more like Australia's position to China. So maybe they just didn't have things worked out yet and figure out that there was something in the
Maybe
middle
like
that they
we're
weren't
gonna
getting.
shift into a different, like seems to be slow, but maybe some more changes are ahead, and it's going to be different again, and maybe no, I'm just kidding. Australia and America are going to be merged, and like Australia's flag is going to turn into like like it's going to be like American or something. I don't know.
If you were
That's
there,
too far.
if Australia was actually there, the day that's where that island is, where you can celebrate New Year's twice. They're a day apart, but on the same island. So the right side of the island is supposedly January 1st, and the left side of the island would be December 31st. You see what I'm saying? Like the international date line goes through where they have Australia. There's an echo. It just started, guys.
Yeah, I heard that. It's like a
It's not
duck in the
mine. It's not
background.
mine.
I was
I
hearing a
don't
little
know.
duck.
Yeah, it was Jackie.
No,
I still
it was
hear it.
me.
Um,
I think
I
it
don't know what
was.
to do.
We just lost somebody. Oh, that was just
I
splatters, I would think.
don't think it's me. I'll mute and then
Is it gone? It's
hold
Jackie.
on. It's
It was
me?
you.
No,
It was
I
you. I
said it.
muted it. No, I muted her. It went away. Then she unmuted, and it came right back.
Oh, is that what happened? Oh.
Hi, vibes.
I muted and I still heard it.
I wasn't hearing anything, but I wasn't talking. I hear it
I'm hearing
now.
it now.
Mute
Yeah.
again.
So weird. Hold
Mute
on.
again,
I
Jackie.
turned my Bluetooth off before I like. That's so weird. Yeah, I think it is. I don't know what's going
It's
on.
definitely. Yeah,
Hold
we
on. I
definitely
don't know.
don't live
I'll
on a
figure it out.
sphere. People that still believe that we live on a spinning water sphere, or yeah, there's something wrong.
Yeah, but that's the only way we could address that map, because that map is ridiculous. Yeah, I still hear it. It's like a.
Yeah, it's like there's a
I
little
was
monster
muted. It's not
background.
me. I don't think it's me, Sandy.
Okay,
I don't
somebody
think
changed something,
LJ,
and
is it?
maybe it's Jay. JD. Is it gone?
Yeah, I think it
It
was
is.
him,
It
yeah.
was It was JLD.
Okay. I was like, I'm
Okay.
sure I fixed that all. But okay.
Yeah, because it's gone now. I don't know why JLD is causing it. Well, it's back, and he's still muted. What is happening?
We're all flat earthers.
Can't be.
Water doesn't
Bluetooth.
curve around a ball.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna one by one mute everyone and talk.
Okay.
But right now it's gone. I don't hear it.
Just hit on my coffee.
So weird. Okay, it's gone. It has to be JLD. I don't know why though.
Okay. Okay.
They do all fit together like puzzle pieces. I agree, Mr. Super. Which is why I believe we're on a past version of Earth. Whether you believe the Earth is round, flat, a trapezoid, pear shape, an apple shape, it doesn't matter.
I'd go with pear shape. I'd go with pear shape. That's funny.
Yep. But I'm
Well,
saying it doesn't
if you
matter
give
the shape of the Earth. We're just
if
on
you
an earlier version of it.
if you give any
Yeah,
credence to the moon
maybe.
map kind of stuff, then it would make sense because as things are freezing over, there also there's an expansion and contraction going on.
I mean, the thing is though, if you look into history now, I could be wrong, but because I mean, I wasn't alive, but I feel like technology is getting more advanced in history. Like technology is going back in time or something. like GPS and stuff like that, and just certain inventions. Like I look up weird inventions in history pretty often, and seems pretty advanced. But obviously I wasn't there, so. But
What was the dumbest shit?
I don't know. It's like, but I do agree that some things definitely seem that we are in an archaic version of sorts where humans like bred with Neanderthals, however you pronounce it, and also like the obviously the countries, the way they're placed, and but the thing is, like with Australia, like the shape kept changing. Like when I first noticed a certain change, then another change popped up, and then another change, and it's like how many different like it's not like are you kind of saying that you think that it's a solid like we were in a solid place and now we're in another solid place? It's hard for me to believe in the solid places when there's all these changes that are happening. um but you're right in the sense that like there are minor changes, but it might be like a trickle in effect or something.
The
um
constellations never change. They're always the same. Polaris is
uh
always there in the center.
No, they could absolutely change though. And I'm sure for some people they have. I think I've seen that reported. Um, like some people just don't experience like, many, everyone's different. I mean, if something hasn't changed for you, it may have changed for someone else. Like I think everything is the same properties and has the ability to change. But when it comes to like, even if it's a game, you can still have older simulations or newer ones or whatever. I just think, or like bits and pieces from different timelines or whatever. But I feel like our anatomy is, and like certain animals that look prehistoric. There are a lot of prehistoric looking stuff out there these days that I've never seen. Not that I've been
Yeah,
living that long, but
later growth third.
things are definitely prehistoric looking. But yeah, our anatomy definitely looks prehistoric. Just the jaws too elongated, like just too
Yeah.
long to hang off the face.
Some people just have too much cognitive dissonance. They just can't see past it.
Like, what do you mean? Oh, like
Oh, there was something else going on in chat as you were talking. Yeah.
oh yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know.
I was just saying
I mean,
in the chat
I'd
that.
like to.
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead, Jackie.
Oh, that's okay. I'd like to believe in more solid situations and stuff, and that I'd like to believe in that stuff. I just haven't really been seeing it as well.
And I'm just saying we are more than our beliefs.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would agree. I agree.
But we're all Mandela affected, and that's what matters, in my opinion.
Yes, that's true. It's true as well. We're all still here. That hasn't changed. So
The point is, united we're better. Dividing us into groups like that, it's not good because that divides people. You don't want to divide people. We're all Mandela affected. Unite under that. That's the way I see it, at least on my channel.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what matters.
Yeah, I agree.
At least to me.
I agree.
Jackie, do you want to share some? Jackie sent me a Mandela effect for her a while ago. And I have not had a chance to put it together yet because I don't know much about it. Do you remember what I'm talking about? The cartoon character?
Which one is this cartoon character?
I'm going to get the folder up because I think I wrote the name of the cartoon on the folder.
Okay.
Give me a minute. I figured you could ask them about it.
Okay.
Since there's enough people here. Man, really? Adventure Time.
Oh, Adventure Time. Okay.
What was the
yes.
Oh, her hair. It's her hair.
Marceline. Yeah.
I'm
She
gonna
has like a
send
gray patch.
That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna send a picture in black and white.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Yep.
No, it's okay. Because it's sometimes, like I said, in cases like that, sometimes seeing a picture helps. Like
Yes.
I could picture her in my head, but I couldn't tell you what she looks like. Like I didn't know her name.
Yeah.
And like without seeing her, I couldn't tell you what I remembered. You know what I'm saying? So
Even her name as well for me was spelt differently too. I mean, look, I can't be like 1,000% sure, but I really do remember. Maybe I saw a wrong spelling, but yeah, I remember just E's and there's an I there now with Marceline. But yeah, the thing with I mean, yeah, do your thing with the hair and then we'll talk about it afterwards.
yeah, I'm just gonna send a slide to Splatter of top or bottom in 1 second, Splatter.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm also trying to make it more obvious, so maybe I'll do a side by side instead. Yeah, it's probably a better way to do it, side by side. All right. As soon as it loads, I'll be it'll be to you in 1 second. I'm just waiting for the pictures to load. Picture to load. There you go, Splatter.
Okay. Okay.
Did you get it?
Yep.
Okay. I can never tell tonight with the internet dropping out like it was.
Yeah. Whatever this is, I don't recognize it from anything.
I'm going through the chat to make sure I didn't miss anybody on my list. I think I have everybody.
You chasing that?
All right, I'm going to put on the screen. So, guys, left or right, if you know this character, which one do you remember? And Jackie, I wouldn't say that's gray. I would say it's like a navy blue. Her dress is gray. I see a distinct blueness to it in her hair.
It's 1 o'clock. Holy shit.
It is. It is 1 o'clock.
Oh,
for you.
yeah.
Yeah, no idea. Never
Yeah,
seen
blue,
this
yeah.
character.
Yeah, navy blue, yeah.
Like I said, me either. I never
It
seen her
looks-
until just this moment. No idea who this is supposed to be.
Yeah, right.
And that's why I thought, let me throw it up and see if anyone in the chat has a memory of it.
Is that Jackie?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Pushing buttons is guessing, right? Don't know this tune, says Kimberly. Don't recognize her, says Sean. I've heard of Adventure Time, but I've never really seen it. And that, Jackie, is where the age difference comes in. That the little bit of age difference, like, well, not little, but we're like 16 years apart. So you would be watching those shows. You know what I'm saying? Whereas what year do you remember what year Adventure Time came out? Around?
What's supposed to be the difference between these pictures? All I see is that big blue splotch on her head.
That would be the difference, Splatter.
Oh, okay.
Jackie, are you there?
Sorry, I was just heating up my coffee.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, age, you were saying. is a
No.
factor. 100%.
Yeah, I was asking if you knew what year this show came out.
I'll have a look, but I started watching it in 2017. And it already been out probably for maybe 2 years prior, possibly. But I started watching it then. And I watched every season available at the time. There's been new ones since that I've seen, but
Oh
yeah,
my.
it's
It came out in 2010.
okay, so when I left high school. Okay. I didn't know about it then. I did not know about it at that time.
Strike two.
Or at least if I did, I didn't watch it. I mean, I was watching in 2010. I was hooked on Pretty Little Liars. That was my life. I was like on Twitter talking to all the Americans about it, and I was just as excited as Americans about it. But my Australian friends just they were not having it. I felt very isolated. That was a lonely time for me.
Now the crazy
But
part is, I was excited about Pretty Little Liars too.
were you? Oh, see,
Yeah.
that's the thing. I should have been born American. No, I'm just kidding. But like, yeah, my friends were not having it. They didn't care about it, but I was very excited. Yeah, it's a good show. Because I
What's with
read
the three
one of the
fingers
books in
anyway?
high school. Sorry.
What's with the three fingers anyway?
Uh, it's a cartoon.
She's
Four?
related to The Simpsons.
Yeah.
No, 3 fingers and a thumb.
Yeah, 3 fingers in a thumb.
That's what we always is for cartoons.
She's a
here.
vampire. I don't know.
Yeah, that is the standard. That is the standard. I will say, and with cartoons.
Because an actual hand looks weird on cartoons for some reason. It's hard to draw.
It does. It does look weird sometimes. It all depends on the artist, to be honest.
Exactly
and
how well they
artwork.
can do it, but yeah, but it's for most the average person, it's hard to draw right.
hmm Pretty Little Liars. Going back and watching it again, this just went right over my head when it came out. Okay.
Okay.
But the whole first episode is so disturbing.
Yeah.
Because the teacher, number one, is her teacher. Number two, she's in high school. Her teacher is much older. That is disgusting. And they just pushed that on us like it was normal. And everybody was rooting for them. And that's just so creepy now. That 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 normalization was there. Of like I would say like a 28-year-old teacher and an 18-year-old student. Not even. She's probably 16.
Yeah, at the time we just didn't really connect the dots, or at least for my people my age as well. Didn't really think much of it because it is a fictional, situation and TV show and stuff. But yeah, it is gross. That's for sure.
It is. I'm actually looking it up because Pretty Little Liars was when I could say I was probably still in the dark with this stuff. 2010. Also 2010. Yes.
Yeah.
And
I actually.
Oh, go on.
I was just gonna say that I read one of the books in high school, couple years before the show came out. So I like the show more. I like the books, but the show is definitely better for me. But I was really excited when I saw the title on Foxtel because I'd already read one of the books and enjoyed it. So, but anyways, that was my story with it. But yeah, continue.
Okay, so Ezra was 23. That was the teacher, and Arya was 15 to 16. Like, ew. Absolutely ew.
Yeah, it's gross, for sure. He said, in Holding, however you say his last name, he said that Arya or Lucy Hale looks like his ex, one of his exes. So that was also kind of weird. That she looks like someone he had dated. I actually watched an interview with her and Allison or Sasha Peterson recently, and it's very interesting that Lucy Hale is into quantum physics at the moment, and she's interested in this type of stuff. Not Mandela effects yet, but she's in that direction, and so is someone else. It's not. I'm blanking, but yeah, someone else
Oh, are you
from
talking
that
about an
cast.
actor? Because we
Yeah,
all
the
know
actors. Yeah,
Zachary something.
Zachary.
Oh yeah. We tried to get him on the show. Very Mandela affected. Esther has met him a couple times at Comic-Con. He played
Oh,
Chuck.
which one is that? What's his
There's
name
his
in the show?
no. He's not in Pretty Little Liars.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my gosh, Wendy is joining the show. Well, trying to. Let's see.
Oh wow.
Wendy?
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Hello.
Cool.
Hey, Wendy, really quickly, you're just joining us, so I have to ask you the question. The
Yes.
question of the night is, do you feel the Mandela effect is good, bad, or doesn't affect anything? It just is.
I don't know, a mixture of good and bad.
You think it's more bad?
It's probably a mixture of both. I think I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's a mixture of both.
Okay. Did you want to chime in on the Pretty Little Liars, or you just come in and hang out?
No, I don't know anything about that.
It's okay. I had to ask. Yeah, because I was going to ask Jackie, have you noticed any Mandela effects in Pretty Little Liars? Because I haven't seen it in a long time.
I'm getting around to it. I'm planning on doing a rewatch. It's just I've rewatched that like all seasons so many times, and it was my life.
Yeah.
So if anything's, I will know. Like if something's changed, I will probably know about it. I'm planning on doing a rewatch. I just I've been gaming and stuff like that, but it's on the list of things. I also want to watch the Vampire Diaries again, and it's just the last time I looked. I've checked. Not like done a full deep dive and watched every season, but I've checked Pretty Little Liars, and as far as so far, there haven't been nothing for me yet. Apart from maybe the style of, if you look up Pretty Little Liars, the style of fonts with the logo or whatever looks different to me. I think I noticed a few little changes just to appearances or something like that, but nothing at the moment that stands out. Like I really do have to go back and rewatch every season. But yeah, I've just mainly been watching like interviews with the cast, because I was doing that. Like I was watching the actors on stream, like Ustream back in the day, and I've always followed them outside of the show. They're so funny. I think they're a great cast. I had no idea that there was so much that was going on behind the scenes. You're just watching a show, and you're not even aware of like what actors are going through in their personal lives and stuff. And to hear all that, it's quite intense, and it's not all it's cracked up to be. Everyone wants to be on TV. Everyone wants that celebrity life, but it's not all it's cracked up to be, from what you hear anyways. But it is good to see that some of the cast they're thinking about life and getting into quantum physics and stuff like that. I think it's interesting that they went in that direction. But I think it's just anyways.
I'm sorry. Level Plane Productions came in and made me realize this level. It's Zachary Levi. That's the actor who talks about the Mandela effect. He's talked about it on podcasts, radio shows, and Esther talked to him about it at Comic-Con a few times. And we tried to get him to come on the show, but he only comes on shows for a fee. So, and especially not little tiny channels like mine. And also, Ryu mentions, or no, it wasn't Ryu, it was Sean. Talking about weird science is also creepy. There's a lot of movies that are creepy when we go back and think about it. And Kimberly was mentioning Mia Kunis was 14 because she lied about her age when they started that 70s show. And even though her and Ashton Kutcher are together now and are only 5 years apart in age, when the show started, she was 14, he was 19, and it was very awkward for them to like have scenes together like that because of her age. Because she lied. She lied and said that she was like 17, and she was only 14. It's just creepy stuff, and Hollywood's just creepy, at least in my opinion.
Hollywood is creepy. It's really difficult to know what's true, what's not true. Like you see all these conspiracies, and
Yeah, oh,
you know, I've done a lot of deep dives. It's really hard to know what's actually going on, and what's too far, and what seems reasonable, or
yeah.
you know.
Because of that, her first actual kiss was on that show.
Yes. And I do think Hollywood used to have a moral compass because, like, back in
It
the day,
never
like the
did. It never did. It was founded on from Crowleyism.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about when it comes to that specific thing.
No, it's always
the
been
ages.
there. I mean, the guy who played the son in Sanford and Son was giving interviews last year saying this goes back to black and white films. This is nothing new.
Oh no, I know it does. There's like there's a disgusting film with Shirley Temple, and it's just it's horrifyingly disgusting. But what I'm saying is, like, they used to have teenagers in movies and stuff where they just hire 20-year-olds just to keep, like, they were older because they didn't want to risk having teenagers. So there were some things that they had a moral compass on, but yeah, no, most of it's evil. I would say 99% is evil. I agree with that. There's just some things that are awful, but like, for example, if you think about, like, I'm thinking of the movie Carrie. They had, like, the teenagers were not teenagers, or even in the TV series like 21 Jump Street, they were all 19 to 25, or Beverly Hills 90210. Oh, none of them were teenagers, except for one, and he was like 17 or 18. I think they did that to avoid what happened with, like, that 70s show, and or
I mean,
it could have been
Imperial
coincidental,
Lies.
maybe.
Sasha Peterson was 12 years old when she started that. But
Started
I've
what?
noticed that, like, sorry.
She started what? What show?
Oh, Allison. Oh, Pretty Little Liars. Sorry, Allison.
She was 12.
She was 12. Yeah, I know she didn't look at it, but yeah, she was 12 when she started. Dead set. The others were older. Shay being the oldest, I think.
Wasn't she
But
also in
yeah.
Veronica Mars? Hold up.
I'm not sure, but she's young. She's younger than me. Sasha is in her 20s still.
What's her last name?
It's not. It's like Peterson. So let me just get the actual pronunciation. It's Sasha is her first name.
Oh, Peters?
Yeah, is that how you pronounce it? P-I-E-T, Peters. Oh, Peters.
Okay, wait. I think she was in Veronica Mars. I'm checking. If she was, how old was she then? Veronica Mars was older.
She must have been young.
No, okay, she was not. It was a girl that looks like her.
Oh, it just looked like her.
Thank goodness.
I will
That
say
would've
there
put her
is
at,
a
like, 8 or
Mandela
9.
effect. Do you remember Jenna in
Jenna?
Pretty Little
Yeah.
Lies?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a Mandela effect with her name. My brother's wife even remembers the way her name was, and I looked on Twitter, and people have spelt her name the way I remember. It was Tamsin for me. It's now Tamin Sursok, but her name was Tamsin for me. I'm pretty sure, anyways. I'm pretty sure I saw that officially on her, like, Instagram, and I knew her name is Tamsin. But it is one of those weird feelings. Like, there's other celebrities where their names have changed, and I'm more certain of it. And I am certain that, well, that's what I remember as Tamsin, but it's got a weird vibe to it. Like, someone has. I feel like I've just been messed with in a way. It's a weird feeling with her one, because it is such a drastic difference, and it's kind of odd. Like, it's weird trying to really get that that solid memory. Like I remember that, but I don't really know where it come from. Where it came from. It's weird, but my brother's wife remembers Tamsin too, and I have seen people spell her name like that. There's posts on Twitter, so it's weird. I've talked to her before.
A little off topic. She was 14, not 12. She was born in 96.
She was 14? Oh, I just said AI is saying 12, but AI could be wrong, so yeah. I thought when she filmed the pilot, I think she was 12 when she filmed the pilot. It says, maybe not.
Maybe when they
on
filmed the
my end.
pilot, but the show started in 2010 and she was born in 96. That would make her 14.
Oh, right. I see. Okay.
Sean Dent
Yeah.
says, Mila said, I'm going to be 18. Then later said, it wasn't a lie. How scandalous. She was going to be 18, just not for another 4 years.
Yeah, I remember her
For that
saying
70s
that.
show.
I'm going to be 18. And, yeah.
It is so corrupt and disgusting. I agree.
In 5 years.
Yeah, Hollywood is well, the whole point was in 2010, all that stuff went over my head. I didn't even see it. It didn't even click that, the teacher, and like the first episode is the main star hooking up with a guy at a bar. She's at a bar. She's 15 or 16. And the guy is her teacher. She doesn't know yet. He's her new teacher. Like, really? They thought that was okay? I mean, it's over our heads because we're just watching it and it's 2010 and we're not awake yet. But that's not okay.
It's not
It's
okay.
not.
I
I think
saw
that it's
documentary about Virginia Dare. These movies were from the 20s or 30s. I've seen her movie. She was a little girl, and she was a child prodigy in ice skating. And they would make movies based around her. And she was just a little tiny girl, and they were talking about how they tried to make her look sexy. Like they would make her skirt shorter in the back than the front, and like in a lot of her scenes where she's skating, she skates with her rear end towards you, like a large amount of the time. And like, you're supposed to think you're imagining that. Oh, it's just a little girl. It's just, but they were really doing that on purpose.
Yeah, that's like I said. There was that Shirley Temple film where she's literally like a toddler. And it's a bunch of toddlers dressed up like adults. And it's disgusting.
What I'm trying to figure out is that where are these people coming from? Do you know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to understand, like, everyday people, like, I mean, it's not just guys in Hollywood. It seems to be there are some women who are also perverted in this way. It's one of the most incomprehensible things to me. I can't even comprehend how something like that can be attractive to anyone. It's really something that is just mind-blowingly, like, I have no idea. I can't even understand it at all. Like, it's really puzzling. It almost, like, to me, one of my theories is that, like, anyone who has those proclivities is probably not even human, because it's just so weird. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's a
And
power
that's what I mean.
dynamic. It's a power dynamic thing.
Oh, well,
Yeah, but still, I can't wrap my head around that
That's
either.
from a male perspective. Maybe we just need a male
The
perspective.
other way around too, because where do you hear it from? With females mostly, like teachers, right?
I think from a woman's perspective, I think girls are just thinking like about status, and I just don't think it's the same. I mean, I think obviously there are some women who are actually like messed up, and that's where I like don't even think that they're like human. Like in Hollywood, it's like, are they just lizard people or something? Like, and they're not really like women
like I
or
said,
something.
that's a completely different thing. That's basically going back to the whole Sabbatean narrative.
And when women are attracted to older men, it's usually for their money, right? So it's not even. Sorry, Sandy.
No. I was going to say we are going down a rabbit hole that could get me in trouble with YouTube, and
Yeah.
I
Well,
do want to
going.
ask.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I wanted to ask while I have them here. I wanted to ask Wendy and JLD some of the previous questions I've asked because we've never talked to them before, and I don't know. Well, I want to know. So JLD, you've been here. What was your first Mandela effect? Like, what woke you up?
I said that earlier. I'd been listening to Stavely, the Dose of Reality stuff. Based on other things, he talked about it, and I just had no opinion on it until he hit me with it. Pete Townsend.
Oh, the
Having an
Pete
H in his
Townsend
name.
one.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I got you. Well, then let me ask Wendy, who's barely spoken. Hello, Wendy.
Hello.
What is your first Mandela effect? What woke you up to the Mandela effect?
The Monopoly guy.
The Monopoly guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a big one. It's either like it's odd for like it's kind of cool that JLD was woken up by a different one. Most people, it's Monopoly Man, Berenstein Bears, J.C. Penney's, or Fruit of the Loom. Those are like the top four, I think. Maybe Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Or Kit Kat.
Yeah, Kit Kat. I was gonna say Kit Kat's top of that list too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well, there was
Ford.
like, and that's what I'm saying. There was like there were like 10 Mandela effects in the beginning that
Folgers
everyone
coffee.
talked about. So it's usually one of those.
Yeah,
So it was
yeah.
it's very interesting to hear that JLD's was Pete Townsend.
Yeah, exactly. That's a new one.
Yeah.
See, because the other stuff you talk about is stuff where I wouldn't pay attention. Sure, I ate Kit Kat. Did I remember if there was a dash or not? No, I don't. I can't say 100% that that's the case. And when it comes to like movies or TV or whatever, it's like after I became a teenager, that's when I started playing guitar. So I would watch a movie and not have any concept of what happened in the movie because I'd be concentrating on the soundtrack. That was my music teacher. I was just learning different phrases and different chord arrangements and stuff like that from whatever they were playing in the background of the films. So I didn't really pay attention to any lines or anything like that as far as that goes.
I may have one that you might be affected by that you may not have seen before. And it's a short one, so I'm going to send it to Splatter to present.
The Uncle Sam's a variable.
Because this is something, I sent you the link, Splatter.
Okay.
And the panel and the chat is welcome to chime in on this, especially if you haven't seen it before. But it's not so much a Mandela effect as a reality that I don't recall.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back, Emilius, and in the studio, and Kim Ray.
Where did you send it?
Oh, private chat. Private
Okay.
chat.
I'm looking in Facebook for it.
Gotcha. You don't know what the Uncle Sam Mandela is, Schneider? Oh, where'd the echo come from? Uh-oh.
I was muted this time.
Yeah, I'm seeing if it went away. It did go away. Uncle Sam's hat, Schneider.
Oh, it's very variable.
We just covered it. You probably missed it. So for me, Uncle Sam's hat had a blue band with white stars and red and white stripes. But in this reality, it's either a white, gray, silver, straw, or gold-toned hat with no stripes. And the band is different. The stars are bigger, so there's less stars on the hat.
Oh, there's no stars on the blue, like the one I seen.
Or there's no stars. Or the band is on top and the stripes are on the bottom, which is even weirder. Or even weirder is there's stripes with a band in the middle of the hat. So strange. It's a variation effect. But the poster
Big
that
time,
everyone
yeah.
remembers is
That's
a
on
white
a
hat.
totally silver hat with the blue band around it, but no stars.
That was weird. Yes, big differences. Yes.
I remember that without the just Buffalo Springfield.
Okay, wait. I thought that might be in this one. I don't know. But hold on. So, okay, so this is this one, the Buffalo Springfield or Buffalo Springfield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can go on.
What's the difference?
But you can go on. This isn't what I'm talking about, though.
I always leave out the 'cause
Okay, so this is strange. Current reality says what I remember. Okay? It says it's Buffalo Springfield. That is what I remember.
Me too.
But I'm also finding the Buffalo Springfield.
Oh, no way.
And that this presentation is called Backwards Mandela because I'm finding albums, posters, everything with the Buffalo Springfield.
Weird.
But current reality is Buffalo Springfield. This is why I believe timelines are merging into one another.
Yeah, that's like that weird Pink Floyd too.
Yeah, that would be just as weird. Buffalo Springfield with the sounds that weird to me.
Yeah.
It's literally on the top of the album.
I never heard that with Pink Floyd. Just with the album title, The Dark Side of the Moon or Dark Side of the Moon.
Yep, I've heard that one too. But this isn't the only one. We're going to go on.
Yeah.
Here's more the Buffalo Springfield again. So weird. But, yeah, this isn't... You can go on.
Didn't we do that one time?
Oh yeah, this is an old one. This is so old. So old. And weirder, I'm finding this bizarre backwards Mandela happening with Jefferson Airplane. Who here has ever heard of the Jefferson Airplane?
No.
It's right
Jefferson
here on the
Airplane, then Jefferson Starship.
Yeah.
But there's the right there on the poster. See it?
Yeah. And they fit it in there like that. Look at that.
You can go on.
Yeah, that's just odd.
Especially since the Wikipedia is the way we remember it, and it says nothing about a name change.
Exactly.
Oh, I don't even have Wikipedia in my computer. That's garbage.
I still kind of see what the CIA has to say.
I stopped reading Wikipedia in 2020 when they kept changing it in front of your head. Right in front of your face, they would change it.
Yep.
It was so weird.
Now, Guess Who? That I have a memory of.
Yeah, it's the Guess Who, definitely. But not the Jefferson Airplane. No.
Never the Jefferson Airplane, no.
That's wrong.
And the Jefferson Airplane USA. I also saw that one, which is weird.
Yeah.
Sandy, how do I mute?
Oh, there's a mute button next to the camera button underneath your picture.
You're not even talking. Why do you want to mute?
Well, because I had a cough.
Did you find it? I guess that's a yes.
November 11th.
Yep. 11/11. So are you affected by this one? Did I get one for you?
Yeah, that's a weird one.
One that I noticed a long time ago, and maybe it's the same, maybe it's changed back, is the Carpenters. People typically referred to them as the Carpenters, but I remember I had that album and it was just Carpenters, and there was an interview with the boy, and he said we didn't want to be the anything. They didn't want a the in their title, so they were just Carpenters, even though people typically called them the Carpenters. They weren't the Carpenters, they were Carpenters. And then I saw the album cover and it said the Carpenters, so I don't know what it is now. But originally it was Carpenters.
You can find both.
The Carpenters.
But yeah, you can find both in this reality. It's both ways. And guys, my earbuds are dying, so I have to walk away to switch. But I just wanted to see. So I did find one for you, right, JL?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. There's always something for somebody. But that's an old one. That's such an old one.
And as far as Jefferson Airplane, I mean, I inherited the very first album from my mother, and there
Oh
was definitely
wow.
no thought in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I called them backwards Mandelas, because our memory, Jefferson Airplane, is the current reality. But for some reason, the Jefferson Airplane exists in addition to Jefferson Airplane. And that's why I believe timelines are merging. A reality merged into ours where it was always the Jefferson Airplane, which I'd never heard in my life or seen ever. But it's there, which is weird. So, Pope has a disease. It's Graves with an S, Ryu. Graves disease. Oh, we lost Wendy. She's back. Welcome back, Wendy.
I hit the wrong button, apparently.
It's okay. I had a feeling. So there's a little microphone button. Do you see the microphone button?
No.
What kind of device
yes.
are you on?
Oh, yes.
You
It's
do.
on the bottom. Okay.
Okay, yeah. That's how you mute.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anything specific you wanted to discuss, or you just wanted to come and hang out?
Just hanging out.
Okay. Jackie, is there anything you want to discuss? Because I literally have to leave to switch my earbuds.
I was going to talk about a new one that I may have found just then, to do with that 70s show.
Ask them the question, see what they say. Don't tell them. Ask them in a question form.
Okay.
I'll be right
how
back.
do you remember the title being spelt? Like that 70s show, like do you remember like an apostrophe S?
I do.
So you remember that 70s with an apostrophe and then the S and yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I'm assuming everyone would probably remember it that way, to be honest.
Well, I never saw the show, so I can only go on secondhand accounts the way people talking about it spelled it. So I don't have any direct memory myself.
You didn't watch that 70s show?
Nope.
Oh wow, I don't think I've ever met anyone who hasn't watched it.
I mean, I haven't even seen like what was that one
I never
popular
saw it.
one with the guy cooking his drugs. Everybody talks about. Never saw an episode of that.
Breaking Bad?
Yeah, never saw a single episode.
Well, that was a good show.
Never seen that either.
Yeah, I never watched Breaking Bad either. So.
That was intriguing. It pulled you into it.
It's like 80s, 90s. I might remember a bit of this film or that film or whatever. But as far as like this millennia, I basically threw out my TV on September 12th, 2001, when all that bullshit kicked off. Got rid of it.
2001, wow.
I got rid of Cablevision, but I still have my TV to watch YouTube and stuff.
Nah, I just do it all on my Mac.
Yeah, you just on YouTube and whatever, right?
Well, I'm not interested in like what's going on. I mean, there was a question earlier about people seeing things since being exposed to Mandela Effect, but I never got to say my opinion on that. And it's kind of like I've always seen this world is weird. I mean, I never felt comfortable. I've never felt like this is home.
Well, me either. I agree with that. Yeah, I second that opinion.
Third.
Well, it's not spelt that 70 show with the apostrophe S. The apostrophe is actually before the 7 now.
What?
So I don't know. Yeah.
That doesn't make
if you look it up, have a look.
That sounds weird.
Yeah.
I noticed that happened to us. Sorry.
What were examples of things that you felt were weird about the world when you were a kid, since you always felt that way?
Well, I always had questions that that grown-ups couldn't answer, and I was pretty young when I kind of came to the conclusion that that the older people were only bigger but not smarter.
What did you try to ask them?
Just basic stuff like what you see in the sky and how this works and that works. Just those first questions you have as a kid. And I just wasn't satisfied with any of the answers I was getting.
Because most answers you get are bullshit.
Yep.
You guys able to hear me?
Really quietly.
Sorry, that's my opinion.
Are you guys
There's a
able to
lot
hear
of
me
things.
now?
Better. Yeah.
Oh, it was on the iPad microphone, so I couldn't hear you at all. Okay. We have covered the apostrophe being missing from that 70s show, but I can't find the presentation because it was part of a presentation where that 70s show also had a UK version, and the name was different, and that's why I can't find the presentation. I was going to bring it up, but I cannot remember
The
the
name
life
was
of me.
different. Wow. All right. Okay.
Hold on, I'm going to Google
only-
it. That 70s show British version. Anybody from the UK that knows what I'm talking about?
I'm in Germany, but like I said, I haven't watched television in a long time.
Well, that might be why, because you're German.
I'm not
Yeah.
German. I was
Oh.
born in the States. It's just been
Oh.
living over
Oh.
here for 40 years. Came over in the Army and got
Oh,
married,
yeah.
got a band, just kind of stuck
Yeah,
here.
my sister was there fairly recently. She got stuck there actually. She's in the Air Force, so same deal.
Mhm.
Yeah. I feel like you only get there if you're in the Air Force. No, I'm just kidding. Or like in the Army. So that seems to be the connections. But yeah, she had a free holiday there because they weren't supposed to get stuck there, but they did, and they, our government paid for all their food there, and yeah, she just basically could do whatever she wanted and stayed in a really fancy hotel, and yeah,
Link
nice
in
to
the
be my
chat,
sister.
Splatter. Sorry.
Pardon?
I found it. The link's in the chat.
Oh, in the chat.
So how long
In the
ago was
private
this?
chat.
Yeah.
I noticed there's a song called That 70s Song, and I noticed that the apostrophe had moved to before the 7 couple of
That
months
makes sense.
ago. I guess I just didn't check the show.
Why
So
is
maybe
it
it's
there?
not as new as I thought.
I'm sorry, what, Splatter?
Then why is it there? I just seen the apostrophe there. That makes no sense.
Well, because there technically should be 2 apostrophes. They're cutting off the
Right.
19, so the apostrophe is replacing the 19. But there should be one after the 0 before the S.
Okay.
I mean, that's how it always was. There shouldn't be one before the 7. Well, there
No,
never
because we don't
was.
usually
I mean,
write it, but proper written English would have it before the 7, but we don't do
right.
that.
So I guess we're just shifting into proper
A
grammar,
more proper version, yeah. Except
more
you took,
proper version.
and a stupider version because it sets the apostrophe away from after the 0.
Well, yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah.
So both, yeah.
But this is. Hold on a minute. I take my medicine. There's no words. I have to explain what you're looking at, so I had to wait a second. Sorry about that.
I'm just gonna.
So these are the same shows. Apparently, the top one is that 70s show, and can you zoom in on the 70s, please?
Oh,
so they
days
can
like
see?
these. I see. Okay, yeah.
So there is no apostrophe after the 0, like Jackie
There's
said.
one here.
It's before the 7, right?
That's stupid.
It does look stupid. It's also merged.
It is proper though.
And the T is cut off in that at the top.
How is it proper?
Then it's replacing the 19.
Yes, that's what the apostrophe is for.
If it's redundant, why would you need the 19 there? You can just tell it's 1970s.
No, what we're saying is if you're going to talk about proper English, writing out proper English, okay? It's like N, like putting an N instead of an. There's an apostrophe before the N to replace the AN that you took away.
Right.
The same thing's happening here with the 1970s. That 1970s show, you take out the 19 and put an apostrophe.
Yeah, I never heard that before, but I guess you guys know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the thing is, it wasn't like
she's
that.
Right.
Yeah, I've always just noticed the 80s, 90s, whatever. You don't need to put nothing there. Yeah,
No, you don't need to. That's what I'm saying. That would just be super proper.
yeah. Okay, I'll get you.
Yeah.
So,
So
but then why wouldn't you put one there right between the 70 and the S then, where it should be?
that's what I'm saying. It's like a super proper timeline and a super stupid timeline merged together.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's just mass confusion.
It's mass
It's even
confusion.
more mass confusion when you're talking about this show in 2060.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Or 2085.
You make it think you're talking about the future, right?
No. In 2085, which 19 was it? 1970s or 2070s? Because you put
Well,
the
yeah,
apostrophe there.
yeah.
Which one is it?
Yeah.
But look at this. Underneath, we have a different group of kids, and
Yep.
it's days like these.
Yeah.
So yes or no in the chat. Have you ever heard of days like these? I know Super
No.
Mario has because he heard about it on the same channel I did.
How many years did it run?
I will look it up while they answer.
So that 70 show ran for quite a few years until they jumped the shark and Eric left and all that sort of stuff.
When Eric left, it was just not as good.
Yeah, no, they jumped the shark.
Let's see, UK TV, because apparently there's music and that's overriding it. It only had one season and it was 1999.
No, there you go. That's why it's hard to tell. You know, I mean, there you go.
No, it's hard to tell because it was British.
Yeah, it's hard to hard to remember because it was only one season on top of it, right?
Yes, it came out 1 year after that 70s show. So they were having such great success in the United States that they decided to try one in the UK too.
It's usually the opposite. They usually have a good British show and then it comes over here.
Yes, that's true. So if we go to the next slide, I will show you the exact scene comparison. So here are the characters. We have Hyde and Kelso, and Hyde and Kelso.
Oh, you can see why it's. They tried to literally copy it, right?
Yeah, it's copied. Copied and pasted.
I bet you this guy's not in jail for life, though.
Yeah, probably not. Next.
So they have their own version with different actors.
Yes,
okay.
but just one season.
What if the
Bob.
same
Just one
script
season.
probably too?
Okay.
I wonder.
I think there's like copying, all over the place. Because I
Robin
always
Smith.
saw Married with Children, kind of a copy of the Dutch series, The Flotters.
Yes,
Christina
I actually heard that
Applegate's
too. Yes.
character was absolutely modeled after Kells.
Oh, really?
Come back, Wendy. I've been kicked out like 5 times today. Just come on back. Wendy StreamYard froze.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, look. So this is Donna and Eric in Britain.
Eric, look,
Yeah, they were my favorite.
This Eric looks like he's a bit light in the loafers.
Yeah, Donna was my favorite.
Yeah. And here's the intro.
Oh,
like literally
my.
copy and paste.
100%. Look at that. Wow, I gotta check
Oh,
it
their
out.
names were different though. Jamie, James, and Emma. They had to give them British names.
Yeah. makes
Donna
sense.
and Eric were 2 American. Welcome back, Wendy.
Wow. What was the name of this?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Their names, those are probably the actors' names. I didn't even
Things
think
like
about that.
these.
Maybe they still had Donna and Eric. Let me look.
I don't know.
Cast. Oh no, they had the same names, except it was not exactly. There was Donna Palmer, Bob Pinciotti, Stephen Hyde, Mr. Burgett, Jackie Burkhart is right, Kitty Foreman, Helen Foreman, Michael McGuire instead of Michael Kelso, Midge Palmer. Oh, Donna instead of Pinciotti is Palmer because her mom is divorced from her father.
Oh yeah.
Bob Pinciotti.
Yeah.
So it's not Donna Pinciotti, it's Donna Palmer.
Again, my memory's wrong. Days like these. I remember. I should write that down.
Interesting. Anyway, I just wanted to, because I knew the 70s logo was in there, so I wanted to show it.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. Can't say it's a Mandela. Can say no one's ever heard of it, and it's weird, but it is only one season long.
Yeah, that's not a Mandela. I can picture that because there was only one season, and then when you try to copy something a little bit too much, it just doesn't work.
No, it's identical. It's trying to fit Americana into UK. It's different. Like British culture is different from American culture.
Yeah, they
you
can't
have
try
to. You
blend
have
the
to.
two. It doesn't work. No.
Yeah, it was still too Americanized. They had to make it more relevant to UK culture for it to work. But instead, they just copied and pasted American culture, and it didn't work.
Oh, that's a song. Oh, there we are.
Hello, Post Anything Too. Welcome. I am typing your name down. There we go. And I added Wendy to the panel needs. Okay. Do you guys want to look at a few more? Do you want to? Because I like it that you guys chime in. I get to hear what you think. Unless there's anything else you want to talk about. Anything on your minds?
What does Jackie remember being the capital of Australia?
Oh, that's a good question. Jackie? Maybe she walked away a moment.
What is it supposed to be now?
Sean is asking for more folders. Jackie, LJ asked what you remember the capital of Australia being.
Canberra.
What?
Yeah, I had a feeling because she lives there.
Yeah, it's always been Canberra for me. I went there when I was a kid. It's never been Sydney. Sydney is the main attraction of our country. I think, a lot of people know about Sydney, but I do believe that it's changed for some people. One guy said it changed to pretty much like every state in Australia. He was saying it was like Perth at one point and this at another point, so I think for some people it does shift around, especially if they're in the States and they're not in Australia.
Yeah, I was always taught Sydney, but then once the Mandela got rolling, I've also heard Perth. Other people say Perth. And
yeah,
I couldn't even
Perth
remember what it is now. Canberra. Okay.
Yeah, Canberra. Although there is now there's ACT, so there's like a mini state. I don't know if I remember that honestly. That ACT part. I think that might be. I think that might be something. Australian Capital Territory. I just don't really remember that.
Is Tasmania supposed to be associated with Australia? I remember it with a Z and I believe as an island.
You remember Tasmania being spelt with a Z?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's possible. Tasmania is part of our country. It's part of Australia. They've got our currency and everything. I've only been there when I was a kid. I haven't been there since. They do have a little bit of a bad reputation, although apparently not many remember that. Well, online I see that, but when I talk to people in person, they don't. Anyways, that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, they were never on the mainland for me, or like Tasmania. The landmass was never attached to Australia for me. It's always been
It wasn't.
separate.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah,
And
some
I
people
thought
remember.
I don't know if you had the cartoon growing up that had the Tasmanian devil in it, and I remember that cartoon character spelled with a Z.
Okay. I don't think I've ever seen it spelled with a Z. But I believe you that it was. I've seen Stewart Island, which is now New Zealand's Tasmania. The spelling of Stewart changed for me pretty quickly after it showed up. That was never there before. But I think some people remember Tasmania being part of the, Tasmania is part of Australia, but it was never like physically part. Like it's never like attached to Australia. But some people remember it being part of the mainland, like Eva. But I've never seen that. I've never seen it being attached. But there are two parts. Sorry.
Taz was definitely spelt with a Z, Tasmania.
Okay.
Because the Tasmanian devil is Taz with a Z, and it comes. How does that make any sense if it's spelled with an S always?
I don't have that memory. I can't comment. I guess it doesn't make sense. I mean, the Mandela Effect changes don't
You
really
don't
make a
remember
lot
the Tasmanian devil, the cartoon?
I agree. It was with a Z.
Was that in Speedy Gonzales, or what cartoon was he in?
It was Looney Tunes.
Played.
Yeah, but I was trying to remember the main name of the cartoon. Was it Speedy Gonzales?
No. He'd show up in Bugs Bunny, the Tasmanian Devil, and in Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner, but it was just Looney Tunes.
I thought he might be in Roadrunner. Oh, he was in more than one then.
Yes.
Yeah, but his name wouldn't make any sense if it was spelled with an S.
Right, it would be Tass instead of Taz.
Yeah.
Yes.
How many you get?
Oh, that guy. Yeah. I've seen him before. Right.
It comes in like a hurricane or like a tornado.
Yeah, he spun up real fast.
I think he was also in Speedy Gonzales. I remember him in Speedy Gonzales and in Roadrunner. I don't really remember him in Bugs Bunny, but he could have been there.
I'll just see what Tasmania is looking like now. I don't really recall. There's two. Oh, yeah, they're still there. There's two islands above Tasmania. Curry Grassy, White Mark, Lady Baron, whatever they're called. I don't really remember that. I don't remember there being two visible islands above Tasmania on any map that I ever saw. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, it looks very weird that there are parts floating around on top of Tasmania. I think Tasmania might be a little bigger than it was previously. I'm not sure, but they're definitely Victoria has a massive chunk out of the bottom of it. The states are all lopsided. This was not. It was even. I'm not very good at drawing, but if I could draw, I'd put all the states back to where they were, because it's literally all pushed to the side and lopsided and all out of shape. And the splits in South Australia was that was the first thing that I noticed. We never had splits there for the salt lakes in at least on maps. I never saw on any map there were no splits there. Maybe it's just got more accurate. And then there's this bite that's come out of the bottom. So we never had a chunk at the bottom of Australia. That bite.
I agree. But Jackie, I'm sorry, Splatter. Can you stop sharing that and show what JLD put in? He's just showing a picture of Taz so that everybody could see it.
Oh, okay.
Since we were talking about it. I'm sorry, Jackie. Go on. I agree.
Chat?
I talked about the split at the bottom of Australia a few years ago with that chunk
Oh,
taken. I
really?
don't remember that. I agree with you 100%. And it's
Oh,
cool
sweet. Yeah.
that you don't remember it either because you
Okay.
live there.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. So the split was the first thing that I noticed, and that was like, phew, it was really hard for me to get my head around when I saw that. And that was, within the last 2 years, and then I kept watching, and after that was the bite, and it's actually called the spelling is BIGHT, like bite.
Yeah, bite.
So
I covered that
yeah,
as well. I don't remember
okay,
that. There's bites
yeah,
all over the
yeah.
place. There's one off the coast of New Jersey.
Oh, really?
Isn't there
And
like
I've never heard of
huge
it.
chunk fenced off
Weird.
that
That's so
nobody can
weird.
access?
No, a bite is like where the water drops off deeper in the ocean.
Oh, okay.
But I've never heard it called a bite. It's spelled BIGHT. That's correct, Jackie.
Yeah, it's interesting, because it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that when I was like checking, and then it changed. So my memory was fresh, and I know for a fact that we didn't have this, the Great Australian Bite. Yeah, never heard of that. Never seen it. So yeah, it's weird. Chunks are coming out of our countries. I don't know.
There is
Let's go,
another
Yosemite
one. I'm gonna
Sam.
see if I can find the presentation. There's another one about Australia that I'm curious if you're familiar with, Jackie. I want
Okay.
to too, Mr. Super, but she won't talk. I'm trying.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
Parody Mike just brought up the Yosemite Sam one.
Yeah, what
Hello, Mr.
incarnation?
Super.
There you go. She said hello.
What incarnation?
Okay, you can pull the presentation up. And I'm gonna go see if I can find that one presentation about Australia.
Does JLD have ones that are particular to Germany that you've seen, things you've seen over there?
I can't say I do. I'm pretty sure, like with the anime and stuff like that they do over here, that there's some stuff involved with that. But I really have no opinion on any of that because I've been off television for at least 20 years.
I mean, I'm just saying, have you seen things change in Germany, like buildings that look different there, or brand names, or geography that looks
No, I think it's probably cooler to research like Tartaria, old world buildings and stuff like that over
Oh,
here.
yeah.
It's like the Cologne Cathedral is just a mind blow. I mean, pictures don't do it justice. When you're standing at the foot of that thing, it's insane.
Yeah, what do you think of the fact that we just inherited some other old cities and stuff
and even the storylines? It's like, they're building all these beautiful structures while the Mongols are raiding. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like these beautiful 5-6 story buildings that and they're on horse and buggy. Yeah, I'm sure. They get pictures of these empty cities and stuff. It's pretty interesting.
And what they build now is garbage.
Exactly.
Well, did you see the Russian one?
I've seen a whole bunch, yeah.
No, I mean recent. This was built like 5 years ago.
Okay.
Let me look it up.
Was it like old world building?
You have to see
fancy designs on it, and the tech on the roof for the free electricity.
Military Cathedral. Copy. What did it copy?
Drives me crazy when I can't find something that I know exists.
Oh,
a presentation that I know I have, but I don't know where it is, and I can't find it, and I've tried every search term possible, so I have no idea what I called it.
Pull that picture up, and that was built like 5 years ago. And a lot of the metal was from the German tanks and artillery stuff from World War II that they melted down and built this structure with.
Oh, you put it in the.
Yeah, in the back chat.
Yeah, I got it now. It took me a minute to think of that. Oh wow, they just built this just recently there.
Yep.
So they still have the technology that we don't. Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, 'cause that's what they used to build, but now they don't give a crap nowadays. They just put it up. Now that's skill and beauty and everything, and that antique tech still on the roof there. Does the design just crosses?
Yep.
What do you think of that theory? Where the crosses were just actually just for that to collect the free energy, and then we came along and called them churches and made it a crucifix and that whole story.
Well, I mean, of course they removed like the battery.
Yeah, I know, but the cross on most of these,
Mhm.
yeah. There's that theory that's where the crucifix idea came from because those were all over these these buildings.
I thought sometimes I need things really spelled out for me to understand them. I never know what they're talking about when they're talking about the antique with tech and getting electricity. I get the idea. They're saying there's antennas and crosses and stuff. Okay, then that would come down to the building, and somehow they're connecting it up with organs being in houses, which there are. But they never.
I don't
really
think they're tied together.
it.
The organs themselves were more like a healing kind of thing.
For a healing, exactly, because the sound.
But
Yeah.
what the energy was being collected, and there's kind of like always like one part where you could see there was something there, but it's not there anymore.
Yeah,
and they hypothesized that was where the energy was stored to be used as like a battery to store
So
the
there's
energy.
some part missing to it
Yes.
that isn't there anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoever just popped in, give me 1 second. I'm not there to let you in.
And then
There we go. I think it was Wendy.
Chimney-looking things. They weren't actually chimneys because they didn't have the
There we go.
pipe.
Huh.
But the heat came out of them. They figured with the free energy again.
Okay, guys. Interesting. Wendy says my iPad doesn't like StreamYard. Gee.
And they have no
I
wash.
know.
That's a weird
So the
thing.
one I'm putting on the screen that I want you all to chime in on, please. Is another one of these. It's another one of these Jefferson airplanes.
Oh darn! I should have been showing his cathedral. I couldn't without you. Never mind. Never mind.
It's okay. So Rat Pack versus the Rat Pack. What do you remember?
Well, I remember the Rat Pack being like Sammy Davis Jr. and Frank
Jerry
Sinatra.
Lewis and Dean Martin.
I don't know if this is a separate thing.
No,
Joey
this is
Bishop
exactly what
was
it
in
is.
there, and also Dean Martin.
Mm-hmm.
The Rat Pack. They were always called the Rat Pack.
Yeah.
Guys, we're gonna get to that question in a second. But Wendy, what do you remember? Rat Pack or the Rat Pack?
The Rat Pack.
The Rat Pack. Jackie, what about you?
I have no memory of this. I've never heard of the Rat Pack before.
She's too young.
Okay, but you went with the Rat Pack because that's more natural. I got you.
Oh, right. Yeah, yes, it is more natural.
Subliminal just woke up and says the. And Joe Bloor says you too? Joe Bloor just woke up. YouTuber Ultimated Biblical Judeo-Christian is on Ray's channel. Welcome. Real or Not For Real is here, Everjosh, who says, my PC doesn't like StreamYard either at Wendy B. We can go on, Splatter. No one's answering in the chat.
Okay.
Subliminal did.
Well, a couple
The Rat
people
Pack
did.
for Schneider.
Yeah, now they're coming in. Well, we give a couple more seconds.
Yeah. Well, no, there's more questions, so we might as well go on.
Okay.
They can keep answering. Super says, the Rat Pack. All right, this might not be a Mandela, but it is for me. How many members were part of the Rat Pack? So
it changed. It changed. It
what? All right, but
varied.
what do you remember? What was your original memory?
Well, it changed. There were 5, and then there were 4, and then there were 3. They went down.
Whoa.
Joey Bishop got out of them after a while, and so did Dean Martin. So then it was just Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. and who was the other guy we just said earlier?
All right, I'm going to change the question.
Wasn't Jerry Lewis, was it?
No.
Yes or no in the chat. Do you remember Joey Bishop being part of the Rat Pack?
I don't even know who Joey Bishop is, to be honest.
He was early on, but then he left them. So a lot of people wouldn't remember him because he didn't stay with them.
See, that's a Mandela for me. I don't ever remember Joey Bishop. Like, my grandfather was all about the Rat Pack. All about them.
It was most of the time it was 3 of them. For the majority of their career, it was 3.
Yeah, that's all I can remember really is the 3 of them. Maybe 4, but...
Was Dean Martin the third one? Or is he one of the ones?
Me? Yeah, Dean Martin, definitely.
Sammy Dean Martin, Sinatra, and
Sam Davis Jr.
Sammy Davis Jr.
That's
Those are the
3.
famous 3. But then there was also Joey Bishop, and there was somebody else that I can't think of.
And somebody in the chat saying Jimmy Bishop.
Yeah, it's Morgan, so it might be Joey. It's Joey, but we can go on.
It's Joey.
So I have no memory of Joey Bishop.
And Peter Lawford.
No, it's saying I do remember Joey Bishop. I don't remember Joey Bishop.
I mean, actually,
I think it's supposed to say I've never heard of Joey Bishop or Peter Lawford. I don't know why it says that.
Joey Bishop's name rings a bell more than Peter Lawford. Peter Lawford, that's just no.
I don't remember either one of them.
Peter Lawford doesn't seem right to me. There was a 5th one, but Peter Lawford is like a pop-in for me.
Well, yeah, I actually remember.
I know who Peter Lawford was. I've seen his movies, but I have no memory of him. There was a 5th guy, but it wasn't him. It was somebody else.
I remember the name Joey Bishop. I don't remember him being part of this group or what he did even. But
he was at first, but he didn't stay with them.
I just remember Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and Sammy Davis Jr. That is all I remember.
Ditto.
That is it.
Yeah, that's me too. Basically, that's the main one. That's if someone was asking, that's all I would say.
It was those 3 most of the time. The other ones left early on. So
I'm
usually those 3.
Right now, I'm more concerned about the fact that my thing says I've heard of Joey Bishop. Maybe another reality me did, because I don't.
Your Mandela got Mandela.
Yes.
No, I agree exactly what your thing says down here. Yeah, that's me. I mean, I could have wrote that.
It wasn't Pete. That's bugging me now because first of all, I can't remember right now who the 5th guy was, but it wasn't Peter Lawford. I didn't even know Peter Lawford could sing.
You know, he was the car salesman.
He usually played rich guys in old movies. He was always a kind of a rich guy that was a little bit not that with it.
So, do you remember Beach Boys or the Beach Boys?
It was the Beach Boys.
I remember both.
We lost Wendy again.
They both sound right. I mean, each of them, like, it's a dual thing. It's like they're both flashing in my head, like both of them.
Not for me. For me, it was the Beach Boys. JLD, what do you remember? If it's Beach Boys or the Beach Boys?
I remember the as well.
Yeah.
Jackie, do you know these?
That's like saying Beatles or the Beatles. You have to pick on the
it was the Beach Boys for me.
And Wendy's back. I want to get what Wendy remembers before we go on. Stay here. Wendy? Are you there?
Nope.
Why would you wear flannel shirts to the beach? That's what I want to know.
Yep.
That's a good call. To go surfing. thing.
Kimberly says Peter Lawford was in the Rat Pack per Google. Sinatra kicked him out. Wendy, Beach Boys or the Beach Boys?
The Beach Boys.
The Beach Boys.
Oh, yeah.
And Kimberly, post anything too. Wendy in the chat. Preliminal, Everjosh.
Oh yeah, it's all the basically. It's more the than anything else. Yep.
Right, but not in this reality, of course. In this reality, it's both. We can go on.
I just
The answers are both. Rat Pack, the Rat Pack, Beach Boys, the Beach Boys. It shouldn't be both. It was never Rat Pack for me. It was never Beach Boys. It was the Beach Boys and the Rat Pack.
Yeah.
The Beach Boys sounds a
Well,
little
why is
bit
it
better.
66 slash instead of dash 69?
Yeah, that's a weird thing too. And the sixes are broken. Also, I want everyone to remember the top left image. The Rat Pack Lounge. Do we see that?
Yep.
The Rat Pack Lounge. Remember that. Okay?
It's 7 He Rat Pack Lounge.
Well, here's Surfing a Beach Boys Christmas. It should be the Beach Boys Christmas.
Unless it's supposed to be like a comma, they're surfing a Beach Boys Christmas.
Right, but for me, I actually remember this as Surfing, comma, the Beach Boys Christmas.
Oh, okay, you remember it. Okay, I never saw
I remember
this.
the Beach Boys Christmas, yes. We can go
This
on.
is old too, man. This is the old boys. This is when they're beyond men. The beach grandpas.
A toast to the Rat Packs. This is a green slide. The Rat Pack, like I remember. And only 3 of them,
And
not
the bottom
4 or
is written
5.
together.
Yeah, look at that. Put together like one word.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
That's weird.
And it looks like lambda A's too. What's going on with the E and the? Can you zoom in on that, please?
Looks like THC.
It does. It is. It's THC.
Well, there's a little tiny thin line here.
There is?
Yeah, that's
There
weird.
is, yeah.
That's still weird.
It is. It's very.
And we have
very
lambda
thin.
A's. That's still very weird. Mm-mm. It is
looks like
THC Rat Pack.
THC Rat Pack, yeah. Let's see it. Well, but there is a little tiny line there. I can't make it any bigger, I don't think.
Oh, we are Level Plane Productions. We have a whole ton of them lined up. Do you want to come back in like 5 minutes?
For what?
Take a little break. He says he can't do these because they're too old for him. It's okay. So Christmas with the Rat Pack. This stuff is the residue of just the 3 of them. I'll take the 4, but I only remember 3.
Was it? They had a movie, The Rat Pack?
Yes, there was a movie.
I didn't know that.
All right, so keep in mind the Rat Pack Lounge that we saw in the beginning because it's coming up. Go
Also,
ahead.
bottom left, only 4. I mean 4, and the rest there's 3.
Yep.
Well, it has 3
There's
names.
one with 5. Yeah,
Yep.
they're all
Those
different.
are issues.
But look, this one only has 3 names for 4 people.
Yep. Well, it's, the movie only bills the top ones, the top actors. That's the movie.
I don't
though.
know those 2. I just know Ray Liotta.
Good night, Schneider.
I know
Anyway.
Don Cheadle. Good night, Schneider. Joe
Anyway.
Montana. You don't know Joe Montana?
Maybe if I seen his face, I don't remember by name, but
And Don Cheadle's been in a lot too. We can go on.
Ray Liotta was in one of my favorite movies.
All right, so we have. This is residue again. I want to get to the red slide.
Goodfellas, yeah.
Mhm.
You want to keep moving?
Yep, red slide. So here in the top left, we have just Rat Pack Lounge. So we had the Rat Pack Lounge back there, And here we have Rat Pack Lounge.
Where's the Rat Pack Lounge here? This one.
It has the where?
Right here.
Zoom in.
No, it's right here.
It wasn't there. It's on the red slide. It wasn't there.
It's holding the olive in place.
I see it now. I see it, but it wasn't there. It's on the red slide because it was Rat Pack.
I guess, yeah. But how could you miss that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I couldn't have missed that. Especially because I saw the pictures bigger than you did. The picture would be like the size of the whole slide.
Yeah.
Well, the rest are all Rat Pack.
Yeah, the rest are all
correct.
The ultimate Rat Pack. Yeah, but
it should be ultimate the Rat Pack collection.
Yeah, that sounds weird, doesn't it? Though.
It does, but it was always the Rat Pack. And the other one's just like Rat Pack Reloaded, Rat Pack Bash.
Yeah.
And Beach Boys, just Beach Boys. Which is wrong.
Yes. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I can take it, but no, I always just heard the Beach Boys in my mind. It's always been the.
Oh, IE for me, Joe Bloor. Beastie Boys was always IE for me.
What was that? Someone's toast ready?
That's someone getting something on Messenger.
Ah.
Oh, sorry. Family drama. Family dramas.
Okay. All right, we can go to the next one, Splatter. Get to a newer one for other people.
I don't know. I'll just go down the list here.
John Keeley says, sounds like a bunch of snitches. The Rat Pack.
The Rat Pack, yeah. I gotta get rid of those.
Well, they were called that because they were a lot of places were trying to blacklist them and get rid of them, but they had mafia connections, so that's why they always could appear in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
They were also called that because they were just wild and crazy guys.
Yeah, bachelors at the time.
They were known for drinking and women and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pushing all the bad stuff, making it seem normal.
So panel, please feel free to chime in on the questions. Jackie, I don't expect you to know these, and that's okay. The United States Post Office became Mandela affected when their logo changed in 2016 for our community, even though the logo had changed in 1993. So those pyramid A's and cuts in the letters of the logo have been like that since 1993.
No, they weren't.
I know.
They were not.
I found 2 possible new Mandelas to our postal history, and I can't wait to see what you all remember. Now, if you've already seen this, just answer what you originally answered, okay?
Whoa, there you are.
There I am. We can go on.
Yeah.
Question 1. Do you have any memory of a mobile post office existing? Not just the mail, but the entire post office. Yes or no? Panel and chat, waiting for your answers.
No.
And this would be more something that you would have learned about in school, like history in school.
It seems like I heard about that maybe on a YouTube video or somewhere like that. I might have heard of it.
Or maybe from my presentation years ago. That's the problem. This is a 2020 Mandela.
Sounds like
I don't think I saw this presentation before.
Okay.
I know there's a boat. I know there's one post office. It's a boat. I just saw that recently.
In the chat, we have Pushing Buttons, nope. Sean Dent, no. Level Plane Productions, no. Amelia says nope. Kimberly says nope. Cliff Clavin says no, says Joe Bloor.
Cliff Clavin and the postman.
Ryu is shocked about a mobile post office. For small towns, I think, says Preliminal.
Yeah, sounds right. I know. I'm in Canada, so I got no say in the matter.
You would not have seen one level plane, let's put it that way. You wouldn't have seen it. Yes, for military, says Justin. Welcome, Justin.
No, in Canada.
I may be conflating it with mobile libraries.
When the Pony Express, oh, not the Pony Express, Justin, but that's a good. Are you on my channel? Because if you're on my channel, I gotta wrench you up. Give me 1 second. You are on my channel. Welcome to the 1500 Club, Justin.
Or maybe I'm just confused by a Chinese knockoff. That could be.
Real or not for real is no.
Oh.
Okay, we can go. We can go. Everyone on the panel answered correct, except for Jackie.
No. Yeah, well, we can't answer because we're from a different country. We wouldn't know.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't see anything that before '84 when I left, and I was in some small cities. So.
Okay.
And you didn't learn anything in school?
No, I don't remember anything about any history of the post office in school.
Okay. Question 2. Besides a postal worker hand delivering your mail, boats, trains, planes, horses, drones, vehicles, and stagecoaches. So besides all of them. Okay, so I'm not talking about boats, trains, planes, stagecoaches.
Oh my.
Okay. Do you remember any other forms that the U.S. government has used to transport or deliver the mail? So again, any form of delivering the mail besides postal workers hand delivering them, boats, trains, planes, horses, drones, vehicles, and stagecoaches. None of those. None of those. Anything else but those.
Carrier pigeons?
That would be my first thought.
Santa Claus.
And it was pushing buttons as well, so with carrier pigeons. Preliminal says bikes. Sean Dent says pigeons too. Snails. That's a good one, pushing. Boots on the ground for sure for Emilius. That's shifty. The UPS and the USPS buildings are right next to each other. Pigeons for forever, Josh. Courier services, says Justin. All right, we're gonna go. No one knows it. Trust me. No one knows it. Let's go. Listen to the years, everyone. From 1941 to 1974. 74.
No way.
The USPS commissioned private bus companies to make and run mobile post offices. Called the Highway Post Office, they would accept and deliver mail across parts of the USA faster than trains. Does anyone remember this?
Hell no. I was born in '64.
I think I'm thinking about mobile libraries because I'm picturing like a van.
Yeah.
And then the doors can open on the side, and it looks like a little office in there and stuff. But
yes, I do remember mobile libraries. Yes.
I wasn't picturing this kind of a
Yeah,
bus. So.
bookmobiles. Yeah.
They have medical ones like that too. That they have medical mobile things like that.
Yes.
Beyond the sea.
Wendy, is this right for you?
No.
No. Okay. We can continue.
Okay.
We're going backwards.
What?
We went to the question again.
I
Maybe
didn't
it's a
go
duplicate
backwards.
slide. Let's go next. Let's see what happens. Go next again. It's just duplicates. It's okay.
Yeah.
Each bus route would
nothing
make an
happened.
average 150-mile trip each day, stopping on average in 25 towns and cities. Each was a fully operational post office, but the buses were run by different companies depending on the region. Has anyone ever heard of this? And I'm going to pick more pictures of them. Everybody already said no, so we can go to the next slide and show them pictures.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Like it even had like post office boxes, like the, and there was even a commemorative stamp, the motorized highway post office service.
Yeah.
Like if this ran in the 20s to the 40s, I'd be like, oh, okay. This ran until 1974. Absolutely not. That's weird.
No, what if
Well,
it
the
checks
thing
in
about
there or
it
something?
is, what was this for? Because like I lived in the sticks when I was a kid, and our entire address was RD4. That's it, RD4. And all the mailboxes weren't even on our road. They were up over the hill on a more main road. And so one of the neighbors would go up over the hill every day and get everybody's mail and walk it down to them. So like, I mean, this is how rural we were when we didn't have this thing. So like, who was this for?
Hang on, guys.
I don't know. It was just, there's an ad for it in the bottom left. Maybe it'll tell us more.
There were even mules that went up in Appalachia and stuff. Like if they couldn't get to you with a vehicle, they would take a mule. So I mean, so like who was this for? Because once you get less rural, now you're in a town or something else where you don't need this. So like I can't picture what area would have this thing.
Well, they said that they traveled about 100. Each bus traveled about 150 miles a day, and stopped on average in 25 towns and cities.
That doesn't make sense.
I know it
25
doesn't.
towns and cities, even if they're really small, that wouldn't be too little for them.
I don't know. I'm just telling you what the history says. I don't know.
Maybe it existed, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. I can't picture the application of it because they took care of every little podunk place there was. I lived in on a literally dirt track road, literal dirt road. And RD4 was the entire address, you know. I mean, and that and a regular mail van would deliver the mail, not on our road, but near our road. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense.
Well, what if there's government checks in there? You could get your government checks stolen, just take the whole van, right?
We can go on, Splatter.
Oh, am I muted?
No, I heard you.
Okay. There's just steal the whole bus with all the government checks in it, right?
I agree, Justin. They could carry so much more in a truck. As for question 2, the other form of transportation was an experiment that failed. But how you'd think it had failed, but not how you'd think it had failed. Have you ever heard of the USPS experimenting with mail delivery by Navy missile?
Well,
yes or no, chat?
I told you I wrote in to the Paul Shannon show, which was also called Adventure Time, because they had that rocket. It looked like a hopper, and you sent in your letters to Santa Claus. And then they sent the rocket off to the North Pole, and I thought it was real. So yeah, I guess I've heard of this. It was on the Paul Shannon show.
Preliminary said, did the mail explode on your front yard?
Yeah. They just blow it up over the city and just hope you get your mail.
Again, I can't say this is a Mandela because it was an experiment, but it was a highly publicized experiment. We can go on. It didn't fail because the mail blew apart into confetti like you would think. It failed because they determined this mode of delivery took 3 days slower than by boat or train to get to the recipient. That's the only reason why it failed. The mail was stored in the explosive compartment and landed safely in Florida. It just took too long to sort and deliver.
Of course it did when everything was all rattled everywhere.
Yeah. Seriously. But seriously, I didn't even know a missile could land. Like, did anyone know a missile could land?
They already had that Elon tech.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess so. It looks like something on a Gilligan's Island, you know.
And people believe that garbage. Mm-hmm.
Sean Dent says, when do we get to insert false history? Is there a form you have to fill out?
People are doing it right now with AI.
Oh my gosh. Have you ever heard of these? Do you think these are possible Mandelas to our history? Different timeline history? I think they could be. Can't say for sure, but I think they could be. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below. Those who are seeing this for the first time.
Get your missile mail.
Missile mail. Could you imagine the price for missile mail? Man.
Wow. That'd be expensive.
Yes, it would. All right, Splatter, what do you have next for us?
I don't know. Just hearing missile mail makes me laugh.
Mr. Super says Clown World is kind of funny. Yes, it is.
Hey, what's next here? Yes, Karen. Hang on a second. I'm going to go take care of my kitty. Hang on. I'll get this on screen, then I'll go. I'll be right back.
Great pushing. Now I'm going to have to look up to see if that's Mandela. Hold on. I'm going to look it up. I'm looking up the U.S. Postal Service Creed. Or motto.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Neither rain nor sleet nor snow nor dark of night, blah, 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 shall keep us.
Oh my gosh. It is Mandela, and I'm going to be covering this. Yes or no, chat and panel, is this what you remember? Neither snow nor rain nor heat, not sleet, nor gloom of night. You remember gloom? Like it's gloomy outside?
It was dark of night.
Dark of night, right.
Not gloom.
Stays these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed, I thought it was route, it says rounds.
Pointed, round sounds right.
Unless Billy the Kid was around.
I do not remember gloom of night. I really don't.
Well, they could have changed it to dark, you know, like originally it was gloom and then they modernized it to dark. I don't know. But I remember dark.
I don't see anything about them ever changing it.
What was the first part of it, the first sentence?
It was neither snow nor rain nor heat.
It might have been heat. When I said sleep, I wasn't really sure. I was trying to think what word, and I just came out with sleep. But it might have been heat. That could have been.
It may have been heat, yeah. But the gloom, it was not gloom for me.
It was dark. It definitely was dark. Rounds sounds right to me rather than rude. But it could have been rude. I'm not that sure.
I mean, rounds make sense. They are doing their rounds on their route, but
yeah,
I remember route. Hello, McSlappin.
It could have been either one.
The Pony Express's motto. Yeah, Mr. Super says, I was gonna deliver your package, but it was gloomy. But let's be clear. How many times have you gotten mail at night from the U.S. Postal Service? Never. Not once.
Oh, weird.
Real or Not For Real says it was sleep for me.
Maybe Amazon.
Sleet is
Yes.
just what popped out of my, but I couldn't quite think what word it was. Like I just like what word goes in there, and so I just came up with sleep, but I wasn't sure that it could have been sleep. It does seem to me like the word sleet was in there.
Boy.
I do remember sleet in there. That's why I wasn't sure about heat. Heat makes
Yeah.
sense because it's different from rain and snow, but I thought it was rain, snow, and sleet, the types of precipitation.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was sleet. Rain, snow, and sleet.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Whew.
Okay.
Well, you
And
didn't.
Sean says this motto is for the Phony Express.
All right.
There we go. All right, everyone. Credit Guy Fawkes. I'm bringing this one up because LJ brought it up like 1 or 2 streams ago. And I added to it, so I'm bringing this one up. I recently saw something that I had never seen before that literally left me speechless. I researched and discovered that Guy Fawkes had found this in 2021 thanks to Teresa posting it in her group because his channel was gone at the time. But it wasn't gone. I was just spelling it wrong. That was on me. So, go ahead. Go ahead, Splatter.
Oh, yeah.
So this Teresa posted this on March 10th, 2021. And she says, thank you to Guy Fawkes for the awesome video. I'm trying to understand how I've never seen Guy's video, Teresa's post, or this phenomenon. But that's just how the ME works sometimes. Because I was an admin in her group at the time. And for like, you know, since like 2019. So I don't know how I missed the post, the video, and the phenomenon that was happening. But I did. So, you can go on. Have you ever heard of naturally occurring ice spikes before? Now, LJ, I know you have because you know the video I'm talking about. But I want to know what everyone else thinks.
Not going up.
Not going up, no.
Okay, not going up. What about you, Jackie? Naturally occurring ice spikes.
No.
Wendy?
I found these on my own. I didn't see the presentation. I just saw this happening to my ice cubes in my freezer. It was freezing me out.
Okay, Wendy?
No.
No for Wendy. Chat? Let me see. I have 1 no from Sean.
It's like from like trees or rooftops or something like that. You can see them a lot going down, but I never seen them going up.
Yeah. Some of my ice cubes would grow horns on them, spikes. Weird, very weird.
Note for pushing. I've seen them from roof vents. Not going up never seems odd.
That didn't work with physics in the past, but now it does.
Agreed. All right, we can go on, Splatter.
There's a simple physical process responsible for ice cube spikes. Ice cubes cool first from their top surface, where they're in direct contact with the cold freezer air, and from which evaporative cooling can occur. So the first ice crystals form on the surface of the ice cube and along its edges. Now, as that ice freezes, it expands by roughly 8%. That is due to hydrogen bonding between the water molecules, which makes them, on average, slightly further apart than they are in water. So as the ice grows in from all sides, the water in the middle has nowhere to go, and it is forced up and out through a hole in the ice. These holes are often triangular in shape because ice crystals tend to meet at 60-degree angles. As the water comes up through the hole, it freezes around the edges, forming a hollow spike. And as the ice continues to grow, more water is forced up the spike, making it longer. This continues until all of the water has frozen, or until the end of the spike freezes shut. There's a
No.
Never
Yeah.
seen it.
No.
Yeah, it's totally weird. I mean, he's explaining it, but why did it never do that until recently? It never did that my whole life, and now it does that.
And a question.
Oops, sorry.
Yep.
A question came up on like on Discord. They have these games. We were playing this Quiz Planet, and it was saying what happens when liquids freeze. And I took, of course, expanded, but it was saying contracted. I'm like, what?
No.
There's no way.
No.
No, it expands. There's no way. They messed up. They had to have messed up because he just said it expands too.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, it would freeze. It wouldn't expand out of the ice cube like that. It would just freeze. I don't know. I've never seen ice cubes do that. But ice spikes are literal spikes that grow out of ice cubes in your freezer.
No.
Above is a video clip by the YouTube channel Veritasium, which is a Mandela Effect for John Nada, who remembers Verisatium, explaining how this happens in this reality. We just watched the video. We can go on.
Yep. Not my reality.
Good morning, sadly, Karen.
Makes sense
Yeah,
on paper, but
that's
not
what
in
they
reality.
look like. That is exactly what they look like. And it won't be every single ice cube. It'll just be random ones.
Well, you've seen this?
We're about to see it.
I had never seen any presentation on it. It just started happening to me.
Yeah, and Veritasium is going to explain why some do and some don't. But I don't care. This was not a thing in my past.
It's just the fact that it never happened until recently.
Mm-hmm. We can go on. There's more.
That's weird. No, come on.
Yeah, so when I was researching this, I realized it wasn't just ice cube. It was also like bird baths and like little ponds in people's backyards.
I haven't seen that
I'm calling
yet.
BS. I'm calling BS.
I wonder
It's
if they
happening, but
always
nobody-
point in a cardinal direction when it happens, like to the North Pole or whatever.
Yeah, it's making like a sundial.
Yeah.
My
The
bird
ice
bath has
cube
never
one-
done that.
The ice cube ones come out in different directions. They don't all point in one direction. They're
Okay.
random. I haven't seen. I mean, this might be going on outside, but we have these things around, like little ponds and bird baths. I just haven't seen it yet. Doesn't mean it isn't out there.
Yep, I've never seen it. We used to, just a side note, from 1992 until I moved out of my parents' house. I lived with my parents, my mom, my stepdad, and their house, the backyard, we had a koi pond that they just had water in. There was no koi. And there was a fountain in the middle, like a little, it looked like a bird bath, but a fountain in the center. And none of that ever had a spike ever in all the years I lived there. Just want to point that out. All right, we can go on.
Yeah, I believe that. I don't believe these.
But that's not all. I found something else that I've never seen before. I think that picture was out of order. It should have been after this. Have you ever heard of ice vases or vases? Yes or no? Chat and panel. Have you ever heard of ice vases?
No.
I mean, you're seeing a picture of them right now.
Yeah, not until the picture. Yeah.
Panel? Wendy?
No.
That
Jackie?
wouldn't be too good for the plant you're going to stick in there now, would it?
Nope. Jackie? Have you ever heard of an ice vase?
Sorry. No. Have not.
Okay.
Heard of that.
JLD? Ever hear of an ice vase?
Never seen anything like that. And it looks like it was made in a mold, So
It
perfect.
does. It does. You're absolutely right. In the chat, we have Sean Dent with no. Level Plane says no. Taryn says no. I'm not sure, says Amelius. That's okay. Not really, says Kimberly. Moving air stimulates spike growth, says Mr. Super. That is correct. Ice vases, no. Pushing. Sadly, Karen is no. All right, we can go on.
Ice vases.
Okay, so that's an ice vase. Just like ice spikes, these grow out of fresh water. Salt prevents their formation, like water in an ice cube tray. Besides ice cubes, ice spikes and vases can be found on bird baths, freshwater ponds, puddles, etc. But ice vases are much larger and more rare since they usually require large, shallow pools of water. So like the koi pond that we had.
Yeah.
And I've still never seen this.
Never. No. Because it's not real. This is bullshit.
Have any of you seen Veda Austin's water work?
No.
She's taken that whole that water holds memory to a different level, like putting a picture over water before it's frozen, and then that kind of it forming something that looks similar to it, that sort of thing. Wild stuff.
That is wild. There's no way. Oh my gosh, I'm going to test that, right?
No.
I'm going to test it. I'm going to try it. I'll get like a rudimentary, I'll draw like a flower, hold it over a bowl of water for a few minutes, or maybe lay it across the top, and then I'll stick it in the freezer and see what happens. Because that's just crazy. And then I'll film it. If it happens, I will film it. Wendy got kicked again. She said, stupid StreamYard. Now you know the struggle, Wendy. Come back if you want to try to fight with it again.
Makes me think I got the superior internet here.
We can go on. Sean has heard about that. I have not. That's new for me.
I'll post the website in the back chat.
Yes, please do. Or actually, you could just post it in the regular chat too.
That's crazy.
Well, actually, do both because I can't. That would be good in the back chat because I can't.
No, I've never heard of anything growing up out of the ice or water and forming something. No, not in my reality.
Ice phases form the same way as spikes, but the cooling and freezing must happen at the same rate. This is how the walls of the ice vase are created, and how liquid water can remain inside the opening. So ice phases have water inside them, which is just weird.
I can see that they're in the pool itself, in the water, but not rising above it. No. Sorry.
Yeah, but here's the crazy part. Listen to what I said. When they form, a little bit of water remains at the bottom of the vase and does not freeze.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense.
That's not right. That's no.
I don't think it is, Wendy. It's starting to droop there. It's probably dying.
Oh yeah.
All right, we can go on.
That's not right.
We'll look at that link after the presentation. So here's more ice vases, however you pronounce it, depending on where you're located.
No way. They must have something sitting up there holding the water to form, and they took it away. Then they show you this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't picture this just happening naturally on its own. No, I don't. No, I don't believe it.
I think it does because so many physics things are changing and plus I've seen the ice cube one, so like why not this too?
I don't know. But this is weird. You may have noticed that ice spikes look similar to stalagmites.
Yeah.
And you'd be correct. But they aren't stalagmites. Spikes and vases are created from water underneath. Stalagmites are created from water dripping on top of the ice.
Right.
Trust the sciences, Wendy.
No. I stopped trusting the science years ago.
Emilius, if you had asked me before the election, I would have said yes. But I think we've changed the course. I don't think that's going to happen. Warning. Parents may find images offensive to young children. Viewer discretion is advised. Okay, warning is done. We can go on. And speaking of ice stalagmites, I'm sorry I had to share this. A couple was exploring the Steinbrücken. How do I pronounce that, JLD? Steinbrücken, is that right?
Steinbrücken sounds right, yeah.
Good. Ice cave in Austria when they stumbled upon a gigantic stalagmite.
Someone has a drink?
Final warning. No kids allowed. Okay. That looked like a gigantic male appendage. And all the little ice ones look like that too. Head splatter.
Yeah. I think some people enjoy the appendage.
I just can't believe it was that tall. That's why.
Wow.
So what do you think? Are ice spikes and or ice phases new to your reality? I truly believe this is a new Earth phenomenon and Mandela effect because I don't recall this ever happening.
Oh, me either. Yeah, you hit me with this one. I don't like it.
Don't like it at all. Push in and angels don't fall. Angels don't fall says anything in nature that's phallic is awesome, and then Pushin says, "Don't be a dick." Joking around, of course. And welcome back, Angels Don't Fall.
Yeah. I love our chat. We
That
got
is
the
the
best
end
chat.
of that one. Can you show the link that JLD posted, please?
Down here, okay. What is this? Oh, it's a video, huh?
Yeah, that's
No,
it's about
it's
the
a website.
Oh.
It's about the woman making the artwork from the ice learning how to. Ice can see now. Water can see. Just like plants can see, now water can see.
Can I make
Apparently.
it bigger? Yeah, I can.
Okay, I'm adding you the screen.
Scientists.
If you go to the examples link, it shows like pictures to examine.
Oh, yeah, here?
I put you back. Yeah, so we can show the pictures.
See the examples, second last link.
At the top, next to the bag, examples.
Huh?
At the top of the screen. You don't have to scroll.
Oh, way
At the
up
top of the
here,
screen.
way up here, right? Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. What is it, you mean? Oh, Do I have to
Just,
stop? Oh, no,
it's like I don't want to eat salads anymore, or vegetables, or now drink water, because what are we doing to these poor creatures that we don't realize are creatures? Oh my goodness.
Everything is alive, Sandy. Remember we've discussed that. Even rocks.
Everything is alive. Bless you.
Oh my God. Is that close enough? I guess, or
That was a cough. Went down the wrong pipe. My coffee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, that's a reflection of the window.
Yeah.
Oh, that
If you
is
click on them,
cool.
it looks like if you click on them, they'll go big, and then you can just go over to the side. Yep.
Okay, but that is part. That's what from this reflection. Yeah, that's cool.
The face is crazy.
Is that the face? Yeah. I probably should go the other way, but
No, it's actually better to go this way. So we saw 4, and then we see what they actually. It's better to go this way, actually. Go ahead.
okay. You
So
see
what
the
do we
ice
see?
thing.
This I just see like
What is that? You figure?
a hands,
Okay.
a nose, a hand.
Yeah.
Actually, it's 2 hands.
Yeah.
Mom and baby. That looks like something I don't want. Like
No idea.
that looks like a virus.
It looks like something bad.
I had to. That's what it looks like.
A glass of 7-Up. How's that sound?
It also looks like Pac-Man, and maybe a leaf, like a lily pad or something.
What is it?
Oh,
Wow.
spiral.
Wheat.
What is that?
Looks like wheat or something. Or
I think it's like a hot, like something to put like something hot on top of, like a coaster for hot stuff.
yeah. One of those things.
Or like what are those chairs made of? That like wicker kind of?
Yeah, wicker.
Yes, wicker. Well, we know what that one is because I think we've gone full circle now. Yep, we
Yeah,
have.
I guess so. That's all there was. Yeah,
Yep, that's it. I know she had so many more pictures in the video.
Huh.
Yeah, she probably has a lot more in her book. She wrote a book about her research.
Oh, there's more down here. Yeah.
Oh no, there they are. That's crazy. Well, the link, guys, is going to be in the chat. I'm going to put it there in 1 second. If you want to go look at more pictures.
Yeah.
Here's the link, everyone. I am going to,
Well, it's
we're
not
going to be
working
closing
out
down soon, so I'm going to pin this and replace the pinned comment.
Yeah, it doesn't work on these ones.
It's okay. We're gonna. I gave them the link. It's all right.
Yeah.
That was the Russian cathedral you posted.
Oh shoot. Hold on.
Also
Unpinned
interesting,
message. Delete comment.
Dan
No.
Dan said he shined flashlights at stars and some of them moved.
Lasers. Yeah.
Yeah, lasers. He heard somebody else did it, then he did. I haven't tried. I'm probably not going to try it, but I believe him though. Some of them move. He said not every one, but just certain ones did.
That's not it either. Isn't that the Tasmanian devil? Taz?
Yeah.
That is. That's Taz. Where is it?
It's the one at the very bottom. It should say
I had to scroll.
VedaAustin.com.
I had to scroll to find it. That's why.
Probably this one here, 14054.
All right, guys, I got it. This is the right one.
Yeah, I got him.
No, I mean for the chat. I'm pinning it.
It's there.
Thank goodness I can't ban myself from my channel. No, I seriously almost just banned myself because the chat moved and it moved the menu up when I was deleting the comment. And it says, you can't ban the owner of the channel. Thank goodness. Okay. So it's pinned. And it's on Ray's channel. Guys, if you're on in Ray's chat, I can't pin it in his chat.
There he is. If you look at this picture, I can just hear him say.
He's talking about that, in case anyone was wondering. Do we have any more presentations, or did we do them all?
I think there's another one.
Nope, I think that was the last one.
No, there's one here. What's this?
Oh, there is one more.
Random
All right, guys,
bridges.
we're going to do one more, and then we're going to get out of here.
Yeah.
It is getting late. It's 6 a.m. here.
It is late, yeah. You're the one that kept on going.
Well, I said to myself, when we're done the presentations, we'll get out of here. I just need you to share your screen.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. I had it, and then when it went, yeah. Oops, I went too big. There we go. Shapers. You had it, then it went away, then it went super large.
Gotcha. These might not be Mandela effects, but illusions, like they claim. Or they are Mandelas, and the illusion explanation is a man's excuse.
Yeah.
So I'm leaving it up to you to decide, because I have never seen either of these things do this before. Now, guys, I just presented this in November. I'm showing this because LJ brought up how brooms can stand on their own, and I want to know what LJ thinks about this stuff. But I want to hear what you guys think too. But if you remember this, because it was recently that I covered it, just answer what you originally answered.
Oh, yeah.
You're welcome, Kimberly, but you got to thank JLD, because it's his link. He's the one who shared it with all of us.
No,
Kimberly says, thank you for the link, JLD.
Information is meant to be shared.
Yeah.
No, my bristles, they're curved, and there's no way it can stand. It's not possible.
All right, we can go on.
Mysterious object floating in mid.
Pause it. Optical illusion or Mandela excuse. Have you ever seen a helicopter flying, but the blades are not moving? They claim it has to do with the frame rate matching the blade's speed. That makes sense, but then why have I never seen this? What do you think? Like in the TV show Airwolf, or when helicopters fly on the news, or when they're flying over the Super Bowl. Why have I never seen this happen with helicopters before? So let me know if you think this is an optical illusion or an optical illusion in this reality, which would be a Mandela excuse. Let it play.
Air story. This time our subject is a helicopter that's apparently stopped still, its blades not appearing to move, and yet it doesn't fall out of the sky.
You see the rear one's moving down there.
As excitingly mysterious as this all is, there are some party poopers who have explained this is a simple optical illusion, which is just the result of the way a camera works. It's essentially the result of the frame rate of the video synchronizing with the rotation of the blades. This can make spinning objects appear still. Nothing to see here. Sorry about that.
All right, so
I did on hubcaps,
you
but not on
you can't see with your
helicopters.
naked eye. It has to be through a camera.
See, I haven't even seen it on hubcaps. I've seen the hubcaps appear to spin in the opposite direction, but
Or
not
that,
stay
yeah.
still.
Yeah.
I think it's a Mandela because there's a lot of videos of airplanes doing the same thing, just stopping in the sky. And there's a show I watch called Mentor Pilot, and he was trying to debunk that. He was trying to show you that if you look at a certain angle, it looks like airplanes are stopping, but it was still a man's excuse because it only explained one particular angle. He didn't show them coming, you looking perpendicular at it and it's going straight across the sky and it just stops. He didn't show that angle, so he could not explain it away.
That's good. So you think this is related to that Mandela as well?
Yeah, I think the helicopters and airplanes are doing the same thing.
I agree. Splatter, what do you think?
I don't know. I think it's something to do with the film rate too. But you can't see with your own naked eye. It has to be on a film of some sort to be able to make that have this effect.
Jackie?
Sorry, what's going on here? Sorry, I was messaging someone.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was just asking if you think, because again, if it's the frame rate with film that's making it look like the blades aren't moving, then why is it in movies, TV, everything I've seen? I've never seen this.
He has different frame rate.
So it's an optical illusion. Or yeah, interesting. I didn't actually see.
So are the difference?
If they're using a different frame rate, right? Why would they need to explain this? If they're using a different frame rate and I've never seen it before, then why would they need to show this and say, hey, this is this because of frame rate?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's suspicious. Yeah, their explanations are definitely sus, for sure. So I'd agree.
Angels Don't Fall has a video of the
And
helicopter.
by changing it, changing the frame rate again, could you make the one in the back appear like that? Because that one you still see spinning.
Exactly. Yeah.
Angels Don't Fall has a link for what kind of video?
A helicopter flying where you can see the blades turning.
Yeah.
But I mean, literally, you can see the blades turning. I mean,
right. Like that's how it's always been for me.
But not like super fast. I mean, like, you know.
Well, do you want to switch it up real quick and show us what you're talking about?
Yeah, I suppose we could do that because
Yeah, just leave flicker where it is.
Because it's in between that and the blades really going fast. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's the impression I'm getting. Okay,
It's all shutter speed, says Mr. Super.
Where did he put it? How did I get
See,
it
a
over
strobe effect I can believe, but it not moving at all I can't believe.
That's not it. No. Where did he put it? Now I don't know where he put it now. I got my other computers where I looked it up.
He has it in the regular chat.
It's in regular chat. Okay.
Yeah. Welcome, Buzzacino.
There it is.
Was it the link from Angels Don't Fall?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the back chat then. Make it easier.
Google. Paste.
If it was the frame rate, it would happen with drones too. Very good point, Buzzacino. Very good point. It would happen with drones too.
You would think. Okay, right here. Darn it. I'll get there. Paste. There we go. No, it didn't work. What the heck happened?
Mr. Super says it's not frame rates, it's shutter speed.
Yeah.
Regardless, why wouldn't it happen with drones?
Son of a dick. Sure it is.
That water thing, that's freaking me out a lot. That's a major one for me.
Oh yeah, the frozen.
The spikes.
I'll be thinking about that one for a while.
How come I'm not getting it?
I don't know, maybe because it's a short. Did you try the link in the private chat?
No, I'm gonna do that now.
Yeah, try the link in the private chat.
In private chat, bottom, right here.
JL shared it for you.
Yeah, that looks like there we go.
You know, it's really messing me up though that there's a JL and an LJ in the chat and in the
I
panel at
know.
the
I
same
know. I'm
time.
looking at all night. I've been looking at. You know,
I've been stumbling over their names all night.
What a coincidence. Okay.
It's so hard, guys.
There. I mean, this will leave you.
There we go.
Go back and forth, see?
Oh, no music. Turn the music off. I'm removing it. Turn the music off.
Where's the music? I can't.
Click on it. You should see a volume slider.
Over here. Got it.
All right. And I'll put you back when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. So that I've seen before. It's moving. It's still moving slow, but it's moving. I've seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it moving, and that shouldn't be. The place should be going so fast. It's just like you know, like a blur.
Right, but that's okay. I've seen that. I've never seen it not moving at all.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like when JL was talking about the hubcaps, they'll rotate counterclockwise in the opposite direction. But
it looks like it anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The optical illusion is they spin in the opposite direction. But I've never seen them not moving.
This is weird though. What they're showing now, that's really strange. It looks like an insect. It looks like an insect trying to swim.
Okay, let's move on to the next one again.
Yeah. Where we left off.
Yeah.
Jared Jaguar, hello.
All right, that should be good now, I think.
It is. Okay, we're on the next one.
Oh, yeah.
Gift of Water Live, hello, guys. Yes or no? Could ladders walk on their own with a little nudge in your past if it was on the right angled tiny incline? On the right angle, if it was on a right angle tiny incline. On a tiny incline at the right angle is what I should have written.
Ladders just fell over all the time. It's hard to get them to stand up straight. I've seen this presentation before though. It's funny. But no, they just fell over all the time.
Okay, so it was a no for you.
Yeah.
Because again, I'm asking this simply because you mentioned the brooms standing up.
Which I don't believe.
Jackie?
He doesn't believe about the brooms?
No.
If anyone can find a compilation of
did
brooms
it. That's
standing.
what freaked me out about it. They were talking about it, and I didn't really believe it. And I went and got my broom, and it worked. And I've tried it with several brooms, and they all would do it. I haven't tried it again recently to see if they still will.
Do you have video or pictures?
That's what I'm saying. If anyone can find a link to a compilation of brooms standing up on their own, please put it in the chat.
Brooms?
Yeah, brooms.
Yeah, you can take a broom.
Stand there in the middle of the room by itself.
You can take a broom, even if it's cut on an angle,
No.
and it'll stand up on end. It freaked me right out because I got it to work with several.
Mine's on
different
such an angle. There's no way.
That hasn't been my experience. Ladders just kind of stay there, and brooms fall over. If you stand a broom up, I'm pretty sure it just falls over. I haven't
They
had
used
that.
to fall over, and that would be totally normal, and that's how physics used to
The
work.
old-fashioned straw brooms that are straight on the bottom, that I can picture possibly, but not the curved squipper brooms or what do you call them?
Oh, so it's okay. So things have changed then. Yeah. Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, we covered it a few years ago.
try it with your own broom and see if it does it. I'm not saying it will or it won't. I'm saying mine did, and I tried it with several different ones, and they all did. I was
maybe a straw broom, but not a curved.
down.
No way. It's just the handles.
Okay.
They're too gonna fall.
JL, can you do me a favor and put that link that Parody Mike dropped into the
Nope.
Oh, there's also one from
Itself.
Angels Don't Fall. Both links, I guess, because I don't know. They might show us different stuff. Okay, before we start this one splatter, JL's putting links in the private chat for you.
Right.
I promise you, Splatter, several brooms I got them do. It was totally flipping me out because it's not normal. It's not anything that should be able to happen. It doesn't go with what we know as physics.
Yeah, well, like I said, I can picture the old straw broom that with flat on the bottom.
I can't get the straw broom to do it. I can't. The normal straw broom won't do it, but the angle cut ones will, and it wouldn't have done that in the past. I don't know why it's doing it now. It doesn't. It was flipping me out. It still flips me out. It's weird.
No way. Not the angle cut.
Oh, JL's back.
The back button.
I haven't tried a broom recently, so I don't know if they're still doing it now or not. Because I haven't tried it for maybe 6 months or more.
Just fall instant. No, I can't even let go of it. No.
Did you get the links that JL put in the back?
I put two back then. One from Parody Mike and one from
Angels Don't Fall.
Angels Don't Fall was the first one, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I see two in here. Yeah. You want me to go to them?
Yes, please. And we'll go back to the presentation after.
Okay. Yeah, I can't even let go of my broom. It just instantly falls. My cut angle. Oh, there's more of this.
It may
doesn't
not
matter.
work
Just
for
share them.
everybody or in all places. Everybody's ice cubes aren't growing spikes either, but mine did. So it might be location. It might be like my suspicion is it would only do it for a short time and then it would quit doing it. That's would be my guess, but I don't have any explanation for it.
Yeah, I mean, I could like in the summer, I like drinking like iced coffee, and whenever I was living in Würzburg, whenever I poured the hot water over the ice, it made like a crystal brittle, very thin thing on the top, and now it doesn't do it anymore. Now that I'm in Dresden, so maybe that's a like humidity kind of thing.
Maybe.
Yeah, it might have something to do with locations. I don't know.
You see this, Sandy?
Yeah, did you turn off the volume?
Oh, okay. I didn't notice. Oh, yeah, it's already off. Yep.
All right, I'm adding you to the stage.
I didn't hear nothing at all in the beginning.
Can't even see it because the thing on top.
I know I can't move this thing. It's stuck there.
I mean, I see what they're doing, but
yeah, but this
the most important part is where that thing is.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I clicked on it. I should have done that. I don't know what this is now.
It's okay. Can you hit the back button? See if
Yeah,
it goes.
there
There, it went away. It went away.
It went away. Yeah. Oh, it's
and
back
there it comes back again. But we saw it for a split second. All right, and then the next link. The next link I think is the brooms from Parody Mike.
Okay, stop sharing. What is it, Kieran? It's okay.
What? Mr. Super got knocked out of chat, and it wouldn't let him back in. Well, at least you got back here. Yes, we hear you, Kieran. I'm letting your daddy go soon. Okay, here we go. There's a broom standing on its own. 2 brooms, excuse me. And you can see the one is angled.
Yeah, mine won't even. No,
Okay.
I can video mine. I'll show you. It just instantly falls over. I can't even let go of it.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
That's what my brooms did. They stood like, and I tried different brooms. I tried them indoors. I tried them outdoors, like on a parking lot. And they would. I couldn't do it with the straw one, the old-fashioned straw one. I couldn't get that one to do it.
See, that's, I don't know.
Pushin says Lulu wants to know how to get into my PayPal.
Anyway.
Yeah, so we were showing this in the Mandela community back in 2019.
Yeah, a few years ago. I remember when this happened before. I still don't.
6 years ago.
Yeah.
6 years ago.
Oh. I saw the ladder situation a while back, but I thought it was fake. I've never seen a ladder wobble on its own or whatever. So.
Have we looked at?
I know, we're going to show that when we get back to the presentation.
Okay, we're going back there now?
Yep. Thank you again, the Angels Don't Fall in Parody, Mike, for sharing those links.
Yeah. I still don't believe it. Like, it's trickery somewhere along the line.
Jared says, holy moly. Wendy B says, weird. Broom off, says Emilius. Code 2 Ghosts having a staring competition.
Everybody just try your broom and see if it works for you. It might not. I don't know. Mine did.
But
But
I can't even let go. If I try to stand mine up, it instantly falls over. Instant.
Does it like work the same like if you move it to like a 90-degree angle? Or does it just have to be in like a sweet spot?
Yeah, you have to have glue on the floor, and it has to be like.
It wasn't that hard to do. It wasn't that hard to do. It wasn't like, I would have thought if it worked at all, which I didn't expect it to work at all, that I would have had to really super adjust it. But it wasn't really that hard. It pretty much just did it. I couldn't believe it myself. It still freaks me out.
I'm going to try to move the screen around, guys. I'm looking to see if you can see the painting. But I don't think I have an option to do that. Yeah. All right, well, really quickly, I'm going to remove everyone from the stage for a second, because Jared was mentioning, is that the princess I see? So I need to remove people. You guys don't go anywhere. I'm just putting you backstage for a second.
Right.
Don't go nowhere. Can you see me in the background, Jared? There's Lula. There she is right there. You see her?
There we go.
I didn't want to waste the hard work I did making the Her Majesty and Princess Lula. So they're overseeing the open panels now. This will be the background. That's in the painting on the wall. All right, let me add them back in. You are back, JL, and LJ, you are back. Okay, and now I'm adding the presentation back so we can continue. So, physical phenomena or Mandela Manscuse. I have seen many ladders on shallow hills before, but I've never seen one start walking downhill because it was given a little push. Have you? Do you think this is new behavior, something new that's happening in this reality, so Mandela Manscuse, or have ladders always done this for you?
Not easily, but I can picture it, yeah.
No, this is easily. Hit play.
Villagers in Kerala are claiming that a ladder has come to life, walking one step at a time down a dusty road and causing quite a stir. But that's not all. Locals are actually worshipping the ladder in an attempt to pacify the spirit believed to be behind this supernatural spectacle. According to witnesses, the ladder is possessed by the spirit of a person who had died after falling from it. Some initially thought it was a trick, but after watching the ladder move step by step, they became convinced that something otherworldly was at play. In fact, the video footage of the ladder has become so popular that some people are too scared to visit the location and witness it for themselves. But fear not, because a Reddit user has provided a possible explanation for what's happening, a concept known as passive dynamic walking. Essentially, the theory goes that the ladder is on an incline and someone nudges it, causing it to start rocking. The force of gravity is just enough to keep the ladder moving, but not so much that it falls over. It's all about finding the balance between the ladder's structure and the forces pulling it downwards. Whether you believe in spirits or physics, there's no denying that this ladder is seriously weird by itself.
Okay, I do want to say that it doesn't have to be on a hill. We even showed one where it was walking down a flat road. So, guys, is this new behavior for ladders for you?
I imagine if it's like not brand new and like still stable, that maybe has had people on it and has gotten a little bit loose.
Maybe.
Yeah.
They're showing new ladders in the pictures. Like they don't look very. I'm not saying they're necessarily brand new, but they're newer models. So it might have to do with the way they're made, and I don't know how often they're nudging it. You saw them nudging it, so I mean, I think it's kind of a new thing, but it might be because of the way the ladders are built that they can do. You know, if you nudge them, they can do that. I don't know. It's weird.
No, I get it. But some of them are very old too, so they're both doing it.
I think it's still a physics change because I think you could get a ladder to do that 2 or 3 steps, and that would be it. It would. I think the fact of how long they go and how easy they go is another physics change.
Thanks, guys, on the background. I just saw your comments. One leg slightly shorter. Ooh, that's a good one, Justin. Good one. Oiler Greg said, my ladder is missing. I bet it ran off.
Yeah.
We can go on.
Good.
I have 2.
You have to keep a good eye on your ladders because they're always up to something.
Let's see if it happens on an extension ladder, says Gift of Water Live. I have 2 more to ask you about, but these are about animal behaviors. It's quite possible. I just never knew these were a thing, but I will let you decide if this is new Earth animal behavior or not. Next slide. Yes or no? Was it normal in your past for whales to stick their tails up in the air and just sit there, not moving, for several minutes to several hours? Yes or no in the chat and in the panel. And if you saw us before, answer what you originally answered, please.
No.
Nope.
Jackie?
No.
Splatter?
I don't know, but it sounds like a disco song. Stick your tails up in the air. Stick your tails up in the air. Tails up in the air.
Amelia says yes.
That would get annoying.
Oiler Greg says no.
No, they died. They couldn't stand for hours because they had to breathe.
Yes. Mr. Super says nope. Never until a couple of years ago, says Sean Dent. Minutes, not hours, says Emilius.
Yeah.
Yes, they are sleeping, I think, says Kimberly. Pushing is no. Gift of Water is no. My original answer was no, says Wendy. Mostly seconds, though, says Emilius. Several minutes to several hours, no way, says Jared. Hello, Alex Jones is shilling vitamins for Sandy Hook.
Oh, my.
He's just Alex Jones in the shout out. Because it's more fun to just call him Alex Jones. Yes, that's how they sleep, says Michael Fontaine. I'd say like 5 seconds is pushing buttons.
That's how they sleep. I don't think so.
Amelia says they sleep in underwater coves and they can sleep with current underwater. Okay, we can go on.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too close.
I have never heard or seen a whale tail sail. The name of it is what they're doing is called tail sailing before. Have you? Here's a video of someone catching this phenomenon in real time. Is this common knowledge I never knew? Or do you think this is Mandela whale behavior? So it's called tail sailing. Here we go. Hit play.
I think this guy's boat is clear.
It does look like that way, yes.
The rare phenomenon of tail sailing in whales remains a mystery yet to be decoded.
The craziest thing that's ever happened. The transparent kayak is making the whales act so weird. It's just come up and put its tail up in the air like that. It's not even, I don't even know what to say anymore. Oh, and the little baby's just swimming around it. Is it? Look at it! It's a huge whale tail right in front of me. I don't want to get too close.
That's it. We can go on.
That's far out.
Slanders people fair. Welcome says no and don't do what I did. Here's more pictures of it.
Is it trying to mimic something else?
Don't know.
A mushroom. Yeah, I'm going to go forward now.
Yep. Last one. Yes or no? And finally, I know frogs can croak and chirp, but could they sing? A continuous chirp so that water around them rippled.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember frogs being able to vibrate the water they were in? Yes or no?
Makes sense to me. I remember that got from last time when we showed this. Yeah.
No.
I don't think so.
What about you, JL?
Sing. I can't think of what that would sound like.
Can they? But I'm saying, in your past, could they rip? Could their
or rippling water,
the water
also? Can't recall anything like that.
They get the big thing. They get a big balloon underneath their in their chin area there, underneath their chin and their throat.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't recall them.
And they're making a noise. It's going to make the water ripple.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't recall them being able to just like make a chirping sound continuously. Now I do know that we've covered them screaming. A certain the little tiny frog that blows itself up like an air balloon and then screams when it's in danger. That, yes, but
I also know that when there's a whole bunch of them together, and they can be loud. I mean, we're talking like a 1,000-watt stereo cranking, just like all frog noise. I've heard that in my own life. Yeah.
Kermit can't do that, can he?
There was the one street I'd go down where at nighttime when the frogs are in season. It was so loud.
Wendy's rooster is crowing.
I'm going
yeah, this
to
is
bed.
the last one.
Good night.
Night.
All right, good night, LJ. Thanks for being on most of the night. I appreciate it. It was fun talking to you.
Okay, you too.
See you again soon.
Okay.
Good night.
Let's see how
yeah, you can play it.
This frog creates water ripples.
I don't remember them being able to do this. I don't.
Let's see how this.
Yeah, but did you really? Oops, sorry. Let's.
I do not remember them being able to hold that, like keep going all that time. I don't.
Yeah.
Sounds like an alarm. Like he's sounding an alarm.
Well, like I said, this is so loud. You can be deafening.
Like frogs beware, there's a predator. It's like he's like warning people. Warning frogs.
Don't kick him in.
I believe you if you do. I've just never seen this before.
Yeah.
Again, this may not be new behavior, but behavior I just never knew that they were capable of doing.
Right.
But I have never known them to do this. Is this new for you too? If you're watching this on replay and you actually made it this far, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you if you're watching this on replay on hour 8. But please let me know what you remember.
Oh, well.
Yes, I know. Next slide. Last slide.
Okay.
Again, this may not be new behavior, but behavior I just never knew they were capable of doing. Oh, this is the same slide. Same slide, same words. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
Same slide. What?
It's the same. No, the words are the same. You're done. You're good. You're good. You're good. It was just a duplicate.
Okay.
Wow, that's actually a pitch shift too. It's from F to G.
Wait, what are you saying?
I got my guitar here. It does a pitch up. It starts at the very beginning of the note. It's F and it shifts up to G.
Oh, that's weird. Isn't the whole guitar string supposed to be one chord?
No, because you can bend to the between notes. But that's
well, no, but that would require you to bend it. Like you'd have to push down the fret, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but you're saying it's doing it without you doing that, right?
Well, you do it with your normal vocal cords too.
Oh, it's true. It's true. All right, I have a very long shout out to get to, and a thank you for you guys. So give me a moment.
And I'm not broke, Shadow.
Just in time, FAP jumped in the chat. Just in time to say goodnight. Added you to the list. So, guys, I first want to thank everyone who was on the panel tonight. We can remove this off the screen.
All right.
Oh, and now, since LJ left, we can all see Lula overseeing the show and myself as Her Majesty.
That's adorable.
That will be the open panel background. They will always oversee the open panel, make sure there's no problems. They'll be here if a troll shows up. There you go. So those on the panel tonight, of course, were Splatter. Morgan was here. Boston Ray was here. Ryan S. LJ. JLD, who is still here. Sean Dent was here. Chicago Cubby Bear was here. Preliminal. Rocky Shepard. Wendy B. and Jackie McCarran has been here almost the whole night. Thank you guys for being on the panel. I really do appreciate it. You guys made it more interesting. I love hearing your thoughts on things. And I hope you join again. I really do. Now, as for the chat, first tonight was SAG Arm Mandela Effect, followed by Boston Ray, Jackie McCarran, Morgan, Sean Dent, Pushin' Button 62, Splatter 420, Mandanimal, Noise Guru, Isabella Live 2.0, Preliminal, Francine Weiss, Red Storm, JLD DeBias, because I wrote it down like you did, JL DeBias, Joe King, Ryan S., Mojo Shop, Jessica Kirk, Amelius, Stop in Traffic in My Rasta Hat, Richard Minnick, Daniel Wiley, John Thomas, Schneider, Speedy Romans, Chicago Cubby Bear, Not a Coincidence, Wendy B., Huberts, MMA Paradise, Jose Nunez, Unindoctrinated, Chilling, Whaler Greg. You know what would be more fun, guys? I'm going to stop because I still have a lot of names to read. How about we put a little bit of music in the background while I read these? Make it a little more interesting. Give me 1 second. I'm going to throw in, I don't know. How's this one? Can you guys hear that? I can't hear it.
No. Now.
There we go. Make it a little more interesting for the shout out.
Yeah.
Okay. And let me keep an eye on the chat, make sure no one comes in here while I'm reading the names. But where was I? I'm going to start with Huberts again because it's easier. Huberts, MMA Paradise, Jose Nunez, Unindoctrinated, Chilling, Whaler Greg, General Sorrow, You Tell Me, Dry Toast, In the Studio, Mustard Seed of Faith, Pete Hammer, Cosmic Joe Chronicles, Roger Ledwell was here, Random Fan, Ryugami Mikado, Joe Bloor, Sanctuary Seeker, Maria, Kimray, Kimberly F., Ken Rotman, Andrew Bakanov. That is getting so loud. Let's lower that a little bit. There we go. It's a little better. Okay, so Andrew Bakanov, Ken F's Caravan Life. Still too loud for my liking. It's so... There we go. John Keeley, Rock E. Shepherd, Neo Freak 91X, Carrie Skates, Mr. Super Sidewinder, Angels Don't Fall, Blue Riders DG, Ann Gaynor, Jessica S., Philip Blair, Love V Love, Tim Mothman, Christine Lynn, Blue Pac-Man 13, Vibes, Post Anything 2, Level Playing Productions, Parody Mike, Justin. Wow, the list is longer than the music. That's amazing. Pastor of Muppets, Terran, Sadly Karen, Buzzacino, Jared Jaguar, Gift of Water Live, Alex Jones is shilling vitamins, Slanders People Fail, and last but not least, if I didn't miss anyone, FAP. Guys, thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you'll join us again sometime soon. We'll see you Saturday. And those on the panel, thank you for hanging out as long as you did. You guys were amazing.
63 thumbs up this time, Sandy.
That's great, guys. Yes, please hit the thumbs up. What do you mean Bomber sucks? Don't say that. That's not nice. FAP says that. Not me. I didn't say that. Oh, and Noah Cloud was here because he just jumped in. Hello, Noah Cloud. And good night, Noah Cloud. Panel, is there anything you'd like to say before we head out?
Donate now.
Besides donate now, is there anything you'd like to say? JL or Jackie, before we leave, you want to say anything to the chat?
Peace out.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired, so don't really have much to say. Just good night and sleep well, everyone.
Yes.
Yes, have a great night. Push a button says donate now. Kimberly says, please hit the thumbs up on your way out. And you guys, thank you. You're thanking us, but thank you.
Yeah.
Well, everyone, you have a
I
wonderful...
don't get no thanks.
No, he's thanking us. They're thanking us. Oh, I see what you mean. Wendy and Kimberly are saying thank you to me, but they mean you too. I know they mean you too. I'm sure they're going to end up saying it in the chat now. See you all Saturday. All right, good night, everyone. We'll see you soon. I got to turn this music off first, otherwise I think it's going to play with the outro. There we go. All right, guys. Have a great night. We'll see you Saturday.
All right. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Why must we watch Friends? That laugh track is so annoying to me. They wouldn't need it if the show was funny. Why must we watch Friends? 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 There's so much better ways to spend my day then watch TV sing down a cat so smelly. Why must we watch Friends? 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 Why must we watch Friends?